the laws of this land. We ask for your inspiration to strive in our endeavors to serve the public. We also ask that you direct us so that above all things we will discharge our duties for the benefit of the people we serve. This we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, well, this evening we have a special presentation that I'm going to make, and I'm going to ask the entire commission to come out and stand in front with me at the dais. Mr. Dunkel, would you please come forward? And anyone that may be with you. Good evening. Not many people know yet, but Mr. Jason Dunkel, the CEO and president of Advent Health North Pinellas, will be leaving us at the end of this month. For greener pastures, I guess. I'm sure of that. He's done an excellent job here, and I'm sure that is the case wherever he's going to go. I've got a presentation that I'd like to make and certificate of recognition. Let me just read this. The Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs present to Jason Dunkel, President and CEO, Advent Health North Pinellas, in grateful recognition of your invaluable support over the years to the City of Tarpon Springs and your dedication to the mission and philosophy of Advent Health. Your contributions to the hospital and to the people we serve are deeply appreciated. This award is given and heartfelt gratitude is expressed. Jason, on behalf of the City of Tarpon Springs, we want to thank you for everything you've done. You're the type of guy that I don't even know how long you've been here. It seems like you've been here forever. So that means a lot for working here in Tarpon Springs. And whenever we've needed anything here from the city, you've been there. And we've tried to help with whatever we can. And with that cooperation, I'm sure, is going to continue in the future. Yes. We wish you well. I've got the commissioners here, and I know you've worked closely with the city manager as well. And we're going to see you in a little while as well with a farewell party at the hospital. So, Jason, let me present this to you.
Thank you. Thank you. If we get a picture. Sure. Maybe step in front of the mic.
Yeah, sure.
Come join. Let's do this real quick.
Recording in progress.
I'll just say that I will so miss this community. I told people how bittersweet this is. I've been here 7 years, gotten to know many of you, and it's always been a partnership. That was one of the goals of the hospital. We want to be successful, we have to be ingrained in the community, and our community has to obviously know that we're quality, but know that we're there for them whenever they need us. And so we've put a lot of money into the hospital. But more than anything, I will miss just the relationships here. There's only one Tarpon Springs. There's only one. So my heart will remain here. Even though we moved to Sebring, my heart will be here. So thank you.
Thank you, Jason. We're now going to go to public comments. Are there any public comments? If you can come forward and state your name, address. And these are public comments on anything not on the
Correct.
agenda this evening. Thank you.
Correct.
Mr.
Yep,
Delakis.
yep. We'll worry about the others later. So, in thinking back over the last, Peter Lax, 514 Ashland Avenue, Tarpon Springs, Florida, and thinking back about the last few weeks and few months, and the trials and tribulations that have come to this point that you and others in the community have experienced. So I looked through some readings, and what I want to focus on is courage and faith. So first, Deuteronomy 31, 6 through 8. Let me find it here. Well, actually 5 through 8. The Lord will deliver them to you, and you must do to them all that I have commanded you. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or terrified because of them, for the Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. That's Deuteronomy. Then we're going to go to Joshua 1, various verses. After the death of Moses, the servant of the Lord said to Joshua, son of Nun, Moses' aide, Moses, my servant, is dead. Now then, you and all these people get ready to cross the Jordan River into the land I am about to give to you. No one will be able to stand up against you all the days of your life. As I was with Moses, so I will be with you. I will never leave you or forsake you. Be strong and courageous, because you will lead these people to inherit the land I swore to their forefathers to give them. Be strong and very courageous. Be careful to obey all the law my servant Moses gave to you. Then you will be prosperous and successful. Have I not commanded you? Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be terrified. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. And lastly, I'll close with Hebrews 11, various passages. Now, faith is being sure of what we hope for and certain of what we do not see. That is what the ancients were commended for. By faith, we understand that the universe was formed at God's command, so that what was seen was not made out of what was visible. By faith, Abel offered God a better sacrifice than Cain did. By faith, Enoch was taken from this life so that he did not experience death. He could not be found because God had taken him away. By faith, Noah, when warned about things not yet seen, in holy fear built an ark to save his family. By faith, Abraham, when called to go to a place he would later receive as his inheritance, obeyed and went, even though he did not know where he was going. All these people were still living by faith when they died. They did not receive the things promised. They only saw them and welcomed them from a distance. People who say such things should show that they are looking for a country of their own. And by faith, By faith, the people passed through the Red Sea. By faith, the walls of Jericho fell. And what more shall I say? It is by faith that I will lead you. Thank you for your time, and may you be guided by courage and faith.
Thank you, Mr. Delakis. Are there any other public comments?
Good evening, David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue down the street in Palm Harbor. Article 2, Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution brings light to an election of choice. Then as I read George Washington's farewell address, it sheds light to an offspring of choice. Then back to Article 2, Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution, it says something about giving rise to a state within themselves. My question would be, is this an election? Is this a choice? Or based on, again, George Washington's farewell address, an offspring of choice would be a birth of choice. So I'm a little confused in some of the penmanship here of our founding documents in regards to an election of such, a birth of such, and a choice, in particular out of Article 2, Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Geddes. Are there any other public comments of anyone here present? Okay. Ms. Linton, are there anybody on remote that would like to make a comment? Does anyone hear anything coming from up there?
No.
Okay. I'm going to assume that there aren't any. I know we have one email for public comment. Ms. Jacobs, if you could read that.
This email is from Karen First, 605 Riverside Drive. I would like to ask the board to consider putting pickleball courts in our area. It is such a nationwide popular sport among all ages. It really seems like our beautiful area is definitely lacking what other areas already have, and I've seen firsthand that the popularity in the sport. I believe it would be an asset to Tarpon Springs and would help the local economy. Personally, since getting involved with pickleball, I've met more people from the community these last few months than I have in the 10 years we moved here. Thank you for your consideration, Karen and David First.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Okay, that ends the public comments. We're going to move on to the consent agenda. Item 1, a special event approval for Back to School Bash and Eco Fest sponsored by the City of Tarpon Springs. Item 2, award file number 220140-N-JL, single source purchase of original equipment manufacturer Cummins. Item 3, contribution to Tarpon Springs Leadership Conservatory for the Arts for Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Are there any items that anyone would like to pull for discussion?
Number 3, I think we should talk about.
Number 3, okay. Let me go ahead and get a motion for item 1 and 2.
Motion to approve items 1 and 2.
Is there a second? Okay. Are there any public comments on this item or any of these 2 items? Please come forward. For number 3, that'll be discussed in a minute. Thank you very much. We'll try again. Ms. Linton, are there any remote access messages, comments that we would have on these 2 items?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand at this time. We have no hands raised at this time.
Okay. There are no commission comments on this item.
I have a little comment.
For 1 or 2?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
My question is, we're supplying mostly free. Why are we charging for lemonade and chips?
Can you speak into the microphone?
Why are we charging for lemonade and chips? I didn't understand that one.
This is for the bash, the back-to-school bash.
Yes.
I think they've got a stand out there for anybody. We're doing giveaways of water and some other things. I think we got some accessory for someone who wants lemonade or something out there, but I'll check on that and see.
I mean, seriously, I mean, let's just give it to them.
I'll work on that.
Okay,
I'll
thank
work on
you.
that.
I have nothing further.
That's a good observation, Commissioner Eisner. If there are no other comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. We pulled item number 3, contribution Tarpon Springs Leadership Conservatory for the Arts for Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. I'm going to go to the public comments first. Ma'am, if you'd like to come forward. If you could just state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Danielle Fatalides, 1504 Poinsettia Avenue, here in Tarpon Springs. Thank you. Thanks for having me. My name is Danielle Fatalides. I'm a resident of Tarpon Springs and also a proud parent of a marching band student in the Tarpon Springs Leadership Conservatory for the Arts, as well as the Vice President of Operations for the Tarpon Springs Band Boosters. The Tarpon Springs Band Boosters is a nonprofit organization that operates to support the Tarpon Springs Leadership Conservatory for the Arts. I'm joined here with some of our student leadership members as well. We're thrilled to be performing in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade again this year. We're fortunate to have been invited back, and we're thrilled to represent this wonderful city in Tarpon Springs. TSLCA will be the only band in the state of Florida that's performing in the parade this year. It's one of 10 bands selected across the country for this honor this year. We're so appreciative of the consideration of the city commissioners and the mayor for financial support for TSLCA for the March to Macy's 2022. With the city's help, students from TSLCA will be able to perform on the international stage in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade this year. As you all know, the Tarpon Springs Leadership Conservatory for the Arts is a Pinellas County Band Magnet Program that is nationally recognized for providing an innovative, seamless curriculum that focuses on academic study, instrumental music, dance, and leadership skills that are designed to develop leaders of tomorrow. Equally as important as the performance in the parade is the team building, work ethic, and leadership development skills that the students learn in preparing for this important performance. We're all excited to see our local students enjoy this rare opportunity to share their musicianship and their talent with the world. We also would like to ask for your support in promoting the performance in the Macy's Parade with signs throughout the community, website presence, and any other ways that you see fit to help promote this as we approach this big day. Thank you again for your consideration of financial support and promotion for the March to Macy's 2022 for TSLCA. We will make you proud and all the residents of Tarpon Springs. Be sure to tune in to see the parade on Thanksgiving Day so that you can enjoy all that our community has made possible for these students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fadlides. One detail that wasn't in the title or said anything yet, but the contributions for $2,500. Commissioner Carr?
Yeah, I just want to say it's an honor to be able to sponsor a portion of our budget to the Leadership Conservatory. This is a great opportunity for the city of Tarpon Springs to partner with you all. I didn't necessarily appreciate the dedication when I was in high school and I went to Tarpon High with my friends that put into it, but as I was through college and as an adult living here in Tarpon Springs, I really came to appreciate even further how much time goes into practicing, how much time goes into and dedication into coming up with a great program. Again, this is, if we want to look at it from a sponsorship standpoint, to get national recognition on multiple TVs for, I don't know how many seconds it is, 30 seconds they're playing in front of on national TV, that would be, I think, hundreds of thousands of dollars. So $2,500 is a drop in the bucket, and anything that we could do to help encourage the kids to be involved with this, and congratulations again on being selected as one of the 10 in the country. I think that's a big accomplishment, and I wish you all the best in your endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other, Commissioner Eisner?
Yes, I also want to congratulate you. This is a fantastic honor. You're representing Tarpon Springs. I personally would like to see if we could put a little bit more in the budget for next year as well, to see if we can help them. And do send your regards to Miss Shelley Beach. She's a good friend of mine, and you come from good families, so thank you for what you do. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Actually, the Macy's Day Parade is Macy's Day Parade's on Thanksgiving, which is in November, and that's our annual budget for 2023. So it still wouldn't be too late if this commission feels a little charitable to up the ante beyond the $2,500. And if that's the interest, then I would ask you to communicate that with the city manager. I'm sure he's going to talk to me about what I just said tomorrow too. So, but in all fairness,
Can we put him in the spot?
no. In all fairness, the commission seems like we're getting credit for this, but it was actually the city manager's initiative to bring this thing forward. And so I want to give him credit as well. But on the other hand, as Commissioner Eisner said, that maybe we can do a little better than that. We'll see. I should go to, are there any remote access public comments? I didn't do that. Okay. Mr. Delakis, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to
No
make a
problem.
brief comment.
I'll be short. Peter Lax, 514 Ashland Avenue. I don't know about y'all. Thursday morning, Thanksgiving Day, we're finishing stuffing the turkey, getting the dressing and yams all cooked up. And what do we got on TV? One version or another of the Macy's Day Parade. We talk about it in generalities, but you do not realize, and I wish one of these young children or young folks could have spoken to the hours and time and dedication that it takes to get to this point. It's truly a focus that is immeasurable. I live up the street, I hear them. In fact, I'm surprised y'all haven't started practicing, but I'm sure that'll be coming soon. But you can hear them in the evening practicing. And I remember the previous conductor was Mr. Wolf. I could hear him on the megaphone. Stop! Go back 3 measures. I had Mr. Kelly. There was no way he would do 3 measures so precise, everything so precise. So I just want to thank y'all for all the dedication that y'all have given, and realize these are true ambassadors to the city. And what I'll also do is challenge anyone in here to reach into their pocket and give them whatever money they have for their trip.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Delakis. We had a motion and a second? Or go ahead and make a motion in a second.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Okay. No more comments. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Let's move on to the special consent agenda. Item 4, appointments to Library Board. Let's see, we've got 2 vacancies on that. And I'd like to entertain some nominees. Vice Mayor Lunt.
Nominations to the Library Advisory Board. I'd like to reappoint Valerie Kulu and Patricia Haddad, and to appoint Lorraine Knight as alternate 1, move Tammy Watcher to alternate 1, and appoint Lorraine Knight in her place. Does that satisfy what we're looking for?
Okay, so we're going to move alternate 1, Tammy Watcher, and appoint who to fill her spot?
I believe he said
Lorraine
Mrs. Knight.
Okay. All right. Let me continue on. Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, I support Valerie Chulu and Ms. Haddad as well to be reappointed. I am fine with moving Tammy Watcher to the full-time term And I'd like to see Sherry Patterson added as the alternate.
Okay. Commissioner Eisner.
I am agreeing with Commissioner Carr.
Okay. Commissioner Kulyas.
I agree with Commissioner Carr.
Say-
with Commissioner Carr.
Okay. Let's go to public comments. Are there any public comments on this item? Okay. Ms. Litton, is there any remote access comments concerning this item?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand at this time. There are no hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you. There any further discussion on the commission? I have nothing to say. I'd like to have a motion to Commissioner Carr, if you could make that motion. and
Sure.
second.
Motion to reappoint Valerie Chulu and Patricia Haddad to another 3-year term that will expire July 1st, 2025. To appoint Tammy Watcher to fill the expired term of Patricia Lovejoy that will expire January 1st, 2025. July 1st, 2025. And appoint Sherry Patterson to fill the alternate position.
Okay,
I'll second.
thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Okay. Agenda item 5 is the appointment to the Public Art Committee. We had an addition today to an applicant, Mr. Nick Toth, was added to the list of the other two. Let's go down the row again as far as nominations go. Vice Mayor Lunt.
I'm looking at moving Mr. Stackhouse in to fill the unexpired term of David Salo. Eleni Christopoulos to fill the unexpired term of Mr. Stackhouse as alternate 1, and Nicholas Toth to fill the unexpired term of Debbie Henderson, alternate number 2.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Carr.
I will, so, I'm sorry, so it was, can you say that one more time? Stackhouse, Mr. Stackhouse to fill the unexpired
He
full-time
would
term?
become a regular member.
Okay, yes. And then, Eleni and Nicholas both, those are the next two, 1 and 2.
It would be, as Vice Mayor Lunt said, Eleni Christopoulos as the, to fill Mr. Stackhouse's unexpired term, and Mr. Toth to fill the,
Yeah, I support that.
okay. Commissioner Eisner.
I have moving up Stackhouse, and I have Nick and Bebe as putting them in.
Okay, so it's the same thing, I guess. Commissioner Kulyas.
I agree with the first 3 commissioners and vice mayor, and I think all 3 are great additions to the Public Art Committee. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Lunt, would you like to make a motion?
Okay, motion to move Robert Stackhouse, alternate 1, to fill the unexpired term of David Salo. This term expires October 31st, 2023. Appoint Eleni Christopoulos to fulfill the unexpired term of Robert Stackhouse. As alternate 1, this term will expire October 31st, 2023. And appoint Nicholas Toth to fill the unexpired term of Debbie Hennessy, alternate number 2. This term will expire October 31st, 2024.
Okay,
Second.
thank you. Are there any public comments on this matter? Mr. Races, are there any remote comments concerning this item?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand at this time. There's no hands raised at this time.
Okay. Are there any further discussions on the commission? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. We also have an addendum for the special consent agenda. And I'm going to treat this as a, first, let me just say what it is. It's the approve the order granting the second motion to stay with conditions concerning the legal action between the concerned citizens of Tarpon Springs versus the City of Tarpon Springs and Salome Morgan Group. I'm going to treat this as a continuation of item 9C that basically it began July 6th, continued on June 28th, and this finishes up. Therefore, there won't be any public comments, and I'll entertain a commissioner comment if anyone of you wishes to say something or see something different in the language that you would like to have addressed. Are there any commission comments on this? Commissioner Carr?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say I'm not going to support it because I didn't feel like the individuals met the criteria that was made on both nights that were presented, so I'm not going to support this one tonight.
Okay. Anything, Commissioner Kulyas?
I'm happy to support it tonight.
Okay. May I have a motion second, please?
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay. No further discussion by the commission. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
No.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. All right, that ends the special consent agenda at 6:38 by our rules of procedure, and I'm going to, we would not begin our public hearing until 7:30 p.m. And are we stuck?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Trask?
Yes, the public has noticed that the meeting is going to start at 7:30, so if you start before then there may be public that may not be able to attend. So it needs to start at 7:30. That's what's been properly noticed.
Thank you. I didn't mean to put you on the hot spot, but
And Mayor, I apologize. Again, we had 4 items fall off. The intention of starting at 6 was not only because of the CRA, because we knew with the agenda of public hearings that we were probably not get back to the special consent. And we lost 4 items from it. I tried through yesterday with the deadline to try to bring some items up from the next meeting, which is a very big agenda. However, they couldn't be done in the timely manner to be brought up. So with the shortness of public comments that we had estimated and some other things, we're at a dilemma of being way too early. So I apologize for those things falling off, but it was kind of out of our control.
okay. So what we're going to do is, unless there's a song and dance that one of the commissioners wants to perform, I'm gonna recess. It's 6:30. It's 6:40 p.m. and we'll reconvene at 7:30 sharp.
I could do the dance.
Reconvening the regular session at 7:30 PM. We don't need a roll call, is that right, Ms. Jacobs? No roll call?
That's correct.
We do need one. Go ahead.
No.
No, we don't.
We're okay.
We've got 4 items left in the agenda this evening, and all 4 are quasi-judicial. We're going to take them in order. The first one has 3 items associated with it. It's application 2246 Southwest Corner Lillian Avenue and Curlew Place. I'm going to ask the city attorney to read the first ordinance by title only, give the instructions for the quasi-judicial process, and also swear in whoever is available for this particular item.
Thank you, Mayor. This is ordinance 2022-15, an ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, annexing 1.204 acres more or less of real property located at the southwest corner of Lillian Avenue and Curlew Place, application 22-46, providing for findings and providing for an effective date. That was the first reading of ordinance 2022-15 by title only. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding where the Board of Commissioners acts in a quasi-judicial rather than a legislative capacity. At a quasi-judicial hearing, it is not the board's function to make law, but rather to apply a law that has already been established. In a quasi-judicial hearing, the board is required by law to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances in order to make a legal decision regarding the application before it. The board may only consider evidence at this hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues. If the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has met the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has failed to meet the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find against the applicant. With that being said, anyone that's going to speak tonight on these agenda items, if you could stand up, raise your right hand, I'm going to swear you under oath. Anyone that's going to speak on these agenda items? So, no, we're just doing the case right now on the agenda, where we're talking about it.
No, just listen
Yes?
to Mr. Trask, please.
We're just swearing in those individuals that are here on application 2246, the property at the southwest corner of Lillian Avenue and Curlew Place. Anyone here for that wants to speak? Okay, you raise your right hand. I'm going to swear you under oath. You swear that the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. All right, Mayor, we're ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. Trask. I'm going to ask each commissioner whether you've had ex parte communications with anyone concerning this matter. None? If it's okay, I'm going to go directly to Ms. Vincent.
Yes.
Ms. Vincent, do we have everything that we need? There was any new information since the packet was published?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and proceed with your your presentation, please.
Thank you. This is application 22-46. This is the location of the property. It is a vacant property at south of East Curlew Place and bordering Lillian Avenue. It's unincorporated. It is surrounded on 3 sides by the city of Tarpon Springs. The applicant is seeking to annex the property. They do want to develop eventually, and since the city is the utility provider, they are required to annex the property in to the city of Tarpon Springs. The property contains 1.24 acres. The current land use in Pinellas County is residential low, and the current zoning in Pinellas County is R3, single-family residential. The proposal is that the property would be annexed and essentially the same land use within the city of Tarpon Springs would be applied. It would be residential low, and then the property would be zoned from the R3 Pinellas County designation to R70A, which is a single-family residential designation in the city that closely aligns with the Pinellas County R3 designation. Our review criteria, the property, the proposal as it's presented, does meet our annexation review criteria. The city can provide public facilities. It is contiguous to the city boundaries and reasonably compact, and it will comply with the interlocal agreements don't apply anymore, so condition number 3 is still really null and void. Here's a look at the utilities being provided to the site, so you can see that the city does have water and sewer in the area. It is generally consistent with our comprehensive plan. The land use map isn't really changing. It's just going from Pinellas County to the city of Tarpon Springs. The countywide designation on the map also will not change. It is residential low medium. For the rezoning, we do find that it's consistent with the immediate area of residential zoning in the city limits. It's consistent with the general zoning pattern in the immediate area of unincorporated Pinellas County, and it is consistent with the residential low land use category, consistent with their goals, objectives, and policies of the plan, compatible to the area, provides for efficient and orderly development, and does not exceed the city's ability to provide for public facilities. Again, just a larger context of the area. We have RPD, single family here. You have multifamily and office over here on the other side of the trail. And this is generally R3 Pinellas County designations. So staff recommendation is to approve ordinance 2022-15, annexing 1.204 acres into the city. Approval for ordinance 2022-17, amending the future land use map, and ordinance 2022-16, amending the zoning atlas from R3 to R70A. I do want to note that the original ordinance that was provided, the land use map amendment, I sent out a revised version of that earlier today, and I provided to the clerk's office. We had a typo in the section 2 of the land use map amendment. It was referring to residential suburban instead of residential low, so that's been corrected. With that, we have no public input on this. The Planning and Zoning Board did review this and voted 4-0 to approve all 3 of the ordinances. There was a general discussion again regarding our annexation policies and around the annexation when it's required for utility service. But ultimately they did approve the project, or approve the request. So with that, I will stop and answer any questions appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any commission comments or questions, I should say, for Ms. Vincent? Ms. Vincent, I have one question. You and I discussed today the aspect if this annexation didn't occur and the properties to the south chose to want to occur and the applicant chose not to annex, would that prohibit the annexations for further south to be annexed in?
It would, yes, because you'd be creating an enclave at that point.
Okay, all right, thank you. I believe it's the Hodges, is that correct? Do you have any questions for Mrs. Vincent? Okay, thank you. Would you like to come forward and make a presentation? Okay. All right. Then we're going to go to public comments. Are there any public comments concerning this matter? IT, are there any public comments from remote access?
If anyone would like to speak on this matter, please raise your hand to be allowed in. There are no hands raised at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobs, I know we don't have any emails on this item. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing on this. Does the commission have any comments concerning, any discussion concerning this item?
Yeah, this one's straightforward, Mayor.
Okay. So the way we're going to handle this is that we are going to need a motion for ordinance 2022-15 annexation, and then a second for that one, and let's go ahead and vote on that, and then we'll deal with the other 2 after that. So if I can have a motion and a second concerning that one.
Motion to approve 2022-15 annexation of 1.204 acres in Tarpon Springs.
You have a second, please?
Second.
Okay. If there are no other commission comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius.
Yes. Mr. Trask, if you could read ordinance 2022-17 by title only, please.
Yes, Mayor, this is ordinance 2022-17, an ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending the future land use map for 1.204 acres more or less of real property located in the southwest corner of Lillian Avenue and Curlew Place from Pinellas County Land Use Designation RL, Residential Low, to City of Tarpon Springs Land Use Designation RL, Residential Low. Application number 22-46, providing for findings and providing an effective date. That was the first reading of ordinance 2022-17 by title only.
Thank you. The public hearing is closed. Do any commissioners have any comments concerning that item? This item that was just read by title. May I have a motion, a second, please?
Mayor, I just want to make sure that everybody understands that we asked them about the public comments on the annexation ordinance. Is there any public comment on the land use ordinance? We need to get that done too.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that
Are there
everybody was
any
clear on
public
that.
thank you. Are there any public comments on the land use ordinance? Land use amendment, I should say. IT, are there any remote access comments concerning ordinance 2022-17?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand to be allowed in. There are no raised hands at this time.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. And if there are no other commission comments, let's go to roll call, please.
There is no motion on this item.
There is no motion. If we could have a motion and a second,
Motion to
please.
approve ordinance 2022-17.
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Trask, if you could read 2022-16 zoning map amendment by title only, please.
Mayor, Commissioners, this is ordinance 2022-16, an ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending the official zoning atlas of the City of Tarpon Springs for 1.204 acres, more or less, of real property located at the southwest corner of Lillian Avenue and Curlew Place from Pinellas County zoning designation R3, single-family residential, to City of Tarpon Springs zoning designation R70A, single-family residential. Application number 22-46, providing for findings and providing for an effective date. That was the first reading of ordinance 2022-16 by title only.
Okay, thank you. Are there any public comments concerning this item, ordinance 2022-16 zoning map amendment? Are there any remote access comments, IT?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand to be allowed in. There are no raised hands at this time.
Okay. May I have a motion and a second on this particular item?
Motion to approve ordinance 2022-16.
Second.
Okay. Are there any commission discussion, comments?
No, I just want to say that I'm pleased with the Hodges in the way they've handled this, and very glad to see that you did this prior to any development. Thank you.
Yeah, and Mayor, I just wanted to say it's a good start, and hopefully some future voluntary annexations for properties south of it from Lillian to alternate 19. Thanks, Mayor.
I also wish to thank the Hodges. Thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius.
Yes. Okay, we're going to move on to item 7, ordinance 2022-18, application 2215, rezoning 467 Penn Street. Mr. Trask, if I can ask you to read the ordinance by title, give the instructions, and swear anyone in that's here on that item.
Mayor, this is ordinance 2022-18, an ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending the official zoning map of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida for 0.32 acres, more or less, of real property located at 467 Pent Street, located on the north side of Pent Street, approximately 110 feet west of North Levis Avenue, from zoning designation R70A, single-family residential, to zoning designation R60, 1 and 2 family residential, providing for findings and providing for an effective date. That was the reading of ordinance 2022-18 by title only. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding where the Board of Commissioners acts in a quasi-judicial rather than a legislative capacity. At a quasi-judicial hearing, it is not the It is not the board's function to make law, but rather to apply law that has already been established. In a quasi-judicial hearing, the board is required by law to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances in order to make a legal decision regarding the application before it. The board may only consider evidence at this hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues. If the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has met the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence of the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has failed to meet the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find against the applicant. So for any individuals that are going to be speaking on this agenda item, this is ordinance 2022-18. It deals with the property at 467 Penn Street. If you could stand up and raise your right hand, I'm going to swear you under oath. Anyone that's going to speak? Renee, you've already been sworn in. Anyone else is going to speak? Is the applicant here on this? Okay, they may have questions for you, though. So you swear that the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trask. It's here where I ask whether any commissioners have had ex parte communications with any affected party or the applicant. Okay. Hearing none, Ms. Vincent, we don't have anything new for our backup since the P&Z board meeting?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Proceed with your presentation, please.
Thank you. This is application 22-53. This is a rezoning application from R70A to R60. The property is located on West Penn Street. Property contains just under 14,000 square feet. It's zoned R70A, and the proposed zoning is R60A. R60. The land use is residential urban, and there's no request to change that. Just to look at the context of the area, so everything you see in the bright yellow is R70A. The site is outlined in red. They are asking for R60 zoning, and what that allows the property owner to do is there are two original platted lots of record under common ownership, and so under our current rules, they cannot build on each of those lots individually. So by rezoning it to R60, it recognizes those original platted lots of record, and it would allow a single-family house to be built on each lot. The zoning also would allow, if their lots stay in combination, a one duplex to be built. So that's important to understand. And we have a similar situation on Cypress, where property was rezoned to R60 to allow individual single-family homes to be built on those. This is the property was platted in 1911. This is with the existing development. This garage has already been demolished, so the remaining single-family house on lot 22 is compliant with the proposed R60 designation, and it would leave lot 21 as a buildable lot. So our rezoning criteria, this is consistent with the comprehensive plan in terms of the land use designation on the property. It is, it's not changing that. The other criteria are the appropriateness of the property to the area in question and compatible with existing and planned uses, efficient and orderly development, and the ability of the city to provide public facilities. We don't find any issues with any of these criteria. I do want to state, though, for the record, so that everybody does understand, it would allow for that potential of a duplex to be built in lieu of two single-family homes. So that would be slightly different from the surrounding area, which is zoned R70A, which would be a single-family only. But given the context and some other similar activities that have happened, we think it's appropriate for the area. Staff recommendation is to approve the zoning ordinance 2022-18. We have had one letter of opposition from the property owner that's kind of catty-cornered across the alley, who doesn't like the precedence of a duplex being allowed to potentially be built. Planning and Zoning Board heard this at their June 20th meeting, and they did recommend approval of the ordinance by a vote of 5-0, and there was no members of the public that spoke at the public hearing. So with that, I'll stop and answer any questions that you might have.
Okay. Does the commission have any questions for Mrs. Vincent?
I've got a couple.
Go ahead, Commissioner Carr.
Renee, is this, this lot size, is this common in the area?
It is. We have a lot of old platted subdivisions that run in that 50-foot wide to, 140, 150 feet deep. So it's a very common plat type for the area.
Okay. But it's also common to have platted properties that are, let's say this, multiple properties with platted, a single property with multiple platted properties, right? Or property
multiple
lines.
multiple lots.
Lots, yeah.
Yeah, you'll see, through the years, because we have a requirement in our code to aggregate lots that are non-conforming for the zoning district that they happen to be in, which is the situation here. So yes, you'll see strings of, 2 or 3 that have been put together over the years. Sometimes they get built on, sometimes they don't. We also have a lot of these lots that are recognized as legal non-conforming lots of record, and we have hundreds of these letters that have been issued through the years. And so, if you were lucky enough to get one of those, then so it's real inconsistent, I guess, is what I'm trying to say, as to how it's been applied in the past.
Okay, but we do have a 50-foot wide lot
Yes,
around Tarpon Springs?
absolutely, yes.
Okay. And then the only public comment that we got, negative, was specifically about the duplex, not necessarily about the
Correct.
building. All right,
Correct.
the setbacks. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other commission comments?
Me.
Commissioner Eisner.
Questions?
Quick question. You're very familiar with the comp plan that we're moving ahead. Isn't this exactly what most people are asking for smart development?
Small infill lots, absolutely. That's where, people don't want larger, bigger lots anymore. And just in terms of affordability, a smaller house on a 50 by 140 foot lot is, that's ideal and what people are looking for.
Because I wanted you to inform the residents, because we've been working very hard on the comp plan, and in that comp plan, this is exactly what we've been looking for, and not in, super large development, so,
Yeah, the small infill is definitely what we're targeting.
thank you, appreciate you.
Are there any other questions? I have a question. On the duplex, right now we've got the zoning, we've got the one home, the one lot is vacant. What you're saying is that with approval of this item, then the single-family home can remain, and then on the vacant lot, a duplex can be built?
No, the one single-family home could be built on
On both
yes.
properties together?
Yes,
Got it.
so
Okay.
if you wanted a duplex, you'd have to combine the lots and either add on to the existing house or tear it down and build one duplex.
I read the report, and I thought that's what it said. I wanted to make sure nothing changed. Commissioner Kulyas?
No comment.
None, okay. Ma'am, the applicant, do you have any cross-examination for Ms. Vincent? Her presentation, no questions, okay. Would you like to make a presentation? Okay. Let's go to public comments. Are there any public comments concerning this item? IT, are there any public comments concerning this item?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand to be allowed in. There are no raised hands at this time.
Okay. Let's, we're going to close the public hearing at this point. Are there any commission discussion concerning this item? No discussion. Okay, may I have a motion to approve ordinance 2022-18?
Motion to approve.
Ordinance 2022-18, application 2253, rezoning 467 Penn Street.
I'll second.
Okay. If there's no further comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. We're going to move on to item 8, ordinance 2022-06, application Cypress Trails of Tarpon Springs, preliminary plan development, first reading. Mr. Trask, if you could read the ordinance by title, give us the instructions on quasi-judicial, and swear any witnesses that we have present in.
Thank you, Mayor. This is ordinance 2022-06, an ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending the official zoning map of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida for 16.52 acres, more or less, of real property located at the southwest corner of East Spruce Street and North Jasmine Avenue from zoning designation RM, residential multifamily, to zoning designation RPD, residential plan development, approving preliminary plan development for Cypress Trails Townhomes Residential Plan Development, application number 22-62, providing for waivers of design requirements of the Land Development Code, providing for conditions, providing for findings, and providing an effective date. That was a reading of ordinance 2022-06 by title only. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding where the Board of Commissioners acts in a quasi-judicial rather than a legislative capacity. At a quasi-judicial hearing, it is not the board's function to make law, but rather apply law that already has been established. In a quasi-judicial hearing, the board is required by law to make findings of fact based upon evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances in order to make a legal decision regarding the application before it. The board may only consider evidence at this hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues. If the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has met the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates the applicant has failed to meet the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find against the applicant. So with that being said, those individuals that want to speak on this agenda item only, this is agenda item number 8, ordinance 2022-06, application 22-62, Cypress Trails of Tarpon Springs, preliminary plan development. If you could stand up and raise your right hand and be sworn under oath. Anyone that's going to speak on this agenda item. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Trask. Ms. Vincent, is there any new information that's come to us since the P&Z board, or that wasn't in our packets for this evening? Okay.
No, sir.
Please, I should ask also the commissioners if any have had ex parte communications with anyone on this item?
Mayor, I actually, I go to the same gym as Mr. Lindiakos, the applicant, and we've talked about the project previously before when it got brought up and how the planning and zoning did shoot it down the first time, and said, well, just take it back and do the recommendations that were asked, and I'm sure things would work out, so.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Koulias. Mr. Trask, just as a courtesy, I'm going to ask, is that sufficient explanation?
Is there any objection from the applicant to have this commissioner sit and hear this matter? Any objection at all, Mr. Lindiakis? Okay. There being no objection, Mayor, it's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we get started, Ms. Vincent's going to make a presentation. This first part of quasi-judicial before we... you have ex parte communication?
Yes.
Go ahead, Commissioner Eisner.
I was invited to come look at the project. I went and looked at it in an early morning. I got a tour of apartment 7, so I went in and looked through it. I made no comments, positive or negative, other than the fact that it was, built well, from an interior standpoint. But I didn't speak anything about the project. I just looked at it. I looked at where the wetlands were touching, and I knew what he was going to build. I also was shown where the Duke Energy issue with the parking situation, so but that's it.
Who invited you?
I don't have the name, I'm sorry, if they want to
Just
give.
one of the applicant's representatives?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Mr. Trask, I'm going to assume that's okay.
Yeah, I think so. So, Mr. Lindiakis, any objections to this commissioner hearing the testimony today and acting on it? All right, there'd be no objection, so.
Before we get started with Ms. Vincent's presentation, this first part of the public hearing is questions. You could tee up your question predicated on some statement that you make in order to clarify the question before you ask it, but it should be dedicated to questions only. we'll get into the discussion once the public hearing closes, and then we can talk about it amongst ourselves. With that said, Ms. Vincent, if you could proceed, please.
Thank you. This is application 22-62 for the preliminary plan development for Cypress Trails of Tarpon Springs. This is just your location and context map. This project, just a little bit of background. The project was originally started back in 2014, and it came through as a site plan, and it's at some point in response to stormwater requirements, the site plan was split into basically only the first phase of the project was actually approved. So the second phase is, largely, similar to what was originally contemplated, but it did take a while to get us back where we are today. So I'll go in a little more in depth. This is an aerial photograph of the site. This is the first phase that is under construction. As I said, it's a townhome project. This is North Jasmine. This is East Spruce Street. This is US 19. And this is the current survey. So at the time that this was done, it identifies, the new buildings that have been constructed. The Duke Energy easement is highlighted. The wetlands were surveyed, and the existing buildings are noted. So the ordinance, the request is to rezone the property to residential plan development and approval of an associated preliminary plan development for the phase 2 of the project. The land use map category for the property is residential low medium, which is 10 units per acre, so it's compliant with the density limitations. The current map district is residential multifamily. And when phase 1 was approved back in, I wasn't here when it was approved, but it was predicated on, there was a conditional use for an alternative dimensional plan, which is allowed under the residential multifamily zoning. So it didn't comport 100% with the residential multifamily setback requirements at that point in time, so they went through a conditional use process. They also received variances for the wetland setback, the wetland buffer requirements. Since that time, because they never brought phase 2 forward, those have expired. And so because there's so many moving pieces, we advised the applicant to go the residential plan development route so that it could all be looked at as one package by this board rather than having to go through 3 or 4 different processes and different boards. So just wanted to give a little background on that. Based on the land use on the property, they could have up to 122 dwelling units. They're actually proposing 98. There were 36 units in phase 1 and 62 are now proposed in phase 2. The applicant had, at a previous application that they actually ended up withdrawing, it had additional units on it, and staff had some concerns about it, that it originally went to the Planning and Zoning Board, and the Planning and Zoning Board also had issues with it, so they withdrew that application, resubmitted, and have really worked with staff to address that list of concerns that we had about the first project that was coming back through. So they've largely complied with what we've asked them to do. Under the residential plan development category, they do require some buffers to keep the project consistent with what was originally contemplated back in 2014. So a wetland buffer adjustment is required. There are some setback adjustments. There's a requirement in the RPD for building facade staggering. They're requesting an adjustment for that or a waiver so that it's consistent with the existing project that's already been built. And then we have added our light and signage design requirements. They want to remain consistent with the original project, and so we think that's appropriate as well. I think I've covered a lot of this already. We talked about the conditional use. So the current project is for a total of 98 units. The original site plan that was back in 2014 was 95 units, but they've managed to reduce the wetland impacts to be consistent with how the original site was laid out, so there's no wetland impacts. And they've reduced the buffer impacts, so you have a 15-foot buffer requirement originally on the site plan, and so they had added units. They've now taken some of those units out and moved some things around, and they've reduced those buffer impacts down to 5,838 square feet, and we are standing firm that we do want them to continue to work on those areas and reduce the buffer impacts down consistent with what was on the 2014 plan. I'll talk a little bit more about that. And they are asking for setback waivers. Again, this is consistent with the previous plan. Side yards of 7.5, corner lots 7.5, rear yard 0 to 15 for various lots. So this is what the full site looks like. Phase 2 is what's under consideration tonight. So some of the changes that have taken place through the history of this particular application, from the withdrawn one to this new one. So we still have 3 additional units that are proposed above what was the 2014 plan. But they have adjusted, they've pulled back here and adjusted so that they're not impacting the wetland anymore. There are some buffer areas that are still impacted, and let me shift to a map that shows that. Here we go. So these areas that are in the darker shading are buffers that are being impacted that really can actually be addressed through, and we will intend to address them as a final plan development. This turnaround can probably be pulled down and adjusted. They can work with these, so we're confident that they can further reduce those impacts back to what was the original amount of buffer impacts. The tree mitigation and landscaping, we don't have a fully compliant plan yet. Our arborist has been on site. There are some issues with the original, with the phase 1. They have an overabundance and planting of palms versus hardwoods. We do feel that in the second phase, they can balance this and they can meet all of the minimum requirements. We don't have a plan compliant with that yet, but we're confident that we can get there, and it's a condition of approval for the final plan development process. And the final plan development will come back to this board for approval. So our review criteria: consistency with the comprehensive plan. We do find it consistent with the residential low, medium, future land use category, and otherwise consistent with the comprehensive plan. The physical character of the site, the property is disturbed and developed. The applicant has largely designed the project around the existing wetlands, and the use is appropriate to the surrounding area. Regarding compatibility, you have US Highway 19, developed commercial to the west, Cicadia Cemetery to the south, and a mix of housing types to the north and east, so we feel that it is compatible with the general character of the area. We have no issues with the ability to serve the project from a public facility standpoint. The project will generate 35 peak hour trips, and it is well suited for access to US 19 North as well as Keystone Road, and access to the trail. I do want to talk a little bit about the second access provided to North Jasmine Avenue at the southern end of the project. We discussed this in the staff reporting, where we didn't put a condition in, but the second access was required is required because it's more than 50 units, and it was contemplated to be a full access. There's some discussion in the staffing about the potential that it could be emergency only access. I would recommend that we not allow that to be an emergency only access. They do have to resolve some issues with, if it's going to be private, where the gate can physically sit and actually have enough queuing space. So again, we feel that we can work that out through the final plan development process, with pulling those units back from Jasmine a little bit to provide that depth for the entry. Excuse me. Under the environmental design, again, we've talked about the wetlands and upland buffer. The wetlands are not being impacted, and they do have to waive the 50-foot buffer which is new, but that's larger than what was originally ever required because it's net with the RPD district. But again, they're requesting a waiver to the minimum 15-foot buffer as applied to Phase 1, and they are mitigating buffers on site. And again, we did make a recommendation that they need to reduce those buffer impacts down consistent with the first phase of the project as it was originally contemplated. I already talked about the tree mitigation and landscaping. For the waivers consideration, you do have to, the applicant is citing superior alternatives, protection of significant features, and deprivation of reasonable use as rationale for the waivers that are being requested. We do feel that those are appropriate, again, keeping it consistent with the original site plan, consistent with Phase 1. So the staff recommendation is to approve ordinance 2022-6 with specific waivers regarding the wetland buffer reduction, the side yard, corner lot, and rear yard setback reductions, waiver of the frontage staggering requirements, and waiver of the signage and lighting design requirements. We did provide public notice. We've received one response, and there's been considerable discussion at the Planning and Zoning Board from the residents. The application also has a series of 13 conditions. I'm not going to try to read all of them into the record. I hope you've had an opportunity to read through the conditions, and I'll be happy to answer questions about them and discuss any additional conditions that you would like to place on the approval. But we did heavily condition it, and all those will be addressed at final plan development and come back to the board. Planning and Zoning Board did hear this second application on June 20th, and they did vote unanimously to approve the ordinance with the proposed standards and conditions that were laid out by staff. So, I mean, I think in closing, I do want to stress that it took us a long time to get here. The applicant has, they've worked with us, and we've gone around and around, and we're at a point where we're very, very close. There's a few issues that I think that still need to be resolved as part of the final plan development, but we're confident that we can bring the project forward and meet those conditions of approval. So with that, I'll stop and answer any questions you might have.
Before we go to questions, I should have asked before, are there any affected parties here? Anyone that, sir, if you could come forward, state your name, and give us the reason why you believe you're an affected party so we can put that on the record.
My name is Joel Bouchard, 769 Grand Cypress Lane. I represent the 22-plus current residents in Phase 1. The reason I'm here this evening is to make sure or to ask of...
Mr. Bouchard, if you live within the development?
I do.
Okay, all we're going to do right now is to establish you as an affected party. Okay. And then, because you have certain rights in this beyond just making public comments. So that's all we need from you for right now.
Thank you very much.
You're granted the status of affected party. Thank you. Let's go to commission comments. Any commissioners have comments concerning? Questions. You're right, Mr. Trask. Any questions?
Yes, I do.
I've got a couple questions, Mayor.
Go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
Thanks. Renee, I just want to reiterate, did you say that the staff does not recommend waiving the second access for it to be emergency use only?
Our recommendation would be that remain a full access and not be allowed to be just emergency only. I think the residents have been reliant upon that from the beginning, that would be there.
Okay. And that could be done in between the final site plan and the preliminary site plan?
Yeah,
Or
we'll address that if that is a condition of approval, and we'll make sure that happens at final plan development.
Okay, can you real quick touch base on, since we've got a new board, preliminary plan development? So we have a preliminary plan and then a final plan. Could we touch on that real quick?
Correct. So the preliminary plan development is not quite as detailed. Final plan development is like when we bring a site plan for approval. So final plan development is almost like construction level plan details. So the preliminary plan is a little broader, a little higher level, but it's meant to address the big picture issues, and then at final plan development, address those conditions and button everything up. Does that help?
I think that's clear, yeah, thank you. A couple of the new buildings that were added to this one versus the old one, there's one that's significantly, or a good amount of it's in the buffer. Is there any concern by staff of having a building that far into a buffer that abuts to the retaining wall? And that is number, I'm not
Let
sure what
me
number that
get to
is.
the site here. So are you referring to this bank of buildings?
It would be the one that's added, so you've got the blue one.
Right here.
It would be the one to the northeast, that one.
That one. Yeah, and that's one that we, again, yes, we think that they should remove that from the buffer. So what we're trying to get is, there's like an additional 1,400 roughly square feet of buffer impact that we want removed. And so in this instance, they could, so down here you see these buildings are much shorter.
Yeah.
So, they could truncate that building, make it a little smaller, and avoid that buffer impact.
Am I understanding correctly, though, in the RPD that there's a 50-foot buffer?
The RPD does have a much larger buffer requirement than our standard land development code, which is 25 feet. The original project received waivers or received variances to go down to 15 feet. And so this project is remaining consistent with the original project and the 15-foot buffer impact, or allowed 15-foot buffer as opposed to 25. So,
But that's expired, though, right?
it is expired, yes.
But the board can,
The board can provide for the same, yes, the board can provide a waiver to any design requirement in the RPD section of the code. So this would be one of those.
am I understanding correctly, the RPD provides additional flexibility to the applicant, but there's also another issue that there's a larger buffer, so they're asking for an additional benefit that the RPD would put on the restriction that would put on the project then. So the RPD is helping them get their project through, but then they're asking for a waiver as part of the RPD, right?
It's necessary for them to do the project as it's contemplated, and as it was originally contemplated under an RPD scenario, they definitely need that buffer relief. Previously, they relied on a variance for that relief, and they relied on the conditional use for the alternative dimensional plan for that relief. We're doing all of that inside the RPD process.
Okay. I know we talked about public art before with single-family homes. This isn't a single-family home development?
Correct.
So there's a public art
Yes.
requirement then? Okay.
Yes.
Just because it's townhomes and not single-family homes? right?
Correct.
Okay. From a staff perspective, is there any concerns the way the code's set up with parking, with the tight streets and the parking
They're
lots?
meeting the minimum required parking standards. Now, we have heard from the residents that there still are, parking issues. The applicant, and I'm sure they'll speak to this, they are proposing to add some additional parking down here around the Duke Energy easement, and then providing an access path up to the subdivision through these buildings. So they are trying to, meet some needs of the residents by doing that.
Okay. So some of the things that you brought up about the landscape issues, the mitigation of the tree bank, and some of the other items, that would come back to final,
Yes, sir.
final plan? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Let me just double check my notes real quick. There is a recreation area, open space, may include dog park and/or walking exercise trails, just to the west of the parking lot proposed, under the Duke easement. Is that something that would come back in the final site plan also?
What we're asking for is that they at least have to get an approval from Duke Energy for those amenities to be added to the plan, since it's in their easement area. So
Okay.
but it should be included as part of the final plan development.
Okay. And then am I understanding correctly, though, it's staff's opinion that if some additional buildings were removed, they could either solve some of the issues with the exit entrance and some of the buffering issues too?
Exactly. I mean, they can either resize buildings, they can you know, there's three units still above what was on the original contemplated site plan. You know, they can be removed. Things could be resized. This unit here really compared to the original site plan, is closer to Jasmine. So if this is going to be a private entrance, gated, because this is a private development, you need enough queuing room. So where's the gate going to go? Because you have driveways fronting onto this road. So that's an issue that's got to get resolved.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me. No further questions, Mayor.
Okay, Commissioner Eisner?
Thank you, Mayor. Renee, would you be able to explain the difference between a buffer and a setback?
A buffer generally is to protect some type of an asset. Like in this instance, the buffer is to provide a buffer to the wetlands to minimize impacts on the wetlands. Setbacks are generally setbacks between buildings to allow for light and air and things of that nature. Does that help?
Yes. Well, I want this also for the residents to hear it as well. Do we have different types of wetlands?
Different types of wetlands.
More active wetlands than others. I mean, some places, and that is a question, because the closer you are to a source of water, it's a different type of wetland any which way. Would you agree with that?
Say that again, I'm sorry. I didn't.
There's the closer you are to, let's say, the Anclote River, and it's a wetland, it's more susceptible to changes than it would be if it's a wetland like where you're so far away,
Correct.
You're getting rising water from underneath, but it's not a current water that comes in and
I
out.
see what you're saying. Yeah, this is an isolated wetland in that it's not tidally connected to a body of like the river or the Gulf. So it is different in that respect in terms of responding to tide changes. You're still going to fluctuate with groundwater levels and rain and things of that nature, but it's definitely not, it's not as susceptible to change as something that's tidally connected definitely would be.
So then my next lead-in question would be, do we treat these, or should we treat these any different than active, let's call it active wetlands?
Of wetlands. I really don't have an answer for that. I mean, we still look at them as their wetlands. We require, endangered and threatened species, analysis, if you're going to be developing around one, to make sure that you're not, disturbing, a protected species. We heavily rely on Southwest Florida Water Management District as well and how they view the wetlands. Are they isolated? Have they been altered? Have they been man-made? So we take all that into considerations. I'm hesitant to just make a carte blanche statement that these should be treated differently than those. I think every situation has to really kind of be evaluated on its own.
Well, why I bring this up is because, I mean, I've seen wetlands where water and fish and whatnot come in on the tide and they go back out, and this would not be anything like that.
Correct.
So my question is, when we're looking at these buffers, how serious should, I know by rules and regulations we can look at it and say, okay, it's a buffer, but how do we look at this when it's groundwater and it's not flowing water?
I think it's a consideration. You don't have species coming in and out. The tidally connected, I think, is very different than these isolated wetlands. But we still look at the health and viability of that wetland, with the assistance of Southwest Florida Water Management District, to make decisions about what would happen to that. Probably more in the context of actually filling or impacting a wetland versus the buffering. So I don't think I'm answering your question.
I don't think you're in a position of power to answer the question. That's more so, but I just wanted to point that out because when we discuss wetlands, there's a major difference between the two.
Yes.
And I just wanted to make that fact because people don't know what this wetland is versus a active one. And I do look at that very differently, so I just wanted to get your
Thank
take on it. But thank you. That's what I have.
Vice Mayor Lunt.
I'm probably going to be a little reiterative here. They're asking for a 0 setback, is that correct, from the wetland?
There's a portion, yes, right here where it's essentially, it's a 0 buffer. And that's how the original site plan was set up as
Are we
well.
talking about a 0 buffer or a 0 setback?
It's a 0 buffer.
It's a 0 buffer. So have we approved other developments with a 0 buffer to wetlands? Is that a common
This one is
approach?
the only one that really comes to mind, and this was a variance that was issued on this project when it originally was contemplated for the entire thing, but then it was only developed in
Yeah, I
one
understand
phase.
I understand the genesis. So
Yeah.
in the original, I didn't actually see the original, but in the original approval, did they also have a 0
They did.
buffer?
They
Okay,
did.
so this is just us being conforming to their original?
Correct.
Okay, but yeah, you're right in its unusuality.
It is.
I haven't seen this deployed before in this fashion. That's the only question I have.
I'm going to ask Commissioner Kulyas, do you have anything?
No, the other commissioners answered my questions.
Ms.
Thank you.
Vincent, and you may not be able to answer this, the timing on the final development plan, once approval, if approval is given this evening, versus the issue of the Duke Energy easement and the time it normally takes to do that. Is there any disconnect between the two? Do you see an issue there?
I may have to defer to the applicant on that. They have 1 year to submit for final plan development to keep everything active. I really don't know about the difficulties. I know it can be difficult to get, straight answers out of Duke Energy at times, so I'll have to defer to the applicant on that.
But the Duke, that permission that we're looking for should be in place by the time of final development plan?
If they're going to be reliant upon putting things in there and showing them on the final development plan, then yes, I think we need to have that prior to, as part of the final plan development or prior to it, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have. I'm going to ask the applicant if you've got any cross-examination of Ms. Vincent's presentation. No? Do you have any questions of Mrs. Vincent's presentation?
I don't really have any questions. I just want to add to a couple of things. Mainly,
No, just questions of Mrs. Vincent right now.
no.
Okay. Mr. Richard, you have an opportunity to question Mrs. Vincent as well, her presentation, if you have any questions regarding what she just said.
I have no questions for her.
Thank you. All right. The applicant, you can make your presentation now.
I just wanted to add in there about the wetland buffers.
His
that we were trying to go back to a certain square footage, which we have done. They haven't seen it yet, but we've made that happen. In fact, we're 27 square feet below the original 4388 that we were expected to achieve, without losing any of the structures. So there's that. There's the landscaping, I guess we're a little deficient in that Renee thinks we can achieve, and I certainly do too. So we're probably a few trees away or something like that. And then there's the gate that we have to put in there, and we'll be able to make that work, whether it's a slide gate or a up and down gate as opposed to a swing gate, to alleviate any stacking problems that we may have. So I think we're very close, and we'll get this to work without a doubt.
May I have your name and address, please?
Richard Kelly, 1740 Oak Pond Court, Oldsmar.
Or are you a contractor
Civil
or
engineer.
designer?
Civil engineer.
Okay. There's a gentleman standing behind you. Does he have an additional part of the presentation?
Yes.
Mayor, we need to do them one at a
Right.
time.
Just, let's, sir, if you can get back up to the, if you can get back up to the podium, I'm going to ask the commission whether you have any questions of this gentleman. Commissioner Carr. I've got it.
With your experience as an engineer, how many projects do you see of zero buffer lines to wetlands? Or how many have you worked with, or how often do you see
In
them?
Tarpon, I don't recall any, but in Pinellas and Hillsborough County, we've done many like that. And it's basically lies with SwiftMud. In fact, SwiftMud will allow as much buffer impact as you need as long as you can mitigate for it, whether it be creating wetland on site or they prefer even buying into a mitigation bank. So yes, we've done it, zero impact and even impacted the wetlands.
Is there any concern with flooding on this property?
Any what?
Concern with flooding on this property?
No, not at all. The units are high and dry.
Are you aware if this property is flooded before?
Well, in the current condition, yeah, it flows in the back because it's so low, but when it's fully developed, the units are much higher and everything.
The ground will be raised up?
Yeah,
and
of course, yes.
So there's no concerns with water going in the bottom level?
Not at all.
And then the ponds are all to the north of the property, am I understanding that correctly?
That's right, there's one pond to the north.
And it's going to be able to take all the stormwater fine?
Take everything, yeah.
And it's going to perk straight into the wetlands or somewhere else?
It's going to go into the wetland.
Okay.
And the wetland's holding the whole 100 years, so it doesn't come out at all.
Okay.
Between the pre and post 100.
Got it. Let me ask you another question about the parking lot or existing parking lot or proposed parking lot. Does that also include the stormwater for that too?
That's actually there's existing pavement there. We're just not going to remove that portion and restripe it for parking.
Okay.
So there's a large pond under the Florida Power or the Duke easement there that takes all that runoff now.
Got it. Thank you.
That's it. Is there any other commission comment? Question? No? Let's see, Ms. Vincent, do you have any cross-examination? Okay, Mr. Richard, do you have any cross-examination for this gentleman? I can't see.
He said no.
No, thank you. Okay, the other gentleman that had something to say, he may come forward now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is William Conrad, 5286 Poinciana Circle, Newport Richey, Florida. I was the original planner on the project. So I just basically wanted to come up and just give you a little bit of history on it, and having been there from the beginning, and just to let you know that when this project first started, it was a single project to accommodate situations that were part of the process. We decided to, and expedite the approval, we decided to break it up into 2 phases. But I think it's important to realize that this was always one development project under single ownership, unified, and consequently, when you look at this is kind of like a Solomon situation. I mean, how do you cut the baby? How do you divide the baby in half? The truth is that this project, phase 1 and phase 2, work together. And of course, from a planning point of view, in terms of the mechanism that was used originally and the mechanism that we use now from a planning point of view was really, and we thank staff because we worked very closely with them, and they made a recommendation as to what direction we should go. And of course, this is why, for instance, some of the variations that we have with the buffer and all the rest. So you have to realize some of the issues that we're dealing with now are a result of the new methodology, planning method, and approval process. So that's part of it. The other thing is that this is a project that's ongoing. I mean, obviously, we have roads that have to connect. We have a wall that has to be completed, and so a lot of the issues that we're dealing with are tied to the fact that we are still in the process of completing what is intended to be a unified project. So that's part of it. That's really kind of the history. The only thing that I wanted to add was that, if there are any questions, obviously you've met Mr. Rich Kelly, our engineer, and so if there are any additional questions, we're here basically to answer those, and basically to thank staff, and just basically state that we concur with staff's recommendation, and we concur with planning and zoning's recommendation. It's been a process of cooperation and work, and we just thank staff. But we are going to get to a first-class project that's going to be a truly a benefit to the community.
Thank you, Mr. Conrad. Commissioner, questions?
I just have a quick question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Carr.
I forgot your name, I'm sorry.
Bill.
Bill, okay.
Bill Conrad.
Mr.
Bill
Conrad.
Conrad.
So, with the existing parking lot, I didn't see anything in the landscape plan to buffer that parking lot. I think there's maybe a fence out there, something out there today. Is there any plan to do some buffering there for the parking lot?
Yeah, those are some site plan conditions that, we'll work with staff on, but that's something that we can answer if required. There was some discussion about it.
What is the reason for the additional units from the first plan to the plan today?
I think that when we were going through the process of the redesign, we saw that there were some opportunities to expand the number of units, and that's basically why we have the additional units without any encroachment into the wetland. So that was the key. We have no encroachment into the wetland.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any?
Are there any other questions from commissioners? Okay.
Renee gets to cross-examine too if she has.
Yes, I know. Renee. Mr. Richard, do you have any questions for this, for Mr. Conrad? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conrad. Okay. Mr. Richard, it's your turn.
I'd like to thank the mayor, the commission, staff, and also planning and zoning. There's been a lot of back and forth on this from the meetings I've attended, and a lot of thoughts gone into this. My reason for representing our ownership group that is there currently is we've seen the project timetables as they are current for phase one, and a lot of the things that have transpired in a course of us occupying our homes. We would like and would appreciate it if the commission would enforce and take wholeheartedly all of the additional recommendations from planning and zoning that they diligently worked on. We felt those answered a lot of our points and our concerns. All of you have brought up the very grave concerns that we have as residents as we take over the HOA going forward about our buffers, water remediation, parking. Currently the situation, those of you that have visited or have had a chance to visit, that we're proposing, 98 homes now at 2.1 cars per resident household, and we have 4 parking spaces for the community pool. So as you can see, there's a lot of, we're very congested. The second gate approval is critical, we feel, as residents, because as the case that they bring with the approach, we are gonna have the same issue with the current entrance that we're using. You can't stack more than 2 cars there. So if we're gonna send all the traffic to that one gate, it's gonna be a long line every day, especially at rush hour and going to work. We all moved to Tarpon Springs because we love the city, we love the town. There's a lot of effort made for open space. Unfortunately, when we can keep expanding this community, we keep what goes as open space. There's a lot of concerns from the residents about the easements, whether we're going to get those, and we strongly feel that those should definitely be in the final approval beforehand, as you presented this evening. Thank you for that. I really want to see that as a requirement going forward. Other than that, I just want to thank everybody for their time on this. We do have some beautiful homes. They are solid, not without issues, but they're solid, and we look forward to seeing this plan come to fruition for Phase 2, because we as Phase 1 understand we need Phase 2 financially as an HOA to stay whole and keep our costs down. So we're not against it. We were definitely for what was presented the original time up front, but now there's been some additions and some changes, road changes, and there are things due to parking and stuff that we have a lot of concerns about. So we appreciate all your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Richard. Before you leave, sir.
Yes.
Ms. Vincent, do you have any questions for Mr. Richard? Does the applicant have any questions for Mr. Richard? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Questions from the
Oh,
commission?
yes. Mr. Richard, if you can, I should have asked about the, cross-examination after the commissioner comments, questions. If y'all would like to, does anyone have any questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, thanks for being here and speaking tonight. Just want to confirm what you said. So you representing the rest of the residents in the neighborhood, concerns about parking, the entrance and exit, fully being a entrance and exit, completion of all the commitments in Phase 1 and the buffers, is that right?
Correct.
Does that summarize everything?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank
And
you.
I believe, and also the easements.
Easements.
Easement approvals.
Okay,
Those would be obviously key. They're great on paper, but if they're not ever approved, they don't exist.
sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
No, hang on. Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad that you brought up that comment about your concerns about having 100 buildings there and your concern about having just 2 exits, considering that we've had situations where we've had larger projects come before us with 2 exits. So I do want to thank you that it is a concern that you should have something like that so that there is no delay. But thank you, appreciate
No,
that.
and I do understand, and from my experience, spent 35 years in the fire service, so I do understand about access to residential homes in an emergency, so.
Mr. Richard, I have a question for you. Do you have anything else, Commissioner?
No, I'm
Eisner?
good, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Richard, just for the record, you're not objecting to continuing on with Phase 2. You're just telling us you want to make sure that the conditions that have been listed in the ordinance are satisfied at the final development plan and addressed correctly. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. We're going to go to public comments now. Are there any public comments concerning this item?
Is this Cancer Cross?
Mr. Conrad wants to say something.
Yeah, you have the right to bring him back.
Come on forward, Mr. Conrad.
Just a point of clarification. This exit will not just be an emergency. This will be an exit for the entire community to use. So, matter of fact, I think now we currently have 1 entrance and 1 exit. I think it just obviously makes a lot of sense to have 2, so you have the circulation. But so that is obviously part of the conditions, and we totally agree with the conditions. All right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conrad.
Just a clarification.
Comments?
Okay, before I begin, Ms. Marcus has volunteered to give me 2 minutes of her time. Peter Lackus, 514 Ashland Avenue. Before I get into what I was wanting to cover within your staff reports, I would like to address a couple of questions that were brought up by the commissioners. First, Commissioner Eisner tries to differentiate between wetlands. As you heard the gentleman say, the drainage will go into the wetlands. That puts pollutants, pesticides, fertilizer into the wetland that goes into the aquifer that we pump water out to drink. For Commissioner Lunt, he pointed out on this map that these Phase 1 buffers were kind of already approved. Well, if you look at the diagram closely, Phase 1 is not on the south side. It's on the east side. So all of Phase 2 is new, and they're trying to put the buffering zero line right there, and it's kind of hard to see, but you ask about setbacks, but how close is the building going to be to that retaining wall? Now, let's go over a couple of things. First, I would like to start on my notes here. Just to briefly go over a few things. Page 7 of the staff report, consistency with the comprehensive plan. The proposed development has been determined to be generally consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the city's comprehensive plan. Here we go again, that term, generally, on balance. I don't hear it saying all, so what is it not consistent with? And part of that is all these wetland buffers. So I'm going to try to go through a few of these since I have a certain lot of time. That's fine, I'm good, just leave it there. Page 1, the variance and conditional use approvals previously granted allow adjustments to the wetland district setback requirements, and as you heard, originally was under a site plan, and the whole reason this is now going through an RPD is so they can get variances included into it. Why is it everybody who comes to this board, we, the citizens and the previous boards had set up plans, comprehensive plans, LDC guidelines to follow, yet every time a developer comes, they want waivers. If you look at that diagram there, that little northeast parcel does intrude into the wetland buffer areas. And as it was mentioned, there's that new one down on the southwest corner, if you kind of hard to see, but it also intrudes on an upland buffer. Now on page 2 of the staff report, where it talks about wetland permits, it says wetland impacts have been removed. Wetland impacts have been removed, buffer impacts have been reduced and will be mitigated. I don't see where that's the case. On page 3, number 1, a waiver for the reduction of the required 50-foot wetland setback to a minimum of 0. Why are we backtracking to 0? The gentleman was asked why you needed these 3 units. You know why, we all know why. You're trying to maximize your profit. But 59 units before seemed to work. Now, when we get to the other place, there is also a statement here. On page 10. The applicant has stated that the Southwest Florida Management permit applications for this project are applicable and active, and the wetland jurisdictional line is still current and accepted. The applicant is also requesting a waiver of the city-required 50-foot waiver buffer and a waiver of portions of the 25-foot buffer required by the Southwest Florida Management District. So we didn't hear anything about them asking Southwest Florida Water Management District for waivers. Also on page 11, where it talks about the 50-foot wetland buffer, the applicant mainly cites superior alternatives, deprivation of reasonable use, and technical impracticality as reason the waiver is requested. I would dispute those findings. One, they already planned for 59 units previously, so removing 3 is not a deprivation of reasonable use. As it's been discussed by staff and of the applicant, they are willing to make changes to adjust the project. So that dispute or their reasoning that the technical impracticality as reasons the waiver is requested doesn't hold water. And as far as it being a superior alternative, I would have to argue that a superior alternative would be a project that allows more space around the wetlands such that the residents can enjoy some of that buffer and observe what nature would be remaining. I don't know if any of y'all have driven up Jasmine Road lately. Corner of Mellon and Jasmine, southeast corner, obliterated. There's not a single tree there left. Where did all those animals go? They go to the sports complex? Did they run across the street to the easement that's there? Are they in the cemetery? So we're now going to create another situation where we're cramming as many units as close as possible into as little space. I don't know if there's any other residents to talk about the traffic and the access and the other things of that nature, but this project can be redesigned to be more environmentally friendly, more traffic and transportation friendly, and hopefully more conducive to what the current residents live there's needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delakis. Are there any other public comments?
Can I respond to that, to Mr. Delakis? Yeah. In the end. Yeah, in the end, whenever all the public comments
Just,
is done.
let's wait till the end with all the public comments are done. Thank you, Mr. Trask. Are there any other public comments? Okay, IT, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to talk on this item, please raise your hand to be allowed. We will now unmute the next Zoom attendee.
We have someone.
He has one. Okay.
Yes, good evening. Can I be heard?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Mayor, and thank you, Commissioners. Robert Rockline, 755 North Lake Boulevard, just a couple lots to the east of Phase 1 of the townhomes. As always, I appreciate the recommendations and the amendments made by the city planning staff. Always welcome and very objective. Phase 1 and Phase 2 of these townhomes, plus the new subdivision on Mellon Street, is going to, likely have a somewhat compounding and synergistic effect in a very limited neighborhood with ways in and ways out to your major access roads. It's kind of compartmentalized over there in the North Lake area. Mellon Street and North Jasmine will now be the focal point for both this new volume and its frequency. And it's still a cut through, for westbound Keystone traffic to head northbound on US 19 to avoid that light. So I've made a couple of requests prior, but I think this really warrants not just a double line along Mellon Street to separate the traffic heading, back and forth, but other, road diet methods that would be applicable to both reduce the speed and increase safety for pedestrians, bicyclists, and drivers in this area. And I have no doubt that, likely individual traffic impact studies were considered for each of these three developments, but maybe they weren't assessed in their totality. And, such studies can anticipate and approximate the vehicular use and its impact and volume. Remember that they don't guarantee it, and they certainly don't cap it in any way. So they're setting the minimum standards, for presentation. So I implore both the city and these developers in this area to enable whatever safety improvements the city and traffic engineers deem necessary and commensurate with the increased growing local density to this little kind of sequestered area that my wife and I bought. And I welcome, both the residents of the townhome and the new ones to come, and hopefully we can all work together in an HOA in very civic fashion. So, no doubt they would hopefully want the same thing, safety for their friends and families coming and going on a daily basis. Thanks for the ability to comment.
All right, Mr. Rockland, thank you very much. Are there any other public comments? Remote access?
There are no other raised hands at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobs, would you like to read the email?
Yes. This is from Don Richard, 769 Grand Cypress Lane.
He's
I
already
am-
spoke.
I believe
This is
it-
from Mr. Richard?
No,
or-
I believe it's the wife, but
Okay,
I'm not positive.
that's fine. That's fine. Go ahead and read it, please.
I implore the board to take the zoning and planning recommendations and make them absolute conditions of the application. There are many things left undone with Phase 1 that need to be completed. I'm concerned with there are not being enough parking spots. It's on the diagrams, but it needs to be in writing that parking will be in the easement. The overflow parking is in the Duke Energy easement. The future HOA needs this spelled out clearly in Phase 2. As you can see from the photos I attached, we have guest parking on the street and that it is not permitted. We need more parking. We need the second entryway to not be for emergency use only. 95 units times 2 cars is about 190 cars using one entryway This will cause a lot of congestion. Phase 2 needs its own entryway. The extra 3 units are clogging up all the open space. It appears on the plans like a concrete jungle with very little open space and that it is under power lines. This is not what we bought into. The original development had open space, and this new proposal takes much away from what we brought into. And that is all we have, Mr.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Mr. Conrad, if you've got some rebuttal to the public comments that were made, if you'd like to come forward, or Mr. Lindiakis, if you'd like to come forward. Mr. Lindiakis needs to be sworn in, Mr. Trask.
He was sworn
You
in.
weren't sworn? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
He just didn't stand up.
Manuel Lindiakis. I live at 773 Anclote Landings Drive, Tarpon Springs, Florida. Like we said, we're going to put the second entrance in. It's not going to be emergency only. Mr. Delakis gets up here, he got up here at the planning and zoning and made false statements then, and he made them again, suggesting that we are encroaching in the wetlands. We are not encroaching in the wetlands. We went back with the city and took all of that out. As far as why we went to a RPD zoning instead of going with the original zoning, that was because the planning and zoning suggested it to us. There was issues that could have put us into a litigation concern because of the setbacks. So, you know, we're following their recommendations. Phase 1 was approved back in 2008, this close for us to do it when the economy fell apart. You know, thank God I didn't lose the property and I was able to hold on to it and get it approved, started in 2014. The good news is Phase 1 is going to be 100% finished in another month or two. We got 6 units we just got another 6 COs this week. The last building will be finished by the end of August, so Phase 1 will be 100% complete. All of the issues that were coming up before with regard to Phase 1 have been addressed and have been satisfied. And again, he comes up here and makes false statements, okay? And the reason we had to develop it like this is because I have a 160-foot easement to deal with this project, okay? There's a 6-acre wetland in the middle of it, okay? There's no other way to do it. If we didn't have that easement, we would have been able to spread these things out, but we couldn't. So that's why we bumped it up as close as we could to the wetland. Anybody else would have maybe came in here and tore the wetland up and went to a wetland bank. I like the wetland myself because it's something different. You got 6 acres in the middle of Tarpon right there for everybody to have, you know. So, you know, we did it because the property was the toughest property you could ever imagine building. It's in a 100-year floodplain. There's a wetland in the middle of it. You got a 160-foot easement by 900 feet that I'm going to leave open, which is going to be open space for the community. And with regard to the lady's email, she knew what she was buying into because the site plan is in the closing documents. There's a site plan there in the model center that shows how the units were, and now they want to come in here and say we're trying to stuff them up everybody's butt. Okay? I mean, I've been working on this project since 2008. Thank God I'm still alive, okay? What I've been through, you know? So I'm just asking to let us move forward, and hopefully, you know, the economy won't fall on its butt. I mean, again, and then what? It's going to sit around for another 10 years, you know? I'm ready to put the roads in. I got the demolition permits from the city. And I will say this, the building department is in pretty good shape over here. They respond, they're helpful. You know, it's not like before it was like pulling teeth to get a permit. I mean, these people are on top of it, okay? I got my demo permits. I'm starting demolition this week, and I'm just asking to let me finish this thing, and I can move on with my life, and everybody can be happy. But I really don't appreciate people like Mr. Delakis coming in here and got none of his business and telling people lies about the project, because he did it before. And I'm not going to put up with it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lindiakis. Okay, that closes the public hearing, and we're going to go to commission discussion now. Are there any comments by commissioners?
I've got one comment, Mayor. The zero setback, I do have some heartburn about. I do understand that the wetlands aren't being impacted, but the buffer itself is being impacted significantly. So I would just say that was one of my concerns with this.
And if, I'm just going to kind of be a little more casual in the dialogue, that was, that zero was also part of, at least some portions of it, as part of the original approval, if I heard correctly.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Are there any other comments?
Yeah, I have to agree with Commissioner Carr. I have heartburn anytime we get that close to a wetland. Not so concerned about the setback, but the fact that the buffer is completely right next to a wall, which is right next to a dwelling, just doesn't seem to me to be. I mean, I know that's the way it was back in 2008, but I'm not quite so concerned that we're not so a little more intelligent about wetlands right now, and that should be the way it should be in 2022. So.
Okay. I'm going to hear the commissioners, and I'm going to make a comment as well. Commissioner Eisner.
I was there, I looked at it, so I personally don't want to make a comment.
Okay. Mr. Kulyas.
Thank you, Mayor. When Phase 2 was presented to the P&Z Board on February 28th, it was denied. There was a lot of recommendations to be considered, and on page 21 of this backup, those recommendations were received. I do believe staff, and I do think our P&Z Board approved the project about 6 months later, June 20th, based on some of the Phase 1 approvals. So, you know, whether how tight the project is or not, I believe Planning and Zoning did do a good job screening everything, and I do believe staff will be able to monitor the project with some of the conditions that are required for final plan approval. So, thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Kulyas. For me, I had a lengthy conversation with the planner today, and also asked some questions before this. And there's a lot of things I didn't understand as far as why they were laid out this way, and much of it is a carryover in terms of the philosophy of how this project was created. And I think Mr. Lindiakis said 2008 is when he got started, and I heard a date of 2014 or something like that earlier, which is now 2022. And so I also had some concerns about some of the, what I would describe as loose ends, and Ms. Vincent assured me that the staff has, I wouldn't call them concerns, but they're watching this very closely as well. The two things I had concerns over, of course, was the access, and I didn't want to get into another debate over whether emergency access is counted as an access from a safety perspective or a circulation perspective. They just don't function that way. So I think that there was some reassurance by the staff tonight, and also Mr. Lindiakis, that that's going to be worked out. I'm also kind of curious to see how the Duke Energy approval is going to occur, and the amount of time it's going to take for that to happen. I know we've had some issues ourselves with the city as far as putting landscaping in to these Duke Energy easements. So I'm going to be interested in seeing whether that can be worked out by the time the final development plan comes back, and I guess we'll know. And then also I appreciate Mr. Richard's position on this. Specifically, he was not out to stop the project. He's basically wanting the conditions that the staff has created to be enforced or completed and done appropriately. So is it a perfect project? No, but it's certainly something that we're not looking at from scratch. There's already, I wouldn't say half of it built, but a good portion of it is already there, and I think that needs to be of consideration as well. That's all I have. As far as comments, does anybody else have anything? Commissioner Eisner.
Just quickly, we have all the stipulations in effect, and we do need to go ahead with this, to reduce the homeowners' dues, because if this is not done, then it all still falls on Phase 1. So as long as staff has their ducks in a row, and we seem to be having people being in agreement, there's not really any big issues, I don't really see a problem.
Okay. If there are no other comments,
Mayor, I'd just make another comment if I could.
go ahead.
I would like to see some type of buffering done with the zero setback. I don't know what that looks like. Obviously, this isn't the final site plan, so that can be done in the final site plan somehow. They've got a confident team that could figure it out, I think. I'm not going to put a number specifically on what that needs to be, but I would like to see that buffer somehow increased or something along those lines to work with city staff on that.
From 0
Yeah,
to something.
to something.
I'm kind of looking at you, Mr. Trask. Is this something we could ask Ms. Vincent an opinion on at this point?
You've closed that public hearing. I mean, if you want to open it back up, then it is subject to cross-examination by the affected party and also by the applicant.
Let me go ahead and do that. 'cause
When it
this
goes
is-
to final site plan too, that's the other thing, it's preliminary, right? So the final site plan could come back and they could come with these reasons, 2 feet, 3 feet, 0 feet, I don't know, and say this is the reason why behind
So
it.
you want to consider that as far as part of the final, and if it can't be accommodated,
Needs reasons
somebody
behind
will
it.
give you a reason for that, and that may be okay with you as well?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair enough. We'll just proceed as we are. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so that ends the commission comments. We need a motion and a second.
Motion to approve ordinance 2022-06, application 22-62, Cypress Trails of Tarpon Springs preliminary plan development -615 and 625 North Jasmine Avenue.
Is there a second?
Are you including the conditions?
Yeah, I was going to ask for conditions.
The conditions are set out in the ordinance.
There isn't any change to the conditions. They're already included in the ordinance itself.
Then I'll second that.
Okay. If there are no other comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticiotis?
Yes. What I'm going to do is take a 10-minute recess before we start this next one. I'm sure, given the number of people here, it's going to take a little while. So we're going to recess at 9:07 and reconvene at 9:17. 9:18. If we could have everyone take their seats, please.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, talk a little louder.
Nope, Mr. Licouris is not present.
The microphone wasn't picking up.
Okay. Can everyone hear me? Okay, thank you. We're going to proceed with item 9, Resolution 2022-23, Application 22-71, Cambria at the Sponge Docks. Mr. Trask, if you can read the resolution by title only, give us the procedures for the quasi-judicial process, and also swear in anyone that's going to testify this evening.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So this is resolution number 2022-23, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, approving application number 22-71, requesting conditional use approval to allow for a hotel located at the northeast and southeast corners of Roosevelt Boulevard and Hill Street in the T4A Transect Zone of the Special Area Plan, providing for findings, providing for conditions, and providing for an effective date. That was the reading of Resolution 2022-23 by title only. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding where the Board of Commissioners acts in a quasi-judicial rather than a legislative capacity. At a quasi-judicial hearing, it's not the board's function to make law, but rather to apply law that has already been established. In a quasi-judicial hearing, the board is required by law to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances in order to make a legal decision regarding the application before it. The board may only consider evidence at this hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues. If the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has met the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has failed to meet the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find against the applicant. Now, I want to swear in anyone that's going to speak tonight on this particular agenda item. And again, this is the agenda item 9, Resolution 2022-23, Application 22-71, Cambria at the Sponge Docks. Anyone that's going to speak, if you can stand up, raise your right hand and be sworn under oath.
Oh, my.
Oh, my. Big crowd. You swear that the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Trask. Ms. Cole, do you have everyone that you need here this evening? Okay, thank you. Ms. Vincent, do we have any new information in our package that was given us since this original packet was sent out last week?
So I'll call attention to two things you had, not since the package was sent out this to the Board of Commissioners. The applicant, as in response to the Planning and Zoning Board hearing, has further revised the design of the project. Everything else is the same. And we do have we did receive a more updated traffic impact study that is included in the backup. It's just a little more detail about the intersections that the Planning and Zoning Board did not see that. So I did want to make sure that you understand that.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone this evening that is an affected party that identifies themselves as if you could please come forward, give us your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Irene Rita Kutsurias, and I live at 611 Hope Street, which is on the corner of Hope and Hill.
Directly behind the property that we're talking about, or in front of the property on Hope Street.
Right.
Thank you, Ms. Kutsurias.
Right.
I consider you an affected party.
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, you're next.
My name is John Corliss, and I live next to Mrs. Kutsurias, and I live at 609 Hope Street. And I also back up to this site.
Thank you, Mr. Corliss. You're an affected party as well. Is there anyone else?
My name's Louis Sackelson, and I own the property at 615 Hope Street, and the five parcels abiding it.
On Hope Street?
All the way down to where he's building.
Okay, but is it adjacent, near the property, is that correct? Okay, I'm going to include you as an affected party too, Mr. Sackelson. Is there anyone else? Okay. This time I'd like to ask whether there was any ex parte communications on the part of the commission. Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, I met with the applicant at the Hampton Inn in Dunedin, and I had a phone conversation with them, and I sent them an email with some building design ideas that weren't used in any of the backup.
Thank you. Is there, go ahead, Mr. Kulyas.
I did
Just hold on, Commissioner Kulyas. Ms. Cole, do you have any objections of, okay. Mr. Kulyas? Excuse me, would that go the same with the affected parties, Mr. Trask, as far as objections?
Yes, they need to be.
Ms. Kutsarias, Mr. Corliss, if you could give us your statement as to whether you have any objection as to Mr. Carr continuing in this process this evening. You can shake your head no, and I'll accept that. That's fine. Thank you. Mr. Kulyas, Commissioner Kulyas, excuse me.
I did receive.
Oh, hang on.
You have one other affected party over here. I'm sorry, I didn't catch his name.
Mr. Sackelson, that goes for, okay, thank you. Commissioner Kulyas.
I did speak, I did receive a phone call from Mr. Fritz. This was just after the first planning and zoning decision. I was invited to the property. Fortunately, I had a vacation that was nearby, so I wasn't able to go and visit him, and haven't spoken to him since. And I did speak with members of the Greek Heritage Preservation, but about the project, but other than that, no one else.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else ex parte?
We just need to
Commissioner
find-
Eisner.
we need to find-
Oh, I'm sorry.
Any
Gotta go through the
objections?
drill again. Ms. Cole, do you have any, okay. Mr. Sackelson, do you have any objection to Mr. Kulyas? Ms. Kutsarias? Mr. Corliss? Thank you. Okay. We've got to do this by the book this evening. Thank you. Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you, Mayor. I also got a call from Mr. Fritz, and he wanted me to come look at the property, and I had refused. I had said that if there were other commissioners going, to call me back, and then I would possibly take a look at it. I also was at the first meeting that the merchants had at, I think it was at Dimitri's or somewhere on the water, and I just sat there, I just listened, and that was it.
Okay, thank you. Let's go through this again. Ms. Cole, Mr. Sackelson, any objection to Mr. Eisner? Ms. Kutsarias and Mr. Corliss, thank you. Vice Mayor Lunt.
I had an original reach out prior to the application being withdrawn and resubmitted. And then recently I've met with the Greek Historical Society where I listened to their concerns. I did not state mine.
Thank you. Ms. Cole, Mr. Sackelson, Ms. Kutsarias, Mr. Corliss, thank you. As far as ex parte communications for myself, I received a call from Mr. Hulis, who had been an affected party during the P&Z Commission meeting. He questioned the size of the lots and their application to determining the number of rooms. That was it. There wasn't much of a discussion. He just wanted to share that with me. Also, I think I received a phone call or text, phone calls from Mr. Fritchie, is that correct? And then I'm not sure whether it was this round or the first one before you withdrew, and I politely declined to meet with you by text message. Also, Ms. Went, I had a conversation with her, and that had to do really without any substance of the the project, the proposed project. And it was just discussing about rumors, and that's about it on that. There isn't anything more to that than that was not substantive. Also, and not pertinent to this matter as well. Also, Mr. Koulianis, who's on the P&Z board, he and I had conversation and exchanged text messages with regard to some question on the size, and Mr. Koulianis going on record with the P&Z board, although that condition was not translated through or transferred through to the conditions that were published. And that was it on that. There wasn't anything else concerning that matter. Okay, those were the four. Ms. Cole, do you have any objections? Thank you. Mr. Sakelson, Ms. Kutsarias, Mr. Corliss, thank you. Okay. Okay, let's go to Mrs. Vincent. Let's open the meeting. Ms. Vincent, your presentation, please.
Thank you. This is application 2271 for the Cambria Hotel project at the Sponge Docks. So this is the subject site is outlined, the entire property is outlined in both this dashed parcel as well as these three other parcels that are all under common ownership. The proposed project is proposed to be primarily constructed on this parcel here with parking here, and then this is an out parcel at the moment. So obviously this is at the intersection of Hill and Roosevelt Boulevard, and you have Dodecanese Boulevard, the main spine for the Sponge Docks, and Alt 19 out here. So this is a conditional use. The primary property that is actually being developed is in the T4A transect zone, and so a conditional use is required for a hotel in that property. The property contains plus or minus 1.9 acres. The land use designation on this is Community Redevelopment District, which has its own special area plan. And in this particular instance, there's a character district called the Sponge Docks Character District that lays out the basic land use entitlements and characteristics for that district. The zoning comes from our smart code plan for the same area as the special area plan. In this instance, the zoning is T5C and T4A. So I'm going to back up just a second. So on this map, the T5C is this kind of salmon orange color, and that's where hotels are permitted by right in that T5C district. The T4A is a little bit lighter district, if you will, and hotels are a conditional use here. There are also conditional uses in the SDC, which is a marine commercial district, and I believe they're also conditional on the SDB as well. So permitted here, conditional in these other districts. So the applicant is Mr. Benedict Fritsch, and the property owner is Santorini Developers. Oops, let me go back. And just a high level, the proposed, it's kind of going back and forth between 108, 106. Our staff report is predicated on 108 rooms. The proposal is 5 stories, which includes 4 habitable stories over 1 story of parking, and that accommodates the base flood elevation requirements. So this is just the conceptual kind of base site plan at this point. So you see the blue shade is the actual building footprint. You have parking underneath. You have a drive access, kind of portico, if you will, and drop-off area here. You have additional parking on the site. This is just a roughly sketched-in pool area. Parking on this smaller out parcel. There's a platted alley here. The alley, in the fullness of time, may need to be vacated, or because you have a parking space that's sitting in it. But if you just wanted to adjust this parking so that that's not impacted, it could maintain the public access without it having to vacate the alley. And then the bulk of the parking is also proposed on the parcel on the other side of Hill Street. You see in these dashed lines, those are indicating areas where stormwater retention is proposed to be vaulted. I will definitely have to defer to the engineer of record for an explanation of that process, and it will get evaluated more fully if it goes forward during the site plan review process. So just, and again, just to note, so this is the ground floor footprint. Presumably, it would largely be duplicated on the upper floors. So these are the conceptual elevations, and these have been revised since this went to the Planning and Zoning Board. So the applicant has continually been working toward a design, and he's received a lot of input, both casually through the Merchants Association meetings, through the Greektown Association representatives, as well as through the Planning and Zoning Board process. So this is the latest iteration that responds to what they most recently heard from the Planning and Zoning Board. And so I'm just going to flip through these. I know the applicant will probably talk about them more in depth, but this would be the elevation looking along the Roosevelt Boulevard frontage, and then just additional perspectives of the property. So this is now the back side of the project, if you will. They've added some panels to the ends of the building that could accommodate public art. I don't know that this is actually intended to be what they would put there. I think it's just a representation to show that artwork could go there. So the back of the building, as you can see, does not have the balconies, but they have articulated, the building and provided some additional characterization with the parapets to break up that kind of the facade of the building. So again, here, they've added, the balconies to provide relief. They've staggered the balconies somewhat, and again, I'll rely on their architect to kind of talk through more about the design. You also have a buffer wall, if you will. This is rusticated block, so this is required, since you have parking at ground level back here to buffer those elements. So at a high level, your conditional use review criteria that need to be evaluated with this particular application are conformance with the Land Development Code. In this instance, or it's really conformance with the SMART code, and any cross-referenced areas of the Land Development Code that need to be taken into consideration. Is the proposed use appropriate to the property in question and compatible with the area? And really compatibility, I think, is probably the biggest discussion point for the purposes of this evening. Is the use consistent with the comprehensive plan? Will the use adversely impact historical or environmental resources? Will it adversely affect adjoining property values? Will it adversely impact the city's ability to provide public facilities? And the use shall provide for efficient and orderly development. So we'll unpack these a little bit. So a little background on the special area plan itself. We talk about it. We talk about the SMART code. So just a little history. The special area plan and the SMART code was adopted in 2011, and it went through about a 2-year process to actually get drafted and adopted, and then it eventually implemented. And so it divided this was the study area, this is the area where the SMART code and the special area plan apply. And so we have character districts, Sponge Docks Character District, Municipal Gateway, Uptown, Downtown Gateway, so I won't go through all of them. But each one was recognized as a unique area and has its own kind of set of characteristics that we need to be mindful of when we're evaluating development. So the intent of that Sponge Docks Character District is to continue to support the working waterfront and tourist trade. An applicable objective here, that for this project, provide tourist accommodations within walking distance to tourist destinations in the Sponge Docks. And throughout this district, the Sponge Docks Character District, there were incentives built in to attract a hotel. And the discussion at that point in time of, when I'm firing up the Wayback Machine on my memory here, was, they recognized the importance of having a hotel. And so a lot of incentives were put in place to do that. And then you get some more finesse of that as you go into the SMART code. So the overall incentives that were set up was to allow a hotel to be 4 to 6 stories, a floor area ratio of 2.0, and lodging at 60 units to the acre. So, this 2.0 FAR is quite a bit more allowance of just building square footage than would elsewhere be allowed, in any character district. The height, is definitely higher than would be allowed for a standard project, which would really be capped around 3 stories. In the lodging units, in our standard code, you're at 30 to 35 units to the acre. For the SMART code, it was established at 60. So there were definitely some incentives put in place to try to attract a hotel. So just some general information on the height. As we said, it's 5 stories proposed, 4 habitable stories over parking. At the peak of this facade here is 65 feet. The peak to this facade is 60. The peak to the roof deck is 56 feet. So that's kind of gone up and down a little bit as the different iterations have come through. Just by way of comparison, and we added this just for reference. The maximum allowable height at 5 stories. The SMART code does define what's the maximum allowable height per story. So when you add those together, you would come up with a theoretical 81 feet. So the point of this is to show is that it is coming in somewhat lower than what could be allowed for a 5-story building. Some of the additional considerations with height, this property used to be in the WD1 district, and there's some additional WD1 zoning in the area. That would allow a hotel at 50 feet. And out on US 19, the code was recently amended to allow hotels up to 70 feet. And I think that was really just in response to, it's just for hotels, especially on 19, you need that kind of height in order to make them viable. Some additional height considerations. You do have a considerable change in elevation on this property. So, your high point is maybe, is 9-10 feet, and then it drops off to around 3 feet down toward Roosevelt Boulevard. So that is an issue that has to be dealt with, and it does affect the property. And then these are just, kind of pictures to kind of show. You can see the property, slopes up as you go up Hill Street. And then these were some aerial photographs that we took with the drone to just kind of show the comparison of the area. Again, you can kind of see that slope on the property, Turtle Cove Marina in the background. These are 3-story townhomes back here, but they're popped up because they're on a hill. So, that's really why you're seeing those. The former Greek Hall, and again, Turtle Cove. So this is just to give you some context with the surrounding area and how this might, how it might affect the area. I've already talked a little bit about this. So Turtle Cove is 45 to 50 feet. The former Greek Hall is around 35 feet. We measured Tarpon Tower at 70 feet. I thought it was higher than that, but that's what the photogrammetrics showed on the property appraiser site, so that's what we're going with. So SMART code considerations. The SMART code really looks at building orientation, how, access to the property, and, it really does require, any building, not just a hotel, to really be, it emphasizes pulling toward the street, providing good, viable access for pedestrians into the project. It requires parking really to the rear and to be screened. This will have to be, fully screened under the SMART code. And what it considers the layer, if you will, would be the first layer. It requires parking to be tucked behind that. In this instance, that might be counterproductive because now we end up with parking that's shoved out here in this open area. through the design process, if it goes forward, we would suggest working with relaxing that standard so all this parking can be pulled back underneath of the building and take a better advantage of this space. So comprehensive plan considerations, as I said, the property has a designation of community redevelopment district. So it does refer back to that special area plan for its overall general use and allowances. There are some additional goals, objectives, and policies in the future land use element that are relative to this for consideration. Goal 1, just protect the cultural heritage, historic resources, tourist economy, and environmental setting of Tarpon Springs. Objective 1.2, encourage redevelopment and renewal of the city's designated community redevelopment area and promote the Sponge Docks tourist area. Policy 3.4.2, prohibit development proposals which promote the proliferation of urban sprawl. Urban sprawl shall be contained through the use of infill development of vacant properties, compact growth contiguous to existing developed area, and provision of public services. We'll continue to read all of that word for word. And then goal 7, promote development of temporary lodging facilities within the city to serve the growing tourist industry within the city of Tarpon Springs. So we think all of those are relevant considerations to your decision process. A little bit about the Greektown area considerations. So the Greektown district, cultural district, which is this outlined here on the map, and this was submitted directly for consideration as a national register historic district, cultural district, without being adopted locally or brought in front of the Board of Commissioners for any kind of consideration. So it was submitted, it's been recognized, and it is deemed a national registered district. But it's not locally adopted. And this was done in 2014. But it recognizes a cultural history. It does not define any type of design guidelines, but it is reliant upon the residential, commercial, and marine-related development, historical development, and it seeks to preserve that sense of culture and community of the district. These are the original designs that were presented to the Planning and Zoning Board. Then there was a second iteration, design option 2. And I'm just kind of providing these for reference to show how the project has kind of evolved, and really in response to the feedback that's come through Planning and Zoning Board, the public, as well as the Greektown organization. I don't know their formal name. I'm drawing a blank. And so some of the elements that speak to that Greektown area, they have the use of the rusticated block along the buffering wall. Stucco and masonry is used throughout the district. The brick elements, again, is a prominent construction material on the culturally significant buildings in the Sponge Docks area. They've integrated, the arches, common with Greek architecture, and then they've altered the roof line and the parapet designs to reflect, again, there's different types of buildings, and to try to break up the facade and the appearance of this as like multiple building types. Environmental considerations, this is in an AE flood zone. It will have to meet applicable FEMA construction standards for elevation and floodproofing. It is in the coastal high hazard area. This blue area this is all coastal high hazard area property. So up here on the hill, you're still high and dry, but all of this is coastal high hazard area. And just a little bit about the surrounding area. So you generally have parking on 3 sides of this property, and then you also have, importantly, these 3 residential properties directly adjacent to the site. You have Turtle Cove Marina adjacent down here, and then again, this is just the general context of the Sponge Docks. And then this is the former Kokoris Park property. Just a little bit on the expectations or the findings of the traffic impact analysis. Total daily trips, 863, PM peak hour 50, PM peak 64, AM peak 50. There was no analysis done to look at because of its location, would you actually see a bit of a decrease in trip capture, people walking to those things instead of driving in and out? The ITE trip generation doesn't make a lot of distinction, so it looks at, a lot of these are properties that are on highways and hotels, and so they have very different trip generation, but that's what we have to use for the analysis, so I'm sure Mr. Pergolesi can speak more to that. Just some general economic development impacts. These were provided from our economic development manager. Expected annual tax revenue, roughly $40,000. Pinellas County property appraiser market value, 7.1 to 7.8 million. There was a 2016 economic impact study that indicates that the city does attract 1.1 million visitors annually. Most of those are by and large day visitors, so we would expect that a new hotel in the tourist area would increase that overnight visitor stay and have a direct impact on shops and restaurants and tourist attractions. So circling back to the review criteria, so if it goes through this evening with the conditional use, the applicant will have to submit for site plan approval. So the preliminary review of the concept plans was just to identify any real conflicts, and we don't really, there's some things with the SMART code, but they are very adjustable by waivers if necessary, and those really would be just to improve the design. The proposed use is appropriate to the property in question and compatible. So this site is a mixed-use area. It consists of retail, restaurants, marine-related, industrial, as well as residential. It's in the Sponge Docks Character District, which does encourage development of lodging facilities to accommodate tourists. We find that the use is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the Special Character District. Regarding the impacts on historical or environmental resources, it's not recognized as an environmentally sensitive site. There's no wetlands and things of that nature on the site. It is located within that nationally recognized Greektown historic area. And so this particular conditional use criteria is really, it's an interesting debate. The Character District and the Sponge Docks area plan and everything was developed in 2011. This Greektown district designation came in 2014. So balancing those two things, can be challenging in this, for this particular project. Regarding adjoining property values, most of the area is commercial uses and parking that are directly adjacent. However, the 3 single-family residences, one of which is homesteaded, those could definitely be impacted by the proposed hotel in terms of their property values being affected. We're not concerned about the city's ability to serve this with public facilities at the high level. Water and sewer capacity is available for a project of this size. What needs to be evaluated further with the site plan would be the network itself. Do we need to upsize pipes? Is there downstream impacts, lift station requirements and things of that nature? So that would all be part of the site plan review. But at a high level, we have capacity to serve the project. And regarding orderly and efficient development, this is an infill development of a vacant parcel, and it does comply with the SMART code and then the special area plan, which focuses on infill development. So we do recognize, and I say we as a staff, that this is a project of significance, and really, while the SMART code's been in place since 2011, it hasn't really been tested with a project like this. And so, in that, recognizing that, staff is in a position of where we really want to be able to provide as much information as we can so that you can make a decision, but to, and leave it to the recommending board and you as to where this project goes. So we are electing to not make a formal recommendation on this. We think it's a better way to go with this particular project. There are some conditions of approval that we do recommend if the project goes forward. Number one is an evacuation plan in the event of a hurricane shall be provided at the time of site plan approval. Future development of the out parcel at the northwest corner of Roosevelt Boulevard and Hill Street must account for the hotel density. So, and I didn't talk too much about that, but the development of the project is predicated on using the available hotel density for all the parcels as a unified plan. So that is important to note. A traffic study and transportation management plan must be submitted with the application for site plan approval. A site plan must be approved within 1 year of conditional use approval. That's a standard condition. So the Planning and Zoning Board reviewed this on June 20th at their regular meeting. They did recommend approval. Just a little bit on how that proceeding went. There was an initial recommendation to approve that had, I believe, 4 conditions, and that motion failed. And so then there was an additional discussion and some additional conditions were added, and ultimately that was recommended for approval by unanimous vote. So the additional conditions that the Planning and Zoning Board recommended be added to the resolution was, so one would be to investigate the use of the northwest out parcel for use of stormwater overflow for Roosevelt Boulevard, investigate the northwest out parcel for use as public parking, consider building a barrier on the east property line to protect residents from sound and view, record a restrictive covenant so the out parcel may not be developed or sold and that the building is not allowed to change use from a hotel. The concern there was that if the hotel would start to fail, that it could be, there may be an attempt to retool it into a residential product. So they wanted to make sure that did not happen. Limit the number of floors to 4. I'll state that the intent of that was 3 floors over 1 story of parking. So 4 stories total, not 5 as presented. The design shall be consistent with the cultural heritage and integrity of Tarpon Springs, and no restaurant other than continental-style food. So there were 3 members of the public who spoke in favor. There were 13 who spoke in opposition. So I have a whole bank of supplemental slides that I'm not going to go through. If we need to reference them during the course of discussion tonight, I can pull them up. But with that, I'll stop and answer any questions that I can of the board.
Before we go to that, Ms. Vincent, I know Ms. Lemons is there. Is she planning on making a presentation as well?
She says no.
All right, let's go to commission questions. Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Renee, for the details. This is obviously a significant amount of details for conditional use, so I appreciate that. When you talked about some of the parking that got pushed back, there's no issue with waivers in the smart code, or what were we talking about?
No, they're justifiable waivers.
Okay. And then this abuts to the property that is permitted for hotels, right?
It does. Let me get back to the map, and just something we can talk around. That would have to be all the way at the beginning. Okay, so yes, so the project site is on these parcels here. These parcels, which are part of the overall ownership, under common ownership, hotels would be permitted by right on those parcels.
And they're going to be using intensity from the sites?
Exactly. So they do have to use the available hotel density from these properties combined with this in order for their project as proposed to work.
Okay, and then tonight we're here to decide if we want to issue a conditional use for a hotel on the T4A zoning area, not the site, not the design or anything along those lines, right?
I mean, you have concept plans and you have architectural elevations, so I mean, I I would expect the board to want to, I think the intent is that they would substantially comply with that or whatever you come up with as additional conditions, but it's not approve this and then go redesign the project and come back with something that looks completely different. That would not be acceptable.
Okay, from the height standpoint, I just want to make sure I understand correctly. Turtle Cove said somewhere between 40 and 50 feet. Did someone measure that?
We were going back through the old files on that. We did not physically measure it. From the old site plan files, we had one reference to 45, and then another piece was at 50.
Okay, in the old Greek Hall, when it says 35 feet from the site, I forget what the words that were used. Is it 35 feet from where the hotel would sit at base level, or is it 35 feet?
No, it's 35 feet from what we would consider like adjacent grade, so from the close to the building itself.
Okay.
Yeah, and we use the tool on the property appraiser's website to measure that.
And then how many feet a grade difference was there? Do you remember?
Roughly 6 from the highest to the lowest point of the property.
Okay, so that could put it at 41 feet or so. I don't know where it's going to land from the development side, if they're going to raise it up a lot or not, but if you're looking at the height of the old Greek Hall to the height of a building next to it, it almost could be even if it's 41 feet or so. Am I understanding that correctly? 6 plus 35?
635. Yeah, it's still going to be a little higher, but it's.
I mean, the way it's done today, I understand it's going to be higher, yes.
Yeah, and I may have to defer that really to the.
Okay. I just want to make sure I understand from what you was provided in the backup what the equivalents. I do not have, let me touch base on the impact with the historical resources.
Sure.
You touched on that a little bit. I'm missing how, like, the impact of historical resources, how did staff interpret that as an impact, other than it being in a district that's recognized as a historical area?
Honestly, that's a difficult one for us as staff because, the SMART code was put in place prior. The Greektown Historic District came later. It's not recognized by any adoption locally as a district. It's up there with, the National Park Service and recognized as a district. So we just want to be mindful that it does exist. It is based on the culture of the area, and recognize that, at least for some individuals, this hotel may not be viewed as, supporting that district. So I don't really know how to.
But it doesn't mean that a new hotel couldn't, or a new building couldn't support a district,
Absolutely,
right?
absolutely.
Okay. I just want to make sure I understand
I think
that.
it's about, scale and impact.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Eisner?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to do this from the bottom up. So in order to get a level playing field, we would have to put about a 7 to 10 foot fill underneath this, because
Is that a question?
You want me to make it into a question?
Has to be a
Yes,
question.
that would be a question.
So you're asking me if they're going to elevate this with 7 feet of, or some kind of fill?
Correct.
So they're elevating the building itself and parking underneath. I will have to defer to their engineer to give you a better answer of how much fill they may actually have to bring into the property. Is that?
Okay. One of the things you spoke about, this economic development, you do realize that's a 6-year-old report that is there.
Fair enough.
Okay.
I
I guess you'd want me to turn that into a question as well.
This part, it's very critical that we stick with questions.
Okay.
I may say
So-
comments, but that's a mistake on my part, is questions.
I hear you. Why did we use the Tarpon Tower as a significant for the height?
we were just trying to provide references for structures in the community as a visual viewpoint for people to be able to visualize, nothing more, nothing less.
But you do realize the question is going to be, when you put something in there like that, it makes it a little bit misleading because you can't see it from where this is any which way. I understand why you did the Greek Hall and the Turtle Marine because it's there. So my question is, again, why is it there? Why didn't we bring in the Empire State Building? I don't mean that to be funny. I mean, we didn't see that either. So I just don't understand why it's there.
I mean, people know Tarpon Tower. They see it when they drive around. Again, it's just, what we struggled with was, it would be great if we could go out and put something on the property, a balloon, and fly it, do like a balloon test at the height, but we didn't have the ability to do that and be able to provide that information. So at least to provide a reference for the public as to, you know, if that's 70 feet, okay, this might be 10 feet less than that. So it was just purely to provide some visual reference. You know, we could have called out the hospital as well, but we didn't, so.
So the HB district that you mentioned that was changed in 2019 was 70 feet, but that's only on 19, correct?
Yes, sir.
So again, why are we discussing that when this is not at 19?
We're just providing context for how hotels are treated elsewhere in the city. Nothing, that's it.
You have also, this used to be a WDI, correct?
WD1, yes.
WD1. Would you explain what that is?
So the WD1 district is a zoning district that was in place for most of the sponge docks since the 1990s, and it is a waterfront development district. It's mixed use. It recognizes commercial uses, waterfront marine type of uses. And we still have a smattering of properties that still carry that designation. So it's a working waterfront and tourist district designation.
So why did they change it to a Transit 5 and 4?
So when the special area, that was all part of that special area plan development, and those districts were created as part of the SMART code. And they did supplant the WD1 and the other districts that were in the area, but there's also there's a transition there of recognizing those districts and making sure that we didn't non-conform anything. But those districts didn't have the same type of form-based regulations about how buildings address the street and where the parking can be located and things of that nature. It was more wide open. So the SMART code is a form-based code with the intent to better regulate the type of development that comes at the end of the pipeline. I don't know if that answered your question.
Not 100%, but I'm willing to listen. You quickly jumped over the Transit 4, so I wanted you to explain what the height is for a Transit 4.
So absent the hotel, the height for the T4 district is it, can you look it up real quick? I want to say it's 3 stories. I think I'm going off of memory right now, but it's 3 stories.
You would be correct. Why I'm asking you this is because we've spoken about the WD1, we've spoken about the Transit 5, but this is being built on Transit 4.
Yes.
So I'm not understanding why we had all these other numbers in here.
So
it just makes for confusion.
So we're trying to provide the context for the area. The T4A, while it just like the T5C has a height limit of 3 stories as well, but within the entire Sponge Docks Character District, which this is in, there's a specific allowance by conditional use for, not by conditional use, it says hotels can be 4 to 6 stories. The conditional use piece is the way it's laid out in the use tables. It's not permitted by right on the T4A. It is a conditional use. And that was put in place to ensure that impacts can be evaluated. And so that's why it's not permitted by right. It is permitted by right in all the salmon, color. 4 to 6 stories hotel by right is permitted in that area. Here it's conditional because you're creeping out of the main part of the Sponge Docks.
I agree. I understand that. It's very interesting that that we went from a zoning area of WD1 which was a former 50-foot to a, now this you're saying is 56 feet. And it's in a T4 area. So my question to you is, how do you justify that?
I'm not
How
understanding
do
the
you
question.
justify acceptance of that, of something so tall, of 65 feet?
Because it's called out specifically in the Sponge Docks special area plan for hotels that 4 to 6 stories is appropriate.
At the T4 or at the T5?
Through the entire, let me get the better reference map for you, if we have it here. Let's go back. No, it's not there. I have a map, hold on. So, okay, these are the character districts. This is the Sponge Docks character district outlined, the yellow area outlined in the black. And in that district, in the special area plan, it specifies a hotel is permitted to be 4 to 6 stories anywhere in that district. Now, stepping down to the actual SMART code, which is the more land development regulations for the area, you step into, if we have it here or not, no, we don't. You step into the transect zones, which are finer grained. So the issue of the height in the T4A, it becomes a condition, or becomes a discussion point due to compatibility. But as far as the character districts is concerned, that was put out, in that district, that a hotel, is allowed 4 to 6 stories. So, but you do have the conditional use provision, so you have the ability to judge that and determine if you think it's compatible with the area or not.
It's a little confusing, so I'm trying to ask, are we to follow the special area plan, or are we to follow the Transit 4?
You have both as reference documents. Think of the special area plan and the character district as like the land use, because that's part of the comprehensive plan. The special area plan is adopted as part of that community redevelopment district designation. So that had to go to the state. It went to Forward Pinellas and everything. The SMART code is more like your land development code that has the more details of building setbacks and where parking and design considerations. So, and more detail of use. So, I think it was very purposeful the way that it was set up. There was a recognition when the whole special area plan was being developed that a hotel was needed. And so I think that's exactly why you see the entire Sponge Docks character district with those incentives in it, if you will, 60 units, per acre, 4 to 6 stories throughout that district. But the SMART code itself recognizes, even within that, you've got some sensitivities that need to be evaluated. And that T4A is more outside the district, so it's a conditional use. Similarly with the areas that were the SDC, that Special Marine District, the SMART code, the special area plan recognizes the importance of maintaining the working waterfront. You don't necessarily want a hotel to displace something that is, a marine working waterfront area. So that's why they're conditional in those areas as well. So the conditional use process is exactly what, that's why it's set up the way it is, so that you can have these conversations. That's why it's not permitted by right in those areas.
I'm good. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Lunt, do you have any questions?
I have a few. Just to carry this, just to carry this current conversation on a little bit. In the T5
Yes.
zone, we're talking about zoning regulations, and then we're talking about a conditional use for T4A. Is that T4A? Am I correct on that? Yeah, T4A. So they're very similar transacts, and it seems to me that we're once again confusing ourselves or facing ourselves with zoning changes by conditional use. So we're basically changing a T4A zone into a T5C zone. I mean, basically, if you look at the differences, by allowing this hotel in there, we've changed the character of this zone so that more accurately reflects T5C than T4A. Would you agree with that, or no?
No, I think that's the decision point. You know, it's conditional. It is a conditional use in that district. It is reliant upon, you know, density off of the stuff that's in the T5C as well. So, you know, this is exactly why it is conditional.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to
No,
make
I
life difficult
understand.
for you.
No, that's why it is a conditional use.
Okay, I'm trying to explain the process so that the other commissioners and the public actually hears this. So hotels were specifically left out of the T4A transit zone. Were you part of the smart code development here?
I was.
Was not the decision made when that transit zone was defined, was to leave hotels out of that? For
No,
a
it didn't
specific
leave them
reason?
out. It made them a conditional use.
Well, no, it
They're
made them a
specifically
conditional
listed
use
as
because of the special area plan made them a conditional use.
No. The transect zone, the T4A transect zone, if you look at the list of permitted and conditional uses,
Yeah, I have it in front of me.
that hotels are a conditional use.
Actually, hotels aren't mentioned at all. Lodging is mentioned.
Oh, I'm sorry, lodging. No, do you have the character district? Do you have actually T4A?
I have the actual T4A code summary in front of me.
Okay, yeah, lodging, but underneath of lodging, it has hotel, it has inn, and it has another classification. And
Anyway, my
they're
point
conditional
was,
uses.
we're again trying to do zoning by condition, and that's my perspective anyway. So to continue on, I'd like to get maybe a little bit back to the Planning and Zoning Board's recommendations. They made 7 of them.
Yes.
1 was investigate, 2 was investigate, 3 was consider, and 7 was something I'm not even quite sure what that is. But investigate, and consider to me don't sound like conditions. They're kind of arbitrary. It's like I could consider building a barrier. It's all, okay, I've considered it, no thanks. That's not a condition. I'm not even quite sure what that is, but it's not what I would consider a conditional response to anything. And I'm still not quite sure how we can tell a restaurant what kind of food it can serve. I mean,
Is there a question in any of this, sir?
I'm rambling there. So, all right. So, more specifically, then, there was traffic management studies done. There's no level of service done for the adjacent roads. Is that correct?
The impact study that we've received indicates that it will not degrade the level of service on Alt 19, nor will it degrade the level of service unacceptably on the intersection itself.
Yeah, I understand. So it just specifically actually focused on that particular intersection as far as traffic. The supporting roads around the Roosevelt, Hope Street, bear with me, what's the one that's south of that? Anyway, there's no level of service requirements on these roads at all. We don't know if they're going to be able to handle traffic. We don't know how much traffic that's going to be on there. Is that correct?
Yeah, those roads are not evaluated. That's why there is a condition that staff had recommended if it goes forward to have an additional level of traffic input. They've done what is required by code.
I understand that.
So what we are recommending exactly that, something that takes a broader look at the local roads and the effects.
Can we put that in as a condition?
It
on
is,
this?
yes, it is.
It is on, okay.
It says a
didn't
traffic study and
specifically-
transportation management plan must be submitted with the application for site plan
Yeah,
approval.
it just
So
wasn't
we're looking for
specific
something a
as
little
to which
broader.
streets they were going to look at. My concern would be that several areas of Hope are in a detrimental condition right now. Some of the entrance on Hill Street is not so great, you know, that sort of thing.
Sure.
It's needs upkeep, especially if we're going to be seeing more traffic. And it's good to indicate that the traffic study that was done on Tuesday in the off-season. So you have to take that
Traffic
into-
studies account for peak season. They have to account for that,
I'm
so.
familiar with the way they do
I'll-
traffic
I'll
studies, and I'm
Defer to Mr.
it's better
Pergolesi
than-
on that.
and more detailed than most traffic studies I've seen. So I'm pleased with that. I wish they had done the adjacent area. I wish that it didn't happen on a Tuesday and it
Understand.
wasn't off-season, but that's, you know, is what it is. Okay, so I'm going to sort of take off where Mike left as well. There is, you said 6, I sort of loosely calculated 5 feet of difference between the lower height of the...
Elevation of the property?
Of the property, the lower elevation of the property and the higher elevation of the property, which is, you know, somewhere around 8 or 9 feet or so. That to me means that we have to level this building out somehow. It's got to be done either by excavation or it's going to be done by fill. Has there been any indication of how they're going to accomplish that? I mean, we're talking 6 feet. That's significant.
Vice Mayor Lund, end your sentence with, "Is that right?" Turn your statement into a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I want to be fair. I've been
Got
picking
yelled
on
at,
Commissioner Eisner. I need to pick on you too, so.
I would defer.
Have they
again, it's a s-
determined whether they're going to excavate or fill to get to BFE?
And that is a site plan issue that would come back, but I would ask you to ask that question of their engineer who is here.
All right. Thank you. So I'm looking at this and I'm going, do you have any ideas, have there been any sort of impact study on how this is going to affect the adjacent residential properties that are directly adjacent to those properties? There's 3 homes there.
Impact, as in terms of property value?
Well, in terms of environment, for one thing, I mean, if my house is on the adjacent east side of that and somebody builds a 50 or 60-foot building there, I'm going to lose any sort of western view, any sort of sun, any sort of anything, and I'm going to have this tower looking down on me that can't be blocked. So has there been any sort of study done on that?
No.
Will there be any sort of study done on that?
I mean, not to be callous, but view shed is not protected anywhere in any of our codes. Again, that's something that can be, you know, requested as part of the site plan review process.
Okay, further to site plan review process then, we talked about roads and the fact that they were going to do a traffic management study. We talk about impact of public services. Are roads not considered a public service?
Sure.
Have we not done a study on what the impact on those roads and the upkeep of those roads are going to be as far as the cost to the city?
Not
Additional
yet.
traffic? Should we be doing that?
You're asking, in my opinion, you're asking site plan related questions.
I'm sorry, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. That's it, I have no more questions.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Vice Mayor Lund. Commissioner Kulyas.
Thank you, Mayor. Renee, when was the special area plan created?
It was adopted in 2011. It was developed over about a 2-year period prior to that.
And the SMART code is different from our special area plan?
Think of the SMART code as like, that's your zoning regulations, if you will. The special area plan is more like your comp plan, so it's a little broader. But they work together. They were adopted at the same time.
So thank you, they were
Yes.
adopted at the same time. When was the Sponge Docks designated as a nationally historic area?
The Greektown Historic District was, that was recognized by the National Park Service in 2014. That's when it was submitted to the National Park Service for consideration.
Okay. And why do you think, why wasn't there any building guidelines put in place once the Greektown Historic Area was nationally recognized?
It hasn't been brought through any sort of an approval process with the city. I mean, candidly, at the point in time that that was being considered, we weren't aware of a lot of support for, because you're talking about another layer of regulation like our recognized historic district goes through. So any property owner, if they wanted to change an exterior appearance or build, would have another layer of regulation. So at that point in time, there didn't seem to be a lot of support for that. So it was never brought through a formal process or requested to be a formal district by the city.
Okay, and the traffic study, we saw the numbers for the AM and PM peak. That was performed by the applicant and not our city staff?
Correct.
Okay, I want to, if you can go to page 2 of the backup material that pretty much shows the different zones in that Sponge Docks area that we're
This one
referring
right
to. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So the T4A area is a conditional use like we talked about to build a hotel. If this is approved tonight with the structure being built in that T4A area, what gives more or less right for those residents, as in the Kutsarias or Corliss family, from being able to sell to a developer and want to build a hotel the same thing? Because we've now infringed into that zone, so I just wanted your opinion.
So I think, so what you're asking is it basically is it setting like a precedent for the rest of the area that could go that direction? I mean, they would always have the ability to request that. And so, can you make an argument that, well, if you approve one here, why wouldn't you approve one here? I think that's maybe what you're getting at.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, I think I think there's some consideration for that. I mean, if you, at that point, we probably would want to look at this entire district. Is this really T4A? At that point, so I think it is a consideration. All this was WD1A, WD1 in the past. It was carved out and made the T4A instead of the rest of this was WD1 as well, to kind of recognize, the sensitivities of that area and that residential. So, but I mean, would it set a precedent? I mean, I think every application's got to stand on its own merit, but you certainly are encroaching into the area at that point with a hotel, so it could impact that property and make it more marketable as a hotel for another hotel.
Okay, now, if the applicant was solely to build on those 2 properties that's in the T5C area, their hotel application would be more permitted by right than this conditional use, correct?
So if they were going to build on these 2 properties, which are in the T5C district, so the hotels there are permitted by right. Now, they would be limited, you'd have, if you took this out, the T4A property out of play, cumulatively with those 2 properties, you'd be at maybe 50 units. So it would be a smaller hotel, but it would be permitted by right, and 4 to 6 stories would be allowed.
Okay. And the area, the SDC area, this zone allows for a 35-foot maximum front setback and up to 2 stories in height, except for hotels allowed by 4 to 6 stories. That is by conditional use, correct?
The hotels are conditional use in that district as well. Okay. So again, it is and I understand the frustration with this. You've got a character district that says hotels are permitted to have 4 to 6 stories, but then we have a conditional use provision that says in these districts, it's still a conditional use. So is that 4 to 6 stories really permitted, or is it's part of the conditional use? So you have to look at that compatibility and is it appropriate for the area? So did that muddy it up?
No.
Okay.
I think it's right now that The SDC area, that's, or no, the SDB area, that's the one.
SDB.
Is that also another area with, if an application for a hotel would be another conditional use?
I was gonna look that up and I haven't looked it up. Can you look that up real quick? Do you have it? All right, SDB. So in that district, in the SDB, along this waterfront area here, hotels are not permitted at all. Lodging is not permitted, no lodging is permitted in this strip along here.
Okay. And page 16.
All right. Are we in the presentation?
Yes, it would be the line graph that shows the height and elevation.
Okay, let's see. This one?
It's page 16 of the backup.
That's
The considerations to height.
that's the topography.
Say that again?
The ground elevation change?
Oh, gotcha. This one.
Yes, ma'am. Now, you see that 3-foot
Mm-hmm.
line, would the start of that building start from right about there going up 65 feet? Or would it be pretty much where Hope Street starts?
It's the same question we've all asked.
No, the building footprint is generally in this area here where the elevations range from 3 to 8 feet. I don't have this overlaid with the actual layout, but is that,
Sure.
yes, generally this area here.
And actually, we answered that question already. On page 33, and I know you stressed it already, but you also said staff recognizes the significance and impact of this potential project upon the future of the sponge docks. What do you mean by that? And what is staff's, opinion on this, the significance of this impact?
And I alluded to this earlier when we were talking about it. The SMART code in the special area plan was adopted in 2014. We were still coming off of recession. There was, you didn't have at times the level of activity that we have today on the docks. But there was a general recognition that, a hotel was important to attract. But this code is not tested in this respect. We haven't had a hotel project with this, under this code, come through for consideration by the board. And then given the fact that it's also in a conditional use area, you have the Greektown considerations. We felt like that it was better for staff to be in an advisory capacity of making sure that you have the information. We've analyzed, the things that have to be analyzed, but we felt it was important to, in this instance, to not make a recommendation and try to be as much of as a facilitator as we can versus a recommending entity in this instance.
Thank you, Renee. And I guess on page 34, there's a question that I'll just defer to the applicant.
Okay.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Mayor.
Okay, Commissioner Kunas. Commissioner Eisner, I'm going to go back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if you have the answer to this or not, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Do we need to, since it's a quasi-judicial hearing, have on this review criteria all of these conditions met? Or do we have to have some of them met?
They need to be reviewed. Or do all of them need to be met? I would say that you would need to have a positive finding that yes, that they have been met in order to issue a conditional use. It is a quasi-judicial process.
Would you be able to explain to me, number 5, I can go through them all, but I'll just do number 5. The use will not adversely affect adjoining property values. The site is generally, and this is your this is the response, so I'm going to ask the question to explain. The site is generally surrounded by commercial uses and parking. There are 3 single-family residences to the east of the site, one of which is homesteaded. Although the site is mostly surrounded by non-residential uses, the existing homesteaded property could be, which is the key word, impacted by the proposed hotel. How did you come up with could be?
I mean, I'll be honest with you. It could be a positive impact. It could be a negative impact in terms of property values. You know, I don't think we know the answer to that. I mean, you know, that is an evaluation point that the board is going to, it's an issue of compatibility, I think, and that's the compatibility is the hardest part of this entire application. You have residential in the area. Is this going to adversely impact it? One property is homesteaded, the other 2 are not. So I hate to say it, I think it's a value judgment. That's why, and I can't tell you with any certainty if it's positive or negative. And that's why we said could. We think it could, but I can't state with any certainty that it is.
Well, we have 3 people who own homes there.
And they're here to make their case.
I understand. So, okay. I'll save the rest of my questions because we'll be here all night.
I have one more.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I'm sorry. So we're in a coastal high hazard area here.
Yes.
So I'm sure FEMA has some things to say about what's built and what's not built. Do we know, and I'm not sure for hotels, I'm kind of sure for residences, but do we know what the standard BFE in that area would be for a hotel?
I believe this is
a BFE for hotels?
The base flood elevation, it breaks along either residential or non-residential. But the base flood elevation, it's an AE.
It's an AE
10.
zone.
It's an AE 10. The base flood elevation is established at 10 feet.
Okay, so it's 10 feet. So my question was answered. We're going to have to fill that 3 feet up to 10 feet in order to put that.
Not necessarily, no. Parking can be below base flood elevation.
Oh, okay.
Yes, exactly, yes.
It may be in the water.
If it were a residential property, you would have to fill. But for a commercial property, you can elevate the building itself and park under, and that's what they're proposing.
That's
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Final question, sorry. That's it.
You and I have had conversations as well. That's one advantage of being a mayor and having his office. I spent a lot of time at City Hall. But one of the interesting things was the conversation between, I'm predicating my question on the difference between the conditional uses and the transects and things of that nature. But as far as the special area plan and the SMART code, as a planner, knowing what we've just gone through with the strategic planning process and all those goals and values, how do you feel about our special area plan and our SMART code in that context, especially with some of the discussion that's happened? I don't want to put any words. You know what the words are, and I could easily throw them out there and people would accuse me of pushing in a certain direction, but I'd like to have an honest opinion on that.
If I'm understanding the question correctly, I think what you're getting at is, is that plan still, does it need to be updated? Does it need to be reevaluated? And I think, yeah, that plan is now, it was 2011, it's over 10 years old. We've had changing economic conditions. We're updating the comprehensive plan. We're getting a lot of public input about what is acceptable, what we would like to see versus, what may be allowed. So the context that plan was developed was a very different situation than what we have today. And so, candidly, it does need to be updated.
Yeah, I believe your observation that your answer to the one question, and I want to make sure that that's correct, was that we were coming out of the recession, and so there was an incentive to try and get anything we could to be built at the sponge docks. Is that pretty much what?
There was definitely incentive for hotels.
Okay.
Definitely.
Yeah, and yes, I don't want to make a statement, but along that line. The other question and discussion that we had was, we've got 11 conditions between the P&Z board and the staff, and that's before the commission even has had its turn at it. Why didn't we pursue a development agreement on this project? You and I talked about it, but I'd like for you to discuss that a little bit.
When we initially met with the developer, since the project was really predicated on having to have a conditional use, we felt like that it was a more direct path to at least get a read from the Planning and Zoning Board and the Board of Commissioners as to, is this going to be palatable and workable for the community before going, in a much more expeditiously. A development agreement is a longer process, so we pushed away from the development agreement idea. In retrospect, that may have been a bad idea.
Would that have given us more flexibility with creating what we're trying to create right now?
I think it would give you a more known process because you can negotiate and, there's a formal process. I think it gives you more flexibility at the end of the day, and it allows you to specify what things are, have to be met, more clearly, where there may be limitations of the existing land use or development codes that may need to be addressed. So it does provide you a bigger envelope to work in.
Okay. Thank you. Let me just make sure I don't have anything else. Okay. That's all I have. And I want to make sure commissioners don't have any further questions for Ms. Vincent.
No, I just want to make sure we can extend the meeting maybe till, 11:30 or so.
Yeah,
before we get to that point.
When we get that, when we approach the witching hour, we'll make a decision on that. Okay, so that's the end of commissioner comments, and now I want to go to any cross-examination. Ms. Cole?
Katie, why don't you go to the other microphone so you both have room to do what you're doing?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Trask. Katie Cole with the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson, representing the applicant. Appreciate those thorough questions, and I do have a couple of questions that I had both planned and then arose during the commission's questions for Ms. Vincent or staff. So the first question I wanted to clarify, in your land development code, section 20901, which is the standards for review of conditional uses. You've talked a lot about compatibility tonight. Could you read what the actual standard is with respect to that out of the code?
Okay, hold on.
I don't think it's the exact same as what you had on your presentation. Sorry.
So within the section 209, okay, standards for review of conditional uses. it says, so be subparagraph B, the use to which the property may be put is appropriate to the property in question and is compatible with existing and planned uses in the area. Is that what you want?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to articulate that it discusses the planned uses in the area. It's not limited to the existing uses. The second thing, you showed the 3 residential homes, and I think Commissioner Eisner incorrectly stated that they were all 3 homesteaded. In your presentation, you actually indicated that one is a short-term rental, correct?
I believe we did, yes. I think one is a short-term rental, one is, yeah, these are both single-family. One is homesteaded, and one is a short-term rental.
And is a short-term rental a permitted use by right in the T4A transect? Or is it a conditional use?
Hold on, I gotta check.
It's,
There's only a
I
very
have it
few
printed.
there's only a very few districts where they're actually permitted. It's conditional. And I believe it did go through the process, did it not?
We did it here.
Yeah, it went through the process, thank you.
So the short-term rental
Yes.
went through the process
Yes.
for conditional use?
It
Thank
did.
you. You had a lot of questions, and you spoke in your report about the height limitations difference. I was going to ask you to explain the 4 to 6, but based on the code as it's written today, a hotel in the Sponge Dock area is permitted either by right or a conditional use at 4 to 6 stories in height, correct?
Yes, that is the specified height in the Sponge Docks Character District for hotel.
I wanted to ask you about the density. You referenced that all 3 parcels, but I think in fact we meant 4 parcels.
Yes.
Were utilized for the density on this site. Could you explain, I have 2 parts to this question actually. First of all, during site plan review, how you look at parcels, site plans that incorporate multiple parcels with respect to the development and the future development that then is allowed on those parcels.
I think what you're getting at is the density and intensity averaging.
I am, but twofold. One, how you do density and intensity averaging here in Tarpon Springs, but then secondly, once you have a site plan that utilizes more than 1 parcel and relies upon that, what safeguards are in place pursuant to your code?
Oh, okay. So density intensity averaging just simply refers to, concentrating development rights from a unified ownership onto a portion of the property. So in this instance, there's hotel density on all of these properties, but it's being concentrated here. And we do rely upon the countywide plan rules for how that gets administered, in that it defines that it has to be contiguous properties, and then it defines contiguous and it does include across a right-of-way. So that's the context that we use to calculate and allow density or intensity averaging. At this point, it's hotel and FAR, but averaging. So then once a parcel like this would be developed, I think what you're asking is what safeguards are in place regarding these other parcels. So the zoning itself, would safeguard, and you have to account for those transfers, or not transfers, but the averaging. So it does take away the property rights from these other parcels. And generally, zoning will solve that. You can do an added layer of protection with some type of a restrictive covenant that might get recorded to memorialize that, for the future, if you wanted to be ironclad about it. Okay. Does that?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Thank you. I know there was some questions about traffic. The applicant originally submitted a traffic study that was not required. It was just a basic study. But based on the P&Z board comments, working with staff, can you describe the and of course, we do have Mr. Pergolesi here, we'll speak about it particularly, but I just would like the commission to hear from you, the request for the actual traffic assessment that is being done and worked on in anticipation of site plan and was submitted recently?
So we did receive a more extensive traffic study that did look at the function of the intersection. And that does address some of staff's concern, and I have to back up and say, that is what would be required under our codes for mobility. So they've met the requirement, but because of the conditional use aspect of this, we are looking for a little bit broader analysis of the area and the impact on the local roads. And really to the point of, you may actually you may see some benefit for trip capture, people walking instead of, so you may not have that 800, trips over the course of a 24-hour period. So we're looking for some expanded analysis in that regard. I don't think we've gotten exactly what we're looking for yet, so we'll be working with the applicant if it goes forward through the site plan process on that.
And that is not a request that's required by code. That's just something that in
Exactly.
furtherance of
Yes.
the analysis that the
Yes.
applicant can do.
And in support of the conditional use itself. So.
That's all my questions currently.
Thank you. Before we go any further, we're approaching the 11 o'clock hour, which is our normal adjournment time. I'm just was communicating with the city manager as far as getting an estimate as far as how much longer this meeting will go, and it's probably going to take at least another 2 hours before we finish. And I want to get a sense from the commission of whether we should proceed until it's finished, which would put it at about 1 o'clock in the morning.
I want to review everything tonight, and
You want to go with it?
I do. I don't want to wait 2-3 weeks to extend another meeting or.
Pit stop on.
We're here?
I'm happy to be here.
All right.
I think
Well, let me entertain a motion to take it to 1 o'clock. And if
Motion to extend the meeting till 1 o'clock a.m. Wednesday, July
Second,
13th.
Second.
roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
that's not your name.
What was
You're
that?
actually
sorry,
Mayor
Mayor
Vaticiotis.
She said,
The
Called
1
you
o'clock
Mayor
is-
Alahousas.
the second
said
time.
yes.
Oh, my God.
I
That's the second time.
I know, I
That's-
apologize.
That's all right, it's late.
She meant sitting in for Alahouzes.
So let's pick up where we left off. Thank you, Mr. Trask. I know you're a
We're all
good soldier there. All right. But I did answer to that anyway.
Yeah, you
Okay,
did.
so let me just go. Ms. Kutsarias, do you have any questions for Ms. Vincent? Cross-examination? Mr. Corliss? Okay, if you have questions, you're going to have to come up. Mr. Sackleson? Nothing? Okay. Okay, we're done with that part. Would you like your staff report made part of the
Yes,
record?
thank you.
Okay, I'll accept that. So now we're going to go to.
As well as the presentation materials.
Okay, okay. Ms. Cole, it's your turn, but I want to ask you a couple of things once you get up there.
Let me set up their presentation, so give me a second here.
Okay. You have a number of people here with you this evening, and I would assume the commissioners may have questions on a variety of different technical areas. And in discussing this with Mr. Trask, what we are going to do is take it one witness at a time, go through the cycle of cross-examination and the, for Ms. Vincent and also for the affected parties as well, and we'll work our way through that.
Certainly. Well, before we get started, would it be acceptable for each one of the witnesses to go ahead and give their introduction and qualifications
For this
for
evening?
the
Yeah, to
record?
get it
And that way
started
we
right
can
away? Yes,
get rid
that'd be
of
fine. Sure.
that
Yeah.
perfunctory. Yes. So I'd first like to ask David Wallace, the architect.
David Wallace, DLW Architects, 542 Douglas Avenue, Dunedin.
Thank you.
So I am a second-generation hotel architect. Our firm has been in business for 41 years. I've been running the business since 1999.
And Mr. Mayor, would you like us to, we would proffer him as an expert in
I'm
hotel
fine.
architecture, or if
Architecture, I like architects.
Okay.
I'm a former PE, and I've never had an argument with one, so you're fine.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Pergolesi?
Good evening. My name is Robert Pergolesi. I'm an AICP certified planner and a PTP professional transportation planner. I'm a principal at Gulf Coast Consulting, located in Clearwater. I have 35 years experience. Been doing.
Perform the traffic analysis.
And I performed a traffic assessment for the condition of use and then a detailed traffic analysis based on discussions with staff.
And how long have you been in the business?
35 years.
It's good enough. Thank you.
Gray hair.
Yeah.
Mr. Shahala?
Good evening. I'm Mark Shalala. I'm Senior Vice President of Development for Choice Hotels, which is the parent company of the Cambria Hotels brand. I've been in this role for going on 98 years, combined time with Choice Hotels, close to 13 years, and in the hotel development franchising business, close to 20 years.
Well, welcome to Tarpon Springs.
Happy to be here. Thanks.
All right.
Good evening. My name is Hushko Vahi. I'm with Northside Engineering. We're located in Clearwater, 300 South Belcher Road. I've been doing engineering for 43 years, been in business for 33 years.
Yeah, your hair is getting whiter, Hush.
It is very white right now.
All right.
Thank you.
And I'd also like to introduce the applicant, who also are experienced hoteliers, and have them qualify themselves as well.
I'd let my wife talk first.
Good evening. My name is Elisa Garcia Friche, and I have a bachelor's degree in biology, but I also have an MBA. I've been in business managing for, close to 20 years now, but in the hospitality business for 12.
Thank you.
I'm Benedict Friche. I have a master's in business administration and hospitality from Schiller University. I am in the hotel and travel industry since 2005. I'm in the hotel industry since 2011 and going on.
Thank you, Mr. Fritchie.
We own 2 hotels, but we're going to discuss this.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Cole. Please proceed.
We may proceed. Thank you. We would proffer them for as experts in the categories in which they spoke.
Accepted.
Thank you. I noticed, of course, on our first slide, we didn't update the conditional use number after the Planning and Zoning Board, so forgive me, it's supposed to be 2271, so. Sorry, I had to figure out which button to use. I won't go through a lot of the background information because your staff report that you've received goes through that in depth, and we don't want to be redundant. But of course, here you have the project location located in the Sponge Docks area with the 2 transects. The proposal is for a hotel use for the conditional use in the Transect 4A. This is the current rendering, and I wanted to go back to something that Commissioner Carr mentioned during his question of staff, is that tonight before you is the request for conditional use. There is not a request for site plan approval. It's not a request to approve the specific elevations that you see or any of the architectural criteria. The reason that this is provided and that the staff asks for it as part of the application is to provide color and context to the site and to help you feel comfortable about the criteria that is under review for consideration, which is the fact that the use conforms with the requirements of the code. The use is appropriate to the property in question and compatible with the existing and planned uses, and that the use is consistent with the goals, objectives, policies of the plan, and that the use will not result in significant adverse impacts to the environment or historical resources, and that the use will not adversely affect adjoining property values, and that the use will not adversely affect, impact, nor exceed the capacity or fiscal ability of the city with respect to concurrency issues, and that the use shall provide for efficient and orderly development considering the impact upon growth patterns and the cost to the city to provide public facilities. The applicant is seeking approval to construct a hotel at the subject site with up to 108 rooms. I can tell you many of the design changes that the applicant's been working on over the course of the past several weeks with the community and with the response of the Planning and Zoning Board has reduced that number down to about 106. Proposed is a 5-story hotel within the code's provision for 4 to 6 stories for hotel uses within the special area plan identified in the sponge docks. There were discussions about stormwater, so we will have present some evidence with respect to that. The design is proposed with a mixture of different materials and balconies and recessed and other architectural features. I think as you've already heard from the staff and within your plan, a hotel is contemplated in the long-range planning of the city. It was specifically called out in both your comprehensive plan and the special area plan as a preferred use, and in fact, special effort was made to incentivize the hotel use within the sponge docks area. A portion of the site includes the hotel as a permitted use. Candidly, the fact that this is on a corner lot with intersections makes the design of a single hotel in this area difficult without moving a portion of the use to the other transect. Originally, the staff proposed 4 conditions that the applicant agreed to. And at the Planning and Zoning Board, the Planning and Zoning Board did suggest the additional conditions. We do have significant comments and concerns about how those conditions were phrased, and I wanted to discuss some of these conditions because there was a lot of discussion about stormwater plans, about public parkings, about barriers between the neighbors, all of which are appropriate for a conditional use. Those all generate and deal directly with the criteria in the code. The 3 conditions that the applicant objects to, and we can discuss that at the end of our presentation, is the recordation of a restrictive covenant to not develop the outparcel and to not change the use for a hotel, to limit the number of floors to 4, and no restaurant other than continental style food. Candidly, the no restaurant other than continental style food, we just feel that is vague and unclear and probably doesn't meet the intent of the restriction there. The limiting the number of floors to 4 stories gives a restriction on the potential design and the ability to fit the sufficient number of units on the site. And the recording a restrictive covenant, the way this was drafted, with respect to both the lack of development of the outparcel, we have a concern because there was also an expression that that out parcel was a desired location for parking and for the development of an off-site parking, but also because the site plan approval and the conditions of the site plan approval will serve to average the density and eliminate and already will move the density and intensity from that site. The restriction with respect to not being allowed to change use from a hotel, it's a very practical restriction. Objection to our restriction is that a lender and an investor in a hotel would take issue with that, certainly. If a lender comes in and has to foreclose on a property, while you don't anticipate them tearing everything down, they certainly want that option to come back through a process. That is something we feel that the use as a hotel is vested in the conditional use. Any other use, there's an appropriate process to come back through the city to change that use, and a restrictive covenant is unnecessary there. These are the same goals and objectives that Ms. Vincent reviewed in her staff report that was entered into the record. With that, I want to turn it over to Mr. Fritsch, who is going to speak about their development and their vision for this property.
I have some questions for you.
Certainly.
But before we get to Mr. Fritchie, if we could do a round on the commission to see if there's any questions in your presentation.
Certainly, although if it's specific to the legal issues, yes, I think.
Specific to legal.
So certainly, because I'm not testifying as a
You're the expert,
witness.
right? Okay, on that team. Okay. Let me go to the, let's see, Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Cole, for the presentation. Can you just confirm on the P and Z conditions that you had concerns about, or the applicant had concerns about? Was it number 4, 5, and 7?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Number 1? I don't know where that came from.
Number 1 is investigate the use of stormwater, which I think we can investigate. I don't think it's going to be used for that, but I think we're okay. Number 4, 5, and 7.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm going the wrong direction here.
The other issue, the other question I have is about height and then traffic and architectural features. That would be for someone else. That's not illegal, right?
Yes,
Okay.
we can have Mr. Wallace and Mr. Pergolesi respond to those.
Thank you. No further questions.
Commissioner Kulyas.
Yes, Mrs. Cole, you had stated earlier that there was an Airbnb that was approved under conditional use in Hope Street, correct?
I asked the staff if there was a short-term rental. I don't want to be specific. I don't know if it's an Airbnb. It's my understanding that a short-term rental on Hope Street was approved, yes.
Okay, and are you aware that that was approved by a previous board who weighted and balanced their decisions from the quasi-judicial hearing they reviewed?
I would presume that the board, if it was as approved the conditional use, yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Vice Mayor Lunt.
I have no questions at this time.
Ms. Cole, the facade, the building, I understand what you said, what it's for, but you don't believe that that may be relevant to a compatibility as far as an assessment, as far as compatibility, the height, the size of the building that's being proposed?
I think that the board will weigh the architectural features and the height to determine if the existing and planned, a proposed use of this kind is compatible with the existing and planned uses. That said, the code allows for a hotel of 4 to 6 stories, period. It doesn't say unless it's a conditional use. It says even as a conditional use, a hotel can be 4 to 6 stories.
Right. There's 4 parcels that are needed for this project, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I mean, there are 4.
There are 4 parcels included in this project.
And there's density being transferred from without me actually going through the bean counting, I would assume there's density being transferred for each one of those.
The 4 parcels are averaged together, and the density proposed is less than what the otherwise permitted density would be on the collective 4 parcels.
I'm going to play a little devil's advocate here. Why not disperse the hotel over the 4 parcels?
I think I'd allow our hoteliers to respond to that question.
You would have,
Our expert hotelier.
well, let me ask you this, is there anything in our land development code that, that requires a hotel to be in one building?
Your land development code requires a hotel to have, and I'm sorry I don't have the definition here, but there are specific requirements with respect to a lobby and respect to the services provided, which makes a hotel distinctive from some of the other lodging uses.
I've seen hotels in more than one building with a lodge and the lobby in one of the buildings and the others are strictly housing. Have you seen anything like that yourself, or?
Expressly permitted or otherwise in your code, no.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand. It gets back to the development agreement of why we didn't go through a development agreement on this thing. This is an extremely important project. There's no doubt. There's certain. I don't think you'll find anybody in this room will disagree that a hotel, is needed. And I'm making a statement I shouldn't be, but I don't understand as far as the development agreement, and do you have any opinion on this? I know that there was a little bit of a time frame involved as far as due diligence and things, but beyond there, would it have been better in your eyes as an attorney, a land use attorney, to have taken that route on this project?
Since I have been involved, tonight was the first time I heard that a development agreement had been discussed specifically. I have also understand that the city may have interest in providing additional parking on some of the unused parcels. And if that is a serious consideration by the city, then perhaps a development agreement or other agreement is an appropriate path. But the application before you tonight is for the conditional use.
I understand what's in front of us tonight.
So,
yeah, okay. All right, thank you. That's all I have. Commissioner Kulyas.
Mrs. Cole, you had stated that the plan approval is just that, there's not a final site plan development, but you also stated that the 65 feet height isn't an exact height or, affirmative. It could be higher or lower after the site plan was being presented in front of us for a final, correct?
no, that's not what I said. I said the code allows for a hotel from 4 to 6 stories, and that the plan in front of you is not a final plan, that it has to go through site plan. So I didn't opine, nor would I, as to whether the height could be higher or lower. Certainly can't be higher than 6 stories, and you certainly have the discretion to condition the approval.
But, okay.
I don't think we're disagreeing. I don't think there's a loophole here. I think it's simply project has to come through site plan approval.
Okay, but someone stated before from this applicant that 5 stories can range anywhere from 50 feet or up to 81 feet, correct?
I think the staff opined in their report in Ms. Vincent's testimony about how the heights are measured in the special area plan and how 4 to 6 stories could result in a much higher building, but clearly our team hasn't testified at all as to that.
Okay, so right now, you're not sure what the exact height of this building will be, correct?
The exact height of the building at site plan approval, no, I think the building presented before you is shown at 65 feet, I'll let Mr. 65? 65 feet. And to the commission's questions about the grade and the change of grade, the actual number might change at final construction drawings, contingent and consistent with whatever gets approved at site plan approval by this commission.
This project could come to final site plan approval higher than 65 feet, correct?
Technically, under the code, I think it could, but the reason the staff asks for elevations and architectural treatment is to avoid a situation like that happening per Ms. Vincent's testimony.
Okay, and you've stated that 4 stories wouldn't be financially feasible for the applicant to build a hotel. That's why the 5 stories was presented in front of us?
I don't think that's what I testified to. I didn't testify. I don't think that's what my statement was. I think I said it was difficult to have the number of rooms necessary in a 4-story product. And then I also said that the hoteliers and the architect needed to actually testify to that.
Okay, and will you be able to elaborate on the need for a restaurant inside the hotel or the continental breakfast, or will somebody else be able to elaborate on that?
No, the experts will be able to testify to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cole. Before we leave, does, Ms. Vincent, do you have any cross-examination for Ms. Cole?
She did not testify. She just made argument.
Thank you.
Okay. So she's not subject to
I understand.
cross-examination. Okay.
But this is Tarpon Springs. Good evening, Mr. Fritchie and Ms. Fritchie. Does the commission have any questions for Mr. and Mrs. Fritchie?
Sure.
They're going to want to make a presentation.
Have a presentation.
Oh, your presentation,
so-
excuse me, go ahead.
So we're going to keep it a little bit short because it's late. I would like to thank you for staying. We appreciate that. I would also thank you, Renee. Renee is great through the whole process. We have done work with different cities, and Renee definitely is one of the best we ever have worked with.
Okay.
I just want to state that. Okay, so let me see. I don't know. Okay. I mean, we just want to state really shortly, you know, the Fritchie family, you know, we are family. We are not a corporation. We're not an organization. It's just me and my wife and my kids, right? Who are gonna like build the hotel and invest into the Tarpon Springs. I'm gonna keep it shorter, so I'm gonna jump this. My wife and me, we own the Best Western Hotel in Dunedin and the Hampton as well. We acquired the Best Western in 2011 and finished building the Hampton in Dunedin in 2019. We are owner-operators, so we're hands down. There is no third party involved or anything. We operate our businesses family style. Whatever I can do for my employees, I will do. Whatever they can do for me, they will do that for me. That's our feeling on this. We employ more than 50 people at both locations. This is a mistake. We say in 21 we sold about 45,000 rooms. And we bring around 80,000 people to the city of Dunedin, which spend their money at shops, restaurants, and visit Honeymoon Island State Park. We are good operators. I just want to show a quick shot of Google. We're 4.6 out of 5 and have hundreds of reviews. We want to show the Hampton Hotel here. We are in a residential neighborhood. To the right is a shopping plaza.
Sir, you need to stay in front of the microphone.
So, yeah.
This is a pointer.
Okay. Okay. To the right, there's a shopping plaza adjacent to Alternative US 19. To the left, we have townhouses, 2 stories high. The building itself is parking and 4 stories of hotel rooms. And behind we have a 3-story apartment building. I just want to show this so you see kind of like what the height and what this building size means to Tarpon Springs. Many different people have visited the Hampton. We had the merchants come visit. We also had the Greek town historic society meet and come to the Hampton and investigate that.
We are showing a few pictures of the Hampton just to, you know, for the board to see, and that around it is all residential, and like he mentioned, 3-story buildings and 2-story buildings around. Farther down the causeway, there are taller buildings, but around us is just 2-story, 3-story residential.
Yeah, we just want you to get an idea of the size of the building. We're not trying to manipulate anything. This is what a building that size would look like. Another shot, right? The Best Western, this is the shot from Google. We're good operators. A shot of the Best Western located right next to Bon Appetit restaurant. That was our first venture in the hotel business in 2011. We turned it around and started being extremely successful out of the gate. Okay. So what does the Cambria by Choice Hotel bring to the Spanstocks Tarpon Springs? During construction, we expect 100+ jobs. After that, 25+ at the hotel once it's opened. It will be an enjoyable lodging facility for friends, family of Tarpon's residents. And we will provide a hotel in walking distance. Elisa, you have to.
Provide walking distance lodging facility for tourists that participate in the many festivals that are held at the Spanstocks. We believe that, you know, since a tourist has replaced a major economic activity in Tarpon Springs, a hotel is really welcomed by, you know, by the city. We believe that. Might not be the opinion of everyone, but that's what we believe. We believe that a Cambria hotel will bring additional national, worldwide visibility to the city of Tarpon Springs. And the hotel will create a new revenue stream for the city with occupancy taxes nowadays does not exist. Other than the Hampton at the by US 19. Tarpon Springs currently has a limited hotel rooms inventory. The Spanstocks also will turn from a day trip location to a multiple night destination. And we forecast over 30,000 rooms in year one, which would definitely, if we count 2 people per room, will bring about 60,000 hotel guests in the first year, who would spend, you know, their dollars in the city, either restaurants, shops, or doing excursions.
So what we just want to talk about really quickly is Tarpon Springs is a day trip for many people, or for all people who visit Tarpon Springs, the Spanstocks, right? There's no lodging facility at the Spanstocks. The closest lodging facility is the Hampton, about 2 miles away on US 19. What does that mean? People who stay in Dunedin, Clearwater Beach, come from there to visit Tarpon Springs Spanstocks. What does that mean for the businesses? Some people might stay the whole day, right? But other people might jump on a boat, come back, leave, go back to Clearwater Beach, go back to Dunedin, spend their money there. The opportunity with the hotel is that you have in about 1 year, 60,000 guests, which the average Cambria guest makes $175,000, spend their money at restaurants, gift shops, and excursions and other various businesses. Okay.
We wanted to add this slide here to talk about a few topics that have been very controversial. So what we believe a Cambria Hotel will not bring to the Sponge Docks or Tarpon Springs, as a city as a whole. So we believe it will not increase traffic significantly, and this will be explained by our traffic expert. Will not be a failed hotel, which is some people had concerns regarding a structure being there and then being empty in a couple years. We did a market study with HBS, which is a national recognized company that does market studies for hotels and other companies, other areas, and also Choice did their own internal study, and both deemed the location as a successful venture. The hotel will not add or increase any existing flooding in the area. We believe that will most likely improve the flooding in the roads, and will not be architecturally harmful to the Sponge Docks. We believe that it will be an add-on asset on the docks.
Yeah, obviously it's an add-on on the docks. 60,000 people staying at least one night or multiple nights at the Sponge Docks, spending their money, is the greatest asset some venture could bring to the Sponge Docks, right? Not only creating profit for themselves, but creating profit for everybody, for the community as a whole. All right, so I just want to show some pictures of the Sponge Docks itself. There was a couple discussions that the hotel is just a box which is, how would you say, dressed up, right? But most of the buildings you look at today is a box which is dressed up, right? And in the latest revision of our project, we have different heights. We have the building curved around the side. We have setbacks in the building. So I just want to show you some properties in the Sponge Docks. Not only that they are all boxes, but also that their architecture, they were different, and we are just trying to accomplish a product which the people of the Sponge Docks and Tarpon Springs likes. We are not here to enforce ourselves on the Sponge Docks, and there is no architecture guidelines in Tarpon Springs. There is no architecture guidelines in Tarpon Springs. We are on our third revision within 3 months, and we're going to do our fourth probably, if you like. But we really want to be here. But again, I'm going to show you some buildings to just show you that every building on the Sponge Docks is different, and therefore, yeah. So here we have the Papa's property. It's empty right now. Hellas. Dimitris Mykonos restaurant, very different, very different. White and blue, which is referred by some people as Greek Disneyland. I don't know why. Our first proposal was white and blue, but we changed it because it's Greek Disneyland. Dimitris, right? Very different again. Costas restaurant. Alati restaurant, very different from each other, very different. Very successful restaurant at the Sponge Docks, Rusty Belly, very different from Docks Waterfront. Again, no uniformity at all. We have the cigar shop and then multiple shops along the road. And then at the end of we have the shopping plaza, which has no architecture features at all. Here I'm showing a video. To the left of the roundabout would be the hotel. And I'm just showing you around what's around there, how different everything looks. And There's a parking lot, right? You can see the property in the back. Again, there's another parking lot. This is in the middle of the proposed site. I'm just going around. Somebody parked their trailer over here. Doesn't look so good to me. But again, there's nothing really around us except 3 houses, and then we have Turtle Grove across from us.
Marina.
But again, nothing really around us. And then you see my son not listening to me. The proposed hotel, we're on our 3rd revision. We started out with Home 2 from Hilton, which was, I have to admit, kind of like a box, and it was blue and white, like the Greek flag. But we have come a long way, and David Wallace can attest to that after me, or after. Yeah, the summary is just that we are 100% dedicated to Tarpon Springs, and we want to be here.
So because of our hospitality knowledge, and the team that we have behind us, we believe that we can bring a first-class run hotel to Tarpon Springs. We believe that Cambria Hotel will enhance the Sponge Docks and Tarpon Springs City as a whole, especially since the brand is one of, I would believe, the only one that actually adjusts itself to the market. Every other flag has a prototype that everybody has to follow. So we believe this is probably the most fitted flag for the city.
Yeah, I will pass to Mark Shalala, SVP.
Mr. Fritchie, what we'll do is we're going to take turns.
Okay.
And if you could stay there with Ms. Fritchie, just stay right there. We're going to allow commissioners to ask you questions. So do the commissioners have any questions?
One.
Vice Mayor Lunt.
Hi. Thank you for maintaining it for this late of an evening. You mentioned during your presentation that you acquired the 2 hotels in Dunedin. Did you build either of them?
No, we purchased the Best Western in 2011, and in 2019 we finished building the Hampton Hotel.
Oh, so the Hampton you built, actually.
It's a brand new build, yes.
All right, thank you. My only question.
Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank you both for sticking to this. I think the mayor mentioned earlier, and I would confirm that I don't think there's a person in Tarpon Springs that isn't interested or doesn't want a hotel in this town. We do see the value of it. But you made mention of something that I wanted you to clarify for me. You said that you would bring in 60,000 people per year, was the comment?
Roughly, that's correct.
Okay, well, I need to know how roughly, because just doing math, I divided it by how many days in the year, and I came up with 164. You have 106 or 108 rooms, so you're telling me that...
Well, okay, it's very simple, right? You take the number of rooms, multiply it by 365, right? And then whatever you expect occupancy would be throughout the year, we have a projection that we should be close to 80% occupied during the year. That doesn't mean that we are occupied 80% in August, but for example, in March, we will probably be sold out every day, like we are sold out at the Hampton and we are sold out at the Best Western every day.
Do you walk the Sponge Docks during the summer?
Yes, I have been there quite a couple of times since we put the land under contract. Also, I would like to share, the Hampton Hotel on US 19 has a average daily rate at $125, 84% occupancy. That's a Hampton hotel on US 19. I think that the Sponge Docks definitely is superior to US 19. But there's in-season months and out-of-season months. And the same thing Tarpon Springs experience, I think Dunedin experience. And my wife and me do very well in Dunedin. And if we wouldn't have done well at the Best Western, we would not have been able to build the Hampton. And if we were not able to build at the Hampton, do that well at the Hampton, we wouldn't have been able to be here today.
I think your comparison between Dunedin and Tarpon Springs is very different. There are times, yes, you're going to have 100% occupancy during our season, but in the off-season, I just can't see those numbers.
I understand, but you have to look as a total during the year, right? You have to total 12 months. You don't total just August and March, right? You take all 12 months, and then you come up with a successful business or not a successful business.
Sure.
And my wife and me wouldn't be here if we wouldn't think it was a successful business. We have done a study with HVS, as my wife mentioned. HVS is a nationwide recognized company which studies different businesses, right? They had a person, before I even started talking to Renee, I talked to HVS because I wanted not only to have my opinion, I wanted their opinion. They give their opinion if this is a successful venture. They deem it a successful venture. I would not have moved forward otherwise. And then obviously Choice Hotel, which is one of the biggest hotel groups in the world, over 6,800 hotels in the United States, came out to the site twice. So first day they came with me and the guy liked it so much, now it's 3 times, Mark just came today. They came out a second day and spent time at Tarpon to like understand it more, and they deem it, in my opinion, a 5-star location. But Mark can probably testify how he feels about Tarpon Springs and how he feels that there should be a hotel.
But your comments and your survey all have to do with 4 stories above your parking lot and 108 rooms, correct?
The survey doesn't discuss how high the hotel is. It doesn't matter. It discusses how many rooms you have and how much occupancy you have, right?
Well, that's going to be one of the discussions that we have coming up, is, how many rooms you have versus how many you're allowed. And when I'm looking at these numbers, it's just very hard for me to do the math and come up with what you're coming up with. That's all.
What the 60,000 people?
Yes.
I told you, take your calculator, right?
I did.
300. So what do you get when you do 365 times 106 times 80%, right? You get 30,000. Most people travel in 2s. Some people travel alone. Some people travel in 4s. So we just roughly guessed those 60,000 people.
Well, let me do the math for you. I have 106 times 2 gives you...
Commissioner.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
No?
Question.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to...
I understand, but we're not going to decide that point tonight.
Okay, I got you. The question I have is when I do that, 'cause I can't make it into...
Okay, are you trying to say that you think there would be less people coming to the hotel? What happened?
I can't make it into a question, so I'm going to...
What I'm
Okay.
saying is that, excuse me, Mr. Fritchie.
No.
We're going to be making the decision up here.
I know that.
And what the applicant's representatives testify, you either accept it or you don't.
Correct.
And it's not an issue of debating or, whether the numbers work out. I've run into these situations quite a bit, and it gets frustrating, I know. But thank you. Please continue.
I'm good. I'm honestly good. Thank you.
I just wanted to add, these numbers, they come from, there's a report called a STAR report that is utilized in the hospitality business, the hotel business. And it is used to see, how good a property is performing based on ADR and occupancy. Like my husband mentioned earlier, the Hampton Inn on US 19 has a 84% occupancy throughout the year in 2021. And we are just being, what's the word? We conservative, exactly. We just projected, first of all, what the HBS study suggested, and we felt comfortable saying 80% will most likely be a good number for the Sponge Docks, which is a much better location than US 19.
Thank you, Ms. Ritchie.
I have a question.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Hi, I'm sorry, I'm
losing it too. Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yeah.
That's all right, I was gonna let that slide, but. So, you're asking for 106 rooms, and you're thinking that you're gonna get 80% occupancy out of them? And what we're basically talking about is what, 21 rooms per floor on 5 floors? Is that what, or 4 floors, is that what you're looking for?
The architect
Or
would
20
talk about how many rooms.
27 rooms?
It doesn't matter, the architect would talk about this. We're asking for 106 rooms, how we make the money. If we make only money on the first floor, it doesn't matter to you, or, I mean,
Yeah,
that's his question.
I'm just doing some quick math here, trying to figure out, well, how, if you're only predicting 80% occupancy rates, why you need that extra floor of rooms? They're not gonna
Because
be
of operational use, right? For example, if somebody leaves late, right, then we might not be able to sell that room, so that room stays vacant that night. The more rooms you have, the easier it is operational.
Okay, thank you.
It's just how you do it, right? I can't force people to leave all at 8 o'clock in the morning, right? There's rules.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Carr?
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. It seems like you guys put a lot of work behind this, so I appreciate that. Can you tell me how high the Hampton Inn is in Dunedin? Do you remember the height of that?
Around 60 feet.
Okay.
I don't want it, but it's probably a little bit higher because we have higher ceilings in the rooms. So it could go like 65, 60, yeah. Right.
Okay. And did I understand you guys, or you all would be willing to do a little more architectural feature improvement as well too? Did I understand there could be a potential fourth design? This isn't your final design you proposed,
Yeah,
right?
if necessary. I mean, we put a lot of time into this, and David will talk about the architecture, where we got the design from. You know, we're trying to please the city of Tarpon more at this point than we're trying to please ourselves.
Yeah, understood.
But we want to be here. I think it's a great town. It has great people, and it has great, great potential.
I've got no further questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Carr, you done?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Mr. Fritzie, first I want to say thank you for your third design. It definitely looks better than the prior two. I do want to start with about there's some things up for discussion regarding a continental breakfast. Why don't you want to have a restaurant or a rooftop bar at this hotel?
So our architect said, hey, you should do a rooftop bar. It would be fantastic. The view would be outstanding, right? We could also incorporate a restaurant, right? My wife and me don't want to do that. We don't want to take really anything away from what the Sponge Docks have to offer regarding food and big bars. The only thing we have to have, and Mark from Choice can maybe elaborate on this a little bit more, is a bar and some sort of food offering in the morning and then in the evening, but it would be like tapas and it would be turbo chef. So in my opinion, nothing exciting, nothing which would stop people from going to restaurants. But from the beginning, we said no restaurant because we don't want to compete with the people who make the Sponge Docks great and, you know, allow us to be here.
We're also hoteliers. We're not restaurateurs.
Okay.
Our experience is in hotels.
But other Cambria hotels do offer restaurants and possible convention or hotel.
Yeah, we have a small meeting space. Some Cambrias have restaurants, but Mark can attest to that. We don't.
Okay.
We just don't want to compete with the Sponge Dogs and their offerings.
Well, that brings a very good question that I'm about to lead into. Has anybody from the Merchants Association, business owners, anyone giving you guys advice saying that having a restaurant at the hotel would be a negative before the Board of Commissioners?
No, that was our decision solely. We kept in mind what's already at the Sponge Dogs, right? Imagine I don't want to say anything. We build a rooftop restaurant. It definitely would be attractive, right? It definitely would drive people to go, right? And it definitely would take away from other people at the Sponge Dogs. That's not what we want to do. We're in the hotel business. We're not in the restaurant business. And we appreciate the restaurants, which give us the opportunity to be there.
Yeah, we want to bring to the city of Tarpon what is missing, not what is already here.
And I appreciate that, but
nobody has contacted us or anything.
But the full aurora of a Cambria hotel in other cities does offer restaurants and bars.
Some Cambrias do. Cambria is very flexible in whatever they do with architecture outside, with interior design inside. Okay. And therefore some Cambrias have a restaurant and some don't.
Okay.
It's more boutique, it's more open.
And ma'am, you did make a statement how this hotel will be an enjoyable experience for the residents. So how will that be an enjoyable experience for the residents if there's no bar for the residents to go visit?
I don't think I meant to say that it would be an enjoyable experience for the residents. I think that what we read was that it would be an add-on to the residents' families and friends.
Come to visit.
Right.
Okay.
Like imagine you have a 2-bedroom apartment, right? And you have your kids visit with their kids, right? Now they can stay at the Sponge Dogs, right? Walking distance restaurants. Before they could only stay on US 19, right? Far away from all the attractions, right? Yeah.
Okay. How long will construction take for this hotel to be completed and have its first guests?
We're in discussions with 2 different organizations to construct. We constructed the Best Western the Hampton in, I think, 16 months. Mm-hmm. In 16 months. Obviously, with supply and labor, it's very tough to guess, but I was told that it could be achieved 14 to 16 months.
Okay.
After breaking ground.
It's actually pretty fast.
Yeah, it also depends. I mean, you have to look at a lot of things. FF&E, like furniture, does it come from China? Is it made in the United States? All this decision has to be made, right? If it comes from China, it might take longer. It might sit in the port. We had an issue for months with the Hampton where the furniture sat in the port and didn't move.
We are going through renovations at the Best Western right now currently, and I ordered chairs last year in May, and they just arrived.
Okay.
So, yeah.
But we would like to try to break ground as soon as possible. We're not going to stretch this out or anything. We have financing in place to do that.
Okay, but there are lots of events, art shows, and entertainment on the Vicanis Boulevard between Athens Street and Hope Street, and it's all the main portion of the Sponge Docks east of the property in question, and the balconies are facing the west side of the property. Why did you choose to face the balconies west and not on the north or east side of the property?
Well, the west side has the water, and the east side has neighbors, right? We don't want to impose on those neighbors, right? You don't want to have people sit down on the balcony and look at other people's houses. We understand what's their problems, but that was the decision. You have water view on most most of the balconies on the West View, and we have balconies at the Hampton and balconies at the Best Western, and people just enjoy to sit outside, you know.
Absolutely. And you think you'll be able to see the water from the first or second floor? Or maybe-
Depends. A few won't be able to see it, I think, because Turtle Grove is in the way. Otherwise, you see water from everywhere. I mean, you towards the west.
Because the first floor will be a second floor.
Okay. And I'm going to ask again, regardless if the audience gets frustrated. Planning and Zoning Board has asked twice to come back with an application of 4 stories in height.
There was a board member, I don't recall his name, he said, and I believe there was an extra member that, nod to it, and he said if the design was appropriate, the height wouldn't be an issue. So we decided to go ahead with the 4th floor and change the design and make it more, I guess, fit in to into the city.
I just would like to say I understand the issue. It's a big building, right? It's bigger than anything besides the marina at the Sponge Docks, right? And the difference really is 10 feet, right? And if you walk down, I cannot pronounce Dodecanese, right? Yeah. I'm half Greek, but you look up, right? You look at the building, so you probably even wouldn't see it. You see it even from further away, you won't see it. But our architect can attest to that, how the view would be. But I just want to remind you, it's a 10 feet difference, right? And can we make it work at 4?
I'm asking you, sir. I don't know.
I don't know yet. But we can make it work at 5 stories, right? And I want to remember you, 30,000 room nights sold, 60,000 people spending their money at the Sponge Docks, staying for multiple days. Everybody else comes and leaves.
And I agree with that, sir. But I also like a hotel where people can come and go, have drinks before they go head their night out, and come back and end their night with drinks.
The hotel has a small bar. Every choice has a small bar and a small food offering. It's a Turbo Chef. It's a small microwave where they heat the food for you. And then we have a small, gift shop where they can buy sandwiches and salads and things like this. But again, Mark can attest to that more.
Currently, the proposed hotel has about 10 seats, a bar of 10 seats bar.
10 seats for the bar.
And for guests only, because we don't want to take away from the current businesses at the Sponge Docks.
But that's the hard part I'm understanding. It's a hotel. You want capitalism at its finest.
No, I understand. And my wife and me believe we could do well at the hotel. But there's multiple restaurant owners here, right? And we don't want to take away from them. We are happy that people come stay at night. That's what we do.
Okay,
If you say it's a good thing, well, then I change it, and anybody can come to the hotel and have a drink if you like that. I believe that Cambria doesn't permit, right, from people from outside to have a drink. I just will not actively promote it. How about that?
It does allow it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It does allow it, yeah. But Mark will probably give you more details on that question.
I'm going to reiterate, there was no pressure from any merchants association, no business owners to say, don't put a restaurant there or any upscale bar to compete with the nearby businesses.
No pressure from the merchants or anybody that we have spoken with. I guess more from me, if any, when we had the discussion over having a bar, a rooftop bar. My first comment to my husband was, I really don't like that idea. We want to stick to what we do. We know what we're doing. I don't want to be involved with a bar or a restaurant. So that was just between us.
That's fair
And
enough.
I think it's a nice gesture from us, right? Towards those businesses on the sponge docks, right? We don't want to take away from them.
And I understand that, sir, but the structure of our town's gonna change, and that also affects the residents. So you can't, you can't have it both ways. You're gonna affect the residents and still compete with nearby
I'm
businesses.
talking about the businesses, I'm not talking about
I think we need
residents.
to continue
Yeah.
with questions.
No further questions. Thank you.
But thank you.
Mr. Fritchie, you mentioned something which I was going to ask you anyway. The size of the hotel, you showed various buildings up there at the sponge docks. And, my interest is not so much the look. I'm an engineer. I like boxes. That square boxes are fine with me. But it's the size and I don't know of any other building, and I'm going to ask you whether you do, of anything that size at the sponge docks.
No, I don't know any other building, but I'm not technical. I guess the code allows us to a certain degree to do this, and it's asking for it. So that's why my wife and me spend endless hours and I guess money to be here, again, to sell 30,000 rooms and bring 60,000 people walking around in Tarpon Springs spending their money,
Yeah.
which is good for everybody.
No, I also want to thank you for your patience and putting up with us quite a bit here in town. And sometimes we have a challenge as far as putting our arms around what we're really thinking. But for me, it's very easy. As far as the size, do you know how long the building is that you're proposing? I know you've shown the height, but how long is the front?
David?
If you can't answer that, we'll wait for your architect.
Yeah, I
Okay.
prefer that.
That's all the questions I have. Does any commissioner have any other questions for Mr. or Mrs. Fritchie?
This time.
Okay.
All right, then. all right.
One second. Ms. Vincent, do you have any cross-examination for Mr. Sakelson? It looks like he may have left. Ms. Kutsarias, do you have anything for Mr. and Ms. Fritchie? A question? Cross-examination? Okay, we'll wait for your statement. Mr. Goss, is that correct?
Corliss.
Corliss, do you have any questions for the applicants? Yeah, I have. Please get up and
Excuse me, I'm hobbling. So, just wanted to ask a question, and maybe I could, it's maybe more of a statement.
Questions, sir, questions.
Okay, I'll save my statement for later. Question is, did you ever compare the hotel to the residential, in height, to the residential properties adjoining it?
Do you want to answer?
Yeah, let me. Unless the architect did this without us knowing, no, we have not.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Fritchie, I do have one question I forgot to ask
Okay.
you. I mentioned that the building is very large. Would you be receptive to breaking it up into two buildings?
I don't know if I can answer this. I think Mark needs to answer this. Obviously, we are
choice.
franchising, so I cannot dictate that.
We'll save that for later then. Thank you, though.
Yeah.
Okay. That's,
I guess our preference would be one, but, yeah.
okay. Okay, thank you very much. And your choice hotel representative will be next, is that right?
Mark, yes.
Mark, okay.
See if I can figure this out. All right. For the purposes of time and where we are in the evening, I'll try to get through this as quick as I can. My goal here is really just to educate and have everyone understand what Cambria is as a brand and and how we're growing across the country, and then I'm obviously able to answer any questions anybody has. So as I said before, I'm the Senior Vice President of Development for Choice Hotels, overseeing our upscale platform. So just a little info on Choice Hotels. We're an 80-year-old company, extremely stable, financially strong company with a rock-solid balance sheet that's been in business 80 years. We have 14 well-segmented brands from the economy segment all the way up to upscale. And the upscale sort of platform is where I preside, and it's my sole responsibility to drive the growth of our upscale brands, which include Cambria and then another concept called the Sen Collection. Just the scale of Choice Hotels, right now we've got 8,150 plus hotels either open or under development in 40 countries. Just another kind of example of scale. 1 in every 10 hotels in the United States is a Choice branded hotel. So we're very well distributed. We're a large company. I think we're second largest to Marriott at this point. The significance of that is this, right? And these folks hit on it earlier. It's not just the hotel brands that we have, but it's the engine that we put in the hotels that fills the hotels, the reservation system. We have a global, worldwide reservation system where people can go to choicehotels.com in the 40 countries we're represented or all around the world and put eyes on Tarpon Springs, Florida, and kind of understand what it is. I think that's a positive thing for the city. And it also drives room nights. Right now, Cambria drives about 46% of the occupancy in our Cambria hotels coming direct through our system. We also have a loyalty program. I'm sure everyone who travels at all has signed up for a hotel loyalty program where you can earn points and then spend those points on free stays and various other benefits. Our loyalty program is called Choice Privileges. There's 50 million members, part of Choice Privileges, very active members who are we consider an active member someone who's traveled at least once in the last 12 months. So very active membership group. Right now, there are 60 open and operating Cambria hotels. We have 20 hotels under active construction, so it's a very robust pipeline given some of the extreme challenges we've had with COVID and what that did to supply chains and availability of debt, and to be able to grow a system that's very capital intensive, meaning you need to secure debt and you need to raise equity. A lot of that went away initially during COVID, and we're able to kind of plow through that and continue to grow our pipeline of hotels, and that's a testament to the strength of our brand and our company. Behind those 60 that are open and 20 that are under construction, we've got about 75 hotels that are signed franchise agreements, working through entitlements, approval process like this, securing debt and moving towards construction start. So it's a vibrant, growing brand. I'm going to show you some examples of Cambrias across the country, and I don't want to scare anyone or anything. One of the things that was said earlier was we are one of the only brands that adapts to the market, and we do that on purpose. Today's traveler, more than ever, wants an experience. They want to have a localized, authentic experience when they travel. The days of going to what we call a branded beige box that looks the same in every single market you stay at a hotel, and it looks the same in Miami as it does in California, as it does in upstate New York. That worked for a while, and it was consistent. It maybe served that hardcore baby boomer road warrior because they were really craving consistency and quality. People now want an experience, and so we figure that out early, and we allow our developers to design to the market. Go into a market like Tarpon Springs and pull what's unique and what's relevant and what's historic and what's cool through the hotel lobby and create that experience for people coming into the market to really get that local, authentic vibe and feel. So we've done that all across the country, and I'll show you examples of that as we go through this. These are some of the ones that are under development. So the Cambria guest, we hit on this, really important, the demographic here. So these are driven and discerning. When we do our demographics to try to understand who our guest is and where we're going to spend the millions of dollars in marketing that we do to attract these guests, to drive them into our hotels, we want to know who we're spending money on to attract. These are driven and discerning people. The Cambria target guest is striving for personal and professional success. They see their roles as careers, not just jobs, and invest the time required to be their best. They're selective in the brands they use. They want an experience. And while, they're practical and thoughtful about their purchases, they'll seek value, but they will splurge for things a bit when it's important, different occasions and things. So the demo is 30 to 49 years old. Obviously, those are average numbers. Average household income ranges from $75,000 to $175,000. So this is a well-paid, quasi-affluent guest who's got money to spend when they travel. College educated and full-time employed. So these are quality folks that we're driving into our hotels that would be coming into your market to spend money. So here's the design concept. Casually tailored design philosophy really unifies the on-property experience through the different spaces of the hotel. So hotels are broken out into different spaces. You've got your public space, which is the general lobby and check-in area, and then you've got the guest rooms, and then you've got the food and beverage area. And I'll hit on food and beverage because it seems to be a hot topic here and what's going to be required and what's not for our franchise. So these are our key brand hallmarks. While we don't just encourage developers to design to the market and really get creative with kind of pulling in that local experience, we require it. And that's why, but when they do that, they do have to build in what we call key brand hallmarks that identify it as a Cambria from guest to guest, meaning they're still going to get the same general design, general layout of the rooms, general food and beverage experience, which is going to flex from property to property and market to market based on the economics of the deal. So your arrival experience, so here's the food and beverage concept, right? We're bar forward. We want our guests to experience what we call hyper-local craft beer on tap. We require 3 to 5 craft beers on tap. And small bites, small plates, almost like tapas with flavors inspired by the destination. So we cater the local food and beverage options, meals and offerings to the local market. So if it's seafood, if it's Tex-Mex, wherever you are in the country, we want to cater to that local guest. We do allow the public. A lobby is a public domain, it's public space, so they will be able to come in to the lobby. Okay, it doesn't mean that they're going to go and advertise and say, "Hey, come to the ABC bar at the Cambria, half night off at drinks." That's up to them if they want to market locally, and it sounds like they're trying to respect the local businesses, and they can figure that out as they go. But right now, I believe they have a 10-seat bar that's programmed. He talked about a Turbo Chef food and beverage offering. We're going to take up maybe 500 or 600 square feet kitchen that has this. Turbo Chef is another word for a fancy sort of microwave convection oven. It actually puts out a pretty high-level, high-quality food experience for a hotel lobby, right? If you go to most hotels in the upscale select service segment, you don't see people dining there. They have a couple cocktails. Maybe they share a tapas plate, and then they go out and they enjoy all the great restaurants or the Food Channel Network restaurant they wanted to visit in town that they really wanted to experience. So you don't get it. And also on the flip side, food and beverage, unless if you blow it out big time and do a rooftop bar, it's not a massive profit center for hoteliers in this type of hotel. Choice Hotels doesn't take fees on food and beverage revenue. So we're very, very cautious about the cost we put onto our owners and what we expect them to execute from an F&B perspective. You're going to have a very nice bar, not just a place to get alcohol, but a place to enjoy, a nice atmosphere to enjoy a drink with friends and family. Then we have spa-inspired bathrooms. You'll see some pictures of that. So here's just some examples of our lobbies in different areas, different hotels. This is Philadelphia. Again, everything is designed. This is downtown Philly on the Avenue of the Arts, so you'll see a lot of artistic kind of flair and nods to music. This is downtown Phoenix. Up in the corner is El Segundo, California. Arundel Mills, Maryland, which is at BWI Airport. There's this clear aviation theme going on. Here's a shot of one of our bars. Again, nice atmosphere, nice place, not overdone. Guest room experience, we've got the platform bed. It's a very nicely done guest room, upscale guest room amenities. And then we have the spa-like bath. So we've got the backlit Bluetooth mirror, so for you kids who do technology well, you can punch in your phone to the Bluetooth and listen to your music while you're getting ready in the morning. It gets rave reviews on all those rating agencies that they were pointing to in their report. And it kind of differentiates us from a brand. But again, very clean, very upscale, very spa-like, and our bathrooms get great reviews. Cambria customization. Again, we've got the hallmarks, but that identify the brand location to location, because at the end, people want consistency. They want to have the familiarity when they travel from location to location. But we ask our developers and we require our developers to customize it to the market. And most municipalities appreciate that. And I can show you, this is not foreign to me. We go all across the country and have these meetings, and we understand the concerns of the local community municipalities, because they want to preserve what's so great about it. And they don't want something coming in to run counter to that. This is Nashville. Obviously, live music in Nashville is huge, so we have a performance stage. But you can kind of see this is New Orleans in the warehouse district. This was a gritty, sort of regentrified area that was all warehouse, all brick. And they had a very specific design aesthetic that they wanted us to follow, and we were able to do that. This is that BWI airport. I'm just going to click through here for speed. This is our bar in Boston. The theme in Boston really gave nod to the literary giants in history. There's quotes on the wall from famous poets and things like that that really kind of, with the whole education scene in Boston with so many colleges, it was just a great theme, and that's what the community was sort of asking for. So I'm going to click through if anyone wants me to stop. Madeira Beach, it's a beach market, very beachified. This is Sonoma, California, wine country. Very, very, very hard to get a hotel approved in this municipality because of what they're trying to preserve, but we're able to do it with exactly what they were looking for. Downtown Phoenix in the Arts District, very art forward, very edgy, not probably what you would do here, but it's what was meant and designed for this particular market. Rooftop bar, so when someone talked about a rooftop bar, yes, they are nice. If you choose to do that, we will flex up and down to the market. If the developer wants to do that, and we think that there's a market there for them to be profitable, we'll allow it. If they want to shrink their F&B offering because it just doesn't make sense to go big with it, we'll allow that as well. It's really about our focus is on our franchisee partners' profitability. That's what's made us successful for over 80 years. A lot of brands come in and it's a do it our way, only our way. We really want to work with our franchisees and make sure they're driving the most profitability through their hotel. We've got a lot here, but maybe we're a little over-prepared. But that's it. I'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you. It's Mr. Shalala?
Shalala.
Shalala.
Yeah.
Are there any questions for Mr. Shalala?
I've got a couple.
Commissioner Carr.
Real quick, I just want to reiterate, you could be very direct with this. Is Choice and Cambria really excited about the site in Tarpon Springs?
We're very excited about it. We've been here 3 times now. We've done our due diligence. We've underwritten the project. Yes, we're very excited about this project.
So you believe it will be successful then?
We do. So in addition to them submitting, part of our application process is vetting them as developers, and are they capable of pulling off a project this way, and do they have the financial resources, and they clearly do. They've done it before. Right. Another part is us doing homework on the market. Very similar to way how your bank probably underwrote you as an individual to provide you your mortgage. They're looking at, debt to income ratios and things like that. Choice Hotels will go in and we'll underwrite this deal. We'll take into account his land cost, what his budget is to build the hotel, the projections as far as occupancy and gross room revenue, and look at what we call debt service coverage ratio. Most lenders want to see that the hotel is generating 3 times plus, depends on the lender, in revenue per month what your potential debt service is going to be, meaning all your fixed costs and mortgage interest and all that stuff. So we do that, and we look at it, and we try to be conservative. We want to make sure that we're going to open a hotel that can service their debt and stay open long term. And if it gets really tight or it looks, the lending gods will make a lot of those decisions, whether they think they're willing to. But sometimes lenders lend for different reasons, where they can take the assets back, and it's not always beneficial for the owners. Bottom line is, we've underwritten it. We think it's a very strong deal, and that's why we're so committed to it.
And based on the pictures that you presented, and my understanding, it's not a boutique hotel, but you have boutique quality. Is that a fair statement?
Boutique is a broad word that people throw around now. I would say we're a brand. If you walk into every Cambria, you'll recognize the hallmarks that I was talking about, but I would say it's more customized to the market.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you. What is the largest hotel that you have in this, I believe, that you were showing us?
So in our system, or of the ones I showed you?
In the system.
Right now, the largest hotel is in Anaheim, California, a block away from Disneyland. It's 350 hotels, or 350 rooms, I'm sorry.
350 rooms. And how many floors is that?
I want to say that's 9 stories in that particular municipality. That's
And
it
what
calls
would you say the smallest is?
Open and operating right now, we have a 95-room hotel in suburban Detroit. That market didn't have the rate and occupancy in RevPAR, revenue per available room, which is the key financial metric that Tarpon Springs has. But there was a robust business market there and a need for a hotel, so we downscaled the prototype a little bit there. Still 4 stories, but it's 90 keys, because
So
that's what they could
it's
fit on
4
the site.
stories and 90 rooms. Do you serve food there?
We do. We do.
Are there many places or any places that you don't serve food?
No, so it's a requirement to have some level of our food and beverage offering. And again, we flex on that. Sometimes it's really, really robust, like rooftop bars and, multiple tables. In other cases, it's pretty succinct. It's maybe 8 seats at a bar and a mix of hard and soft seating in the lobby where people can kind of take a plate and eat and share food and things like that.
I'm impressed with what I'm seeing on here. My question to you, and I hear what you're saying as far as that it would apply here. I'm just having a little bit of a difficulty seeing if that would be something that would be here, but that's a statement, not a question. So I really have nothing further.
Commissioner Kulyas.
Yes, sir, Cambria's done all the research regarding, market potential coming in. Do you guys advise franchisees about potentially having bars or restaurants in the hotel?
So we're in a little unique position because at the same time, we are selling a franchise. So the same way a stockbroker can't say, hey, you should do this stock's going to go to the moon, they can't make earnings claims. We can't either, okay? If he came to us and said, I want to do a 50,000 square feet meeting hall and a massive restaurant, we're going to say, you're crazy, it's not going to work here. We can curtail some of their excitement. Sometimes developers really want to overbuild these things, and we look at it from a different lens and can tell them right away whether it would be profitable or not, to the point where if you guys do that, we're probably not going to approve it, because we need these things to open and stay open long term, meaning they need to be profitable. So we wouldn't come in and say you should do this. Most of those decisions are driven by the developer, and then we either approve it or we don't.
Okay, because a lot of these bars I see, they're bigger than 10 seats. They look very glamorous, correct? They look.
Some of them, but those hotels are larger, like the one property in Boston that I pointed out that you might be referencing. I don't know. That's, I think, 160 keys, right? So it's a larger facility, right? So there's more human beings in there coming down the lobby that needs more space. And if you're going to have a bar, you need to have some more seats for people to congregate.
Sure. Can you go ahead and pull up that page again that shows all the current construction for Cambria?
Try. Like the list?
Yes, sir.
So these are open. These are the ones under construction. I don't know if we have a list of the 65 to 70 that are in the pipeline. But until they really break ground, that's when we start counting them and tracking them. I mean, obviously, we're aware of the deals that we've signed and where they are in their pre-construction stages, but.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Any other, Mr. Shalala, or would Cambria consider a hotel with more than one building?
No, that wouldn't, there's no upscale hotel. You referenced earlier, I believe I heard that you said you've been to a hotel where there's like a main house and then a couple other buildings. I don't disagree, there are hotels like that. Most of those were built in the late 70s, where they had these pods and people could buy larger sites and afford that real estate. That's a very economy kind of design. No one's doing hotels like that. I understand the zoning allows for a hotel to potentially build on those two different parcels that I looked up on the screen. If you, my personal opinion, okay, and one, we wouldn't approve that as the franchisor. There are no less than 10 disastrous operational liability issues with doing something like that. Also in the design of the hotel, the functionality of how that hotel operates, people crossing a public street to get to another building from one building to the other, I don't think that's what you want in your city. Maids trying to push carts, and it would just be not a good thing.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Are there any other commission comments? Okay. Ms. Vincent, do you have any cross-examination from Mr. Shalala? Ms. Gutierrez, I know you probably don't have any questions for Mr. Shalala. If you could come up forward to the, and Mr. Corliss, you as well, if you've got some questions.
How can you compare Tarpon Springs to a town like Memphis or New York or any other town? How can you compare the amount of people who go to those towns with Tarpon Springs, that you will fill the hotel?
So it's a good question. The way we compare markets that we look at to develop hotels is the economics and the hard facts and stats that we have to determine if there's enough volume, if there's going to be enough occupancy. Are there enough people coming into this market to fill this hotel at 80%, at 70%, whatever, and not, I mean, you guys need to understand, Florida is a phenomenal state for hotels, right? Obviously, that's why there's so much development going on here, because people come down to the sunshine, they want to be in the warm weather, and these hotels drive much higher occupancies. To beat around the bush, the economics and the underwriting that we did, the rates that the hoteliers can drive, and the occupancy are significantly higher in this market, believe it or not, than in downtown Memphis, okay? Or many, many other major metropolitan statistical areas. I'm sorry? Yeah, so, I mean, that's when we see a market like this that has such rich economics and allows the developer to kind of, it's an equation, right? You need to buy the land for certain costs, you need to have enough, like a lot of things have to come together numbers-wise for the deal to work. It works here. So it's not so much the size of the market, it's the economics that's being driven in that market. There's 1 million people coming to these sponge docks. Up until 2 months ago, when we started getting really serious about talking about this, I didn't know what a sponge dock was or what sponge dock. I came here and did the research. I can't believe 1 million people come to this town, and there's no hotels to service them. So when we see that, we get excited, because there's unmet demand and clearly extremely high barriers to entry to get a hotel built in this town. So if this does get built, and I hope it does, I think it'll be a fantastic amenity to your community. Job creation, driving economics, and my guess is after seeing what I saw tonight, there probably won't be another hotel here for a while, so I think it'll be successful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. Mr. Corliss, do you have a question?
Yes, sir. You mentioned that it was problematic to have buildings across streets, and yet you're putting all those keys on one of 3 parcels. And they've got to cross 2 streets, to get to parking. Okay, so you mentioned, you don't want people pushing carts, pulling luggage, kids running across the street to the car. How can you say be against one thing and for another, parking versus buildings? It seems to be the same problem.
So, look, you don't make a bad point, okay, with the crossing in the street from the parking lot. I'm not sure, we haven't talked in depth about the parking situation. They may choose to do valet, where they pull up and they have a valet service drive the car over and park. I don't know, okay? That's something that can be discussed. Usually if you have surface lots across the street that are designated for hotel parking, they can be utilized. And it's the guest's responsibility to cross the street safely. But if just from an economic standpoint, you're basically building 2 separate hotels, 2 separate vertical transportation, meaning elevators, 2 separate back of the houses, 2 separate kitchens. Everything would have to be separate. It'd be like building 2 separate hotels, and it just kills the economics of the deal. In addition to which, just the logistics of a family comes in and they're selling rooms out, and they can put the parents in one building and if they put the kids in another because there's just not room availability to put them all in the same building. I know it's hard for me to explain in a very quick sentence, trying to keep it short, but it would be highly advantageous for them. Thank you.
Thank
sorry,
you, Mr.
highly-
Corliss.
Yeah.
I think that's it. Thank you. We've got Ms. Cole, the next in line.
Thank you, I appreciate
Thank you,
your time.
Mr. Shalala.
Yes, Mr. Wallace was going to describe the architecture and the evolution, and then we have Mr. Pergolesi, because I know you have traffic. That was all we.
Mr. Hoosh.
Neither one of them. I don't know that Mr. Cahovi had specific things to testify to, so it would just be Mr. Wallace and Mr. Pergolesi to give you those highlights.
Hoosh would not have anything to say.
I don't think affirmatively, although you all had some questions that.
I have a question for him.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't need to hear anything from him, so. Thank you.
Good morning again.
Yes. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Long? Is that correct?
He's going to make a presentation.
You're going to make a presentation? Okay. That's fine. Thank you very much.
So just to sort of describe the process that we've gone through, they mentioned 3 iterations. It's 3 iterations as a Cambria. It's actually about the 6th iteration overall for this site in terms of coming up with development strategy. And design is an iterative process. As an engineer, I'm sure you can appreciate that. You review a problem, you review an opportunity, you come up with a solution, and then you go back and you make sure you question that, and you get into deeper detail, and that often informs the design to change again. We're in that process as we speak, obviously, and the building has evolved from a relatively prototypical boxy building to something that's much more nuanced and curated. We've broken up the building vertically and horizontally so that we can make the masses feel smaller and more unified, meaning a typical hotel on US 19 is a straight building. We've put facets in this building to make it follow Roosevelt. That has the effect of, as you're standing at street level or driving down the street, you see a smaller portion of the building at a time. And then additionally, you've got a difference in vertical height, and a different treatment of what's the word I'm looking for? The parapet. So the roof line was adjusted, the balconies were adjusted, we recessed the balconies, we introduced the arches, we changed the railing types, to make them more consistent with other architectural styles of railing that we saw in town. And that process, as an iterative process, will continue as this goes through the next steps, assuming that it does.
Thank you, Mr. Long. We're going to take a 5-minute recess, and we're going to reconvene at 12:32.
couple shots in there.
Let's go ahead.
Yeah,
what-
go ahead.
oh, I
fault.
I should take a picture of all
I'm
that.
here. It's your fault if you're here.
We're going to reconvene now at 12:32 a.m.
That was a long night.
Look at him, he's walking around with all the chips.
You hit that a couple more times.
Come on there.
Yeah.
Let's get the meeting moving so we can go home. Reconvened at 12:32, and it's now 12:33. So, Mr. Long, you're up at the podium, and is it Long, if I got that right?
Wallace.
Wallace?
Wallace.
Wallace. Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Commissioner Carr, you've got your light on.
Yeah, a couple questions. Mr. Wallace, you can be very direct. I'm fine with that. From a height standpoint, is there an issue with a height of max of 50 feet? Can you still figure out how to get 4 stories on top of parking?
Absolutely, you cannot make that work. That's not possible.
What is the least amount of height you can make it work then?
I believe that what we've got shown right now has tolerance of maybe a foot or 2. And keep in mind that that maximum height that we talked about is to 1 point on the parapet. The primary roof line is significantly lower. I think it was 56.
Right.
So your primary roof is much lower than that peak of the facade.
Is the parapet, I'm not sure, is that what that's what that peak is called?
Yes.
Is that a requirement to have?
No, it was again to introduce an element that was presented by the Greektown Historic Society as
Okay.
a precedent.
Okay, so just a reminder that, I mean, we are Tarpon Springs and not necessarily Greece. I think that came from Greece specifically. A couple items I would ask, is there any issues with updating the roof line and make it more congruent or similar across the board instead of chopped up the way it is? And I understand chopping it up, the perspective of that, but it also creates a weird, to me, I don't know how to put it in words right now, but would there be any issues with that?
No, not technically, and I don't think it would be resisted by the owner, although he would have to speak to that.
Okay. Would there be any issues with reducing the amount of stucco on the building?
The amount of
Stucco?
no, the material palette is, certainly a malleable thing at this stage.
Okay. So if there was a max height of 50 feet, what would need to be happening from a design standpoint? Would it have to be spread out further on the footprint?
It would have to grow the building footprint significantly, and it would impact the parking significantly, because the parking that's under the building isn't as efficient as parking that doesn't have to deal with structure and vertical circulation. So,
Could it work?
I'm sorry?
Could it work still?
In our studies initially, we have looked at this. It didn't work. We could not get the room count and the parking as currently contemplated to make it viable. I also want to add that, they talked about a 93 or 94 room property in Detroit that was 4 stories. That's 4 stories built on the ground. So we're still a 4-story hotel. We
Understood.
just, because of FEMA, are required to elevate onto a podium to comply with the AE10 flood zone.
Could there be plant buffering of the building to help soften the building if it's palm trees or things along those lines?
Absolutely, there's going to be a landscape plan developed as the design
Yeah,
progresses.
there's preliminary like wax myrtles around the front, but there's not really any height that I saw from like a palm tree standpoint or something at least to soften a little bit. I think there's some concerns from that aspect.
Absolutely, that would be the norm. That's something that generally starts to take more evolution during the site plan approval process,
Sure.
as opposed to conditional use. But yeah, I don't see any problem with that. And, we see that as a positive, and I think so do the guests. So
What's the lowest height? I can't remember. Was it 56 feet that you have?
I
or
believe it's
53 feet?
56.
Okay, so you said there's a area plus or minus of 1 to 2?
In terms of the overall, that 65 number, to keep that roof line, we would have to, we've only got a certain amount of area or height to play with. With that said, the 56 is in areas that are back of house and guest rooms. It may not be everyone's knowledge. We moved the lobby of this building to the top floor because it helps reduce the net height, because we're able to absorb the elevator overrun that's required under the code. We're able to absorb that into a fixed height of the building as opposed to a protrusion that comes up through the roof. So that was one of the reasons we did it. The side benefit is, while we don't have a rooftop bar, we do have a lobby on the 4th floor with a small bar that has a view to the west for sunset, and a view to the east to see toward the sponge docks.
Okay. So there is some room, though, to play with a little bit.
Absolutely.
Okay. No further questions.
Vice Mayor Lunt,
No question.
Commissioner Eisner.
You do understand with the FEMA regulation that you do have to have a parking lot downstairs underneath. And you also do realize that because of the zoning, there's only X amount of height you can have. So then you also have to understand, and my question would be, that's why there's been nothing built there so far. There is a difficulty in trying to make a hotel which we could use in that particular location. And I tend to use an analogy of, so just correct me if I'm wrong, that would be my question. If you have a large family and you need to have a large car, and the large car doesn't fit into the garage, you have an issue. And that's what, do you see that that is our issue here?
I'm not sure I follow the question. The height.
Question that I'm trying to ask you is, we have a situation where you need X amount of rooms to make it profitable, and because we're right by the water in a flood zone, you cannot build the first floor, and you have issues with height.
Correct, but the specific district requirements for a hotel allow 4 to 6 stories. And they
Not
allow
on
stories of much
T4.
taller height.
Not on T4.
I'm sorry, that's not my understanding, perhaps.
I think we need to just focus on the, Mr. Kuyas, Commissioner Kuyas, excuse me.
Sir, I do want to say the design the third time around has come around, looks sharp. I can't say it doesn't, looks good. I
Thank you.
actually like the style of the parapet and the different layers. I'm trying to lock in a max height, sir. All right? And we've stated the parapet about 65 feet, and you said give or take a foot.
No, I didn't say give or take. I said there's about a foot of play in changing that parapet height and still having it differentiate itself from the other adjacent parapets.
Okay, so no further questions.
Mr. Wallace, how long is the frontage of that motel, the one that's proposed?
So if you add up all the segments, we don't have measured drawings of that, but we were able to pull something up off of our cloud service, and it's about 245, 250 feet if you add them all up, as if they were
About 250
as if they were
feet.
one straight building, but they're not.
And so what I'm hearing, and I've got a little practice in this, if you want to make it lower, you're going to have to make it longer.
Much longer.
Mr. Shalala from Cambria said that 2 buildings or multiple buildings is not going to happen with Cambria. I mean, not that those were his words, but that's the sense I got, that it's not feasible or that would not be acceptable for Cambria. And obviously, I wouldn't want to go any higher, so the only way that we would make it lower would be to make it longer. And if you've got a problem with length already, then that's not an option either, or a solution. Or do you have something else? Can you make it, and you really can't go any deeper, I guess, is that correct? Yeah.
No, sir. The solution to make it longer also would require the vacation of the
Right, yeah, no, I understand.
alley that is platted, and therefore we were given guidance that that was not a desirable thing. If you recall, one of our initial approaches was to vacate Hill Street and span the building across both sites. If we did that, yes, we could get down to 3 stories over parking. Otherwise, I'm not sure how you would get there.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Are there any, Commissioner Carr?
Yeah, so if the alley was vacated, there's a potential to make it work, spreading it out.
Yes, I believe so. Parking will be a defining challenge.
Yeah, that's your job though, right?
Mine and Hoosh's.
Okay. So, and this is just a broad statement. This isn't anything that was, this is no backup or anything, but I would say an alley is much more easier to get through that I'm making a statement. I'll save that for later. I think you
Fair
understand my, okay, no further comments.
Okay.
Or questions.
No other questions. Ms. Vincent, anything on cross-examine?
Clarification on the parking discussion and going down to 3 floors. Obviously, the building gets larger. You do have an opportunity to use both of the other parcels, though, for parking. Are you saying that even that's challenging? I know right now that one out parcel is indicated to be no use. But that could come into play for parking, could it not? Is that part of your consideration?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to make sure I understood your question properly, but yes, that would definitely have to come into consideration. And one of the things that has been discussed is a need for more public parking for day visitors at the sponge docks. And that 4th parcel, the out parcel, could certainly be utilized for public parking. And if we had to use it for hotel use, that would take away that opportunity.
Just wanted that clarification.
And Mr. Wallace, my understanding was the plan was just to use those 3 on the east side of Roosevelt as
Correct.
part of the plan, and not, I remember that the city manager had mentioned to me the same thing that you were saying, the opportunity for public parking. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Vincent. Ms. Gutierrez, do you have any questions for Mr. Wallace? Mr. Corliss?
Hello, sir.
Hi there.
My first question is, at 65 feet, is it +8 of fill?
There is no, I'm not the civil engineer, so I can only say that we are not putting in fill to get to the bottom of the occupied space. We are going to use fill to adjust for grading and drainage and retention, but the parking is similar or near the current grades as expressed in the presentation from the city.
On Roosevelt, so it would be, grade would be pretty much Roosevelt.
Correct. We're not coming in filling it with a lot of dirt.
Okay, so it would be 65 feet
From there.
from Roosevelt.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Approximately.
And in your elevations, did you ever include the residential homes on Hope Street?
Did we include the residential homes?
I mean, comparison. Did you compare them to the house heights on Hope Street in your elevation?
We didn't do any technical survey of it or any kind of technical analysis, but obviously we've spent a lot of time on the site and spent a lot of time driving around the site and the surrounding buildings. So we took that into consideration as part of our overall strategy.
Well, in the considerations to height slide that they presented here, You had a building, the salvage building now. You had the dry docks, and I think a building a couple miles away. And I would think it would be reasonable, and I'm asking you if you feel like it was to be the same, if you would include the adjacent properties in your height analysis. Isn't that normally what would be required in the?
No, it's not a technical requirement under any submittal that I'm aware of.
Well, when considering compatibility, such factors as scale, mass, intensity, location, size, height, style, and et cetera, need to be compared to the adjacent surrounding properties. Is that a fair statement?
I mean, I think you just read it, so I'm not going to disagree with that.
Okay. My next question is, how do you plan, with 106 rooms, is it fair to assume that there's going to be approximately 53 rooms on each side of this hotel?
I would say that that's probably fairly close, although we do have the vertical circulation located on the west side of the building, so, or part of the vertical circulation, so that may offset that number, plus or minus a couple of rooms on a floor.
Okay. Do you have any estimate on how high a two-story home would be, particularly mine on Hope Street?
No, I don't know what your floor-to-ceiling heights are in your home, but, I mean, typically, depending on when it was built and, you know, other various parameters, you see ceilings in residential anywhere from 8 feet to, 14 feet. And on the second floor, I would expect that would probably be, more like 8 to 12. So I don't know the height of your home. I'm not even sure what the roof line is, but I'm assuming it's a pitched roof, and with a pitched roof, you would measure it to the peak if you were trying to compare apples to apples.
Okay. So I have a slightly hipped roof on a two-story home, so, it's probably 4 or 5 feet on top of 2 stories if you include the hipped roof. And if you're at 12 plus 14 plus 5, that's 30 feet. 30 feet, probably what my house is.
Above the grade that's significantly higher?
Yes.
And out of the flood zone?
It's out of the flood zone, and it's at 30 feet. And so would it be fair to say that with the 8-foot elevation in the ground between Roosevelt and my house, they're saying 8 feet, that the hotel would be roughly twice as tall as my home?
I don't think that that's necessarily accurate, no. I mean, that's...
Well, we have...
Height, as defined by the building code and zoning, is based on the ground level or the base flood elevation as defined by the FEMA codes. Your
So
home is
if you're
in that
I
zone.
guess I'm having trouble here in figuring this out. If you have elevation or a ground level at Roosevelt, and then you go 65 feet up, you knock off the 8 feet for the elevation grade, that I'm higher, okay? So now you're at 58 feet, and my property is 30 feet. We're all guessing here because you haven't provided any kind of comparison as required, but that's okay. Well, I'm just trying to figure out in this mind, I think it's safe to say, and you can agree or disagree, that the hotel would be twice as tall as my home.
It's certainly taller, but it's measured from a different point of reference.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't understand those point of references, and I don't know if anybody else does either. The other question I have is how far from this hotel, from my lot line, what's the distance?
Well, that was one of the things that we did in particular, was we shifted the hotel as close to Roosevelt as possible. That gave us two things. One, it gave us a more urban and pedestrian-friendly frontage. You're not looking at a sea of parking in the front of the hotel. And two, it separated the hotel as far as possible from the residential, including your home.
I understand that, but it's not my question. My question is how many feet?
Oh, we can look at the site plan and tell you. I don't know that off the top of my
I'd like
head.
to know that. I mean, I think it's important, you know?
Okay. Hoosh, can you look at that?
From my lot line,
From property line to the back of the building.
Mr. Wallace, if you could just state that for the record as far as what that distance is.
Certainly. According to the civil engineer, it's on average about 50 feet.
okay?
The site is irregularly shaped, the building is irregularly shaped, so you have to
Okay.
take that into account.
Okay. And in my mind, the building is going to be 50 feet out, okay, from my property, and twice as tall as the top of my house. You haven't demonstrated or shown any paperwork otherwise. I'm going to go with that because that's what I've got figured in my mind, okay? If you can prove otherwise, bring it on. But my question, where I'm leading to here, is we've established that there's going to be 53 bedrooms on my side of the hotel. How do you plan on the whole back of my house, I've got a 16 by 12, lanai screened in. I've got a big covered patio underneath it. The whole back of my house is open with windows. How do you plan on mitigating me looking into all those bedrooms, or them looking into the back of my house, bedroom, lanai, where I spend hours? How can that be? How is that mitigated?
Curtains? I mean, buildings are built across property lines all over the world every single day, and you choose whether or not you want to have your curtains open, as does a hotel guest.
Do you think that me sitting on my lanai, I don't have any curtains out there? Okay, it's all screened in.
Screened in, though.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, you can see through the screen.
Mr. Corliss, I'm going to interrupt. I've got a little housekeeping to do. It's 12:55, and
Yes.
we're scheduled to adjourn at 1, and I need to consult with the commission to see if they want to extend the meeting time.
Okay.
Well, the question we're going to have is, we have a room full of people that are still going to need to get up and speak, and I don't know what you do with that.
You know, it's going to be 1 o'clock, and I would suspect, given the number of people and the discussion, it's probably going to be conservatively 2 o'clock.
We have
Or more.
full of
Pardon me?
people. We lost half our audience already.
Yeah, we lost half the
2:30?
audience.
Mayor,
It's going to be at least.
I support extending it to 2:30.
I can go all night, but I want to give the residents a chance to speak, people for
No,
or against the
I'm
property.
okay with whatever time you want. I just was trying to provide some estimates for people. So somebody make a motion, and we'll
Motion to extend the meeting till 2:30.
second.
I'll second, I don't care.
You'll second it? Okay.
I don't need sleep.
Roll call for Mayor Vaticiotis.
Commissioner Kulyas,
No.
Commissioner Eisner,
Yes.
Commissioner Carr,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt,
Yes.
Mayor Vaticiotis.
Yes, thank you. Proceed, Mr. Corliss. Yes, ma'am. You need to plug in, okay.
Take my call. Another shot, man. Yeah. He didn't say that. He did not.
I was gonna say, they don't, do they work? No, we're good.
No.
No.
You ready?
Yeah.
Mr. Corliss,
Can he say something about the air? Tell him to check the air.
Mark, can they check the air again?
Can we tell him?
the air conditioning,
By the wake that has got the controls right now, so. There's no one awake who's got the controls that I can text to tell them to do the control.
So we're going to be taking jackets off.
Mr. Corliss, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. So back to the privacy issue. In the hotel, do you expect all 53 residents to keep their blinds closed all the time?
No, I don't. But it is how they would prevent you from seeing into their room.
Do you expect me to keep all my blinds closed all the time?
No, sir, it's your prerogative, it's your home, it's your domain.
Okay, just sounds creepy to me.
While we were waiting on the extension of time, someone showed me a photo of your home. It occurs to me that you could be seen from a car driving down Roosevelt or driving down Hill Street.
Well,
or in your lanai space.
We don't really know, well, I guess you said it was 50 feet from my property to this hotel room. So
Property line, correct. I'm not sure how far your home is set back from your property line.
Okay.
Let's
25
focus
feet?
on
Thank you.
questions and answers
Okay.
instead of a debate, please.
Okay. Well, those are my concerns. You know, I just don't, do you consider this to be equal balance between a 65-foot tower or wall and back of my residential home? Is that balanced?
This is very common in development all over the world. It happens everywhere.
That's not my question.
It's to be expected, maybe is the right way to say it. You bought a home next to commercial property.
Mr. Wallace, if you can't answer the question, just simply say, I don't know.
Yes, sir.
It was, to answer his comment, it was a T4A zoning that requires conditional use that does not adversely affect adjoining property values. Do you think that if I put my house on the market tomorrow and had to disclose that there's going to be a wall of glass windows and bedrooms looking into the back of my home, do you think that's going to increase or decrease and I had to disclose that, would that increase or decrease my property value?
I'm not a real estate appraiser. I can't answer that question.
Okay. We're here to determine compatibility and identify conflicts. I think that's the purpose of this meeting. That's what was said by Ms. Vincent at the early onset of this meeting. And that's what I'm here to do as well. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Corliss. Thank you, Mr. Wallace.
Thank you.
Ms. Cole.
Yes, sir.
You're next.
Mr. Gahovey is I know you had a question for him, and so while he does not have a direct testimony, I am willing to proffer him to respond to you. He is here with his elderly mother and does need to leave and will be leaving right after this portion, so.
All right, well, I have a question for Hoosh.
Thank you, Katie. Good evening.
Thank you. The one thing that's puzzled me, and I know you're the engineer of record, and you may have not done the work yet, but the water table in that location, given the location of one, the elevation and the proximity to the bayou is going to be fairly close to the surface, I would assume. And the drainage, from what everyone has said, is going to be by underground vault.
Yes.
And it's just puzzling to me to try and get an understanding of how to create as much volume that would be needed for the size of that impervious area that's being created, to where there would not have to be some amount of increase in elevation in order to get that volume. Have you looked at that at all or consulted with you?
We certainly have. I would love to see an aerial, if possible, on that screen.
Ms. Vincent, is there a way that we can get the, you're looking for the...
Just the aerial. Just,
Okay.
she had an aerial earlier with all the zoning designations on it.
Slide 16.
And while Ms. Vincent's pulling that up, I have another question I could ask you. The alley in the back towards Hope Street.
Yes.
I would suspect there's going to be some kind of a retaining wall at that location, unless the property is going to be sculpted in terms of just slope with no retaining wall. Is that?
Yeah, we will make every effort not to build a retaining wall, maybe a buffer wall.
Okay.
You know, in Florida, I guess we're not used to 3 or 4 feet drop, although I've lived here for 43 years. But 3, 4, 5, 7 feet, I think, is the real drop from one end to the other. And that makes the street about 3.5% slope, which meets sort of ADA. But, you know, raising the floor up a little bit from the street and leveling the garage, and then another slope towards the residential will basically create what we need. And we don't want to go too far up because we still have to meet ADA accessibility. So we have figured at certain elevation, maybe somewhere between 5 to 6 would be a good floor elevation. But all that will be determined during our site plan design.
Right, no, what I was trying to get at was we keep talking about 67 feet, and I can't remember which one of the witnesses said, I may have been Mr. Wallace, that presumed that was going to be above street level. And I'm not so sure that's the case, based on what the scenario I just described to you as far as the water table, and I'm just trying to get to the bottom of that.
Yeah, well, if you take a look at the aerial that's presented to this board, you see a channel right across our property. Thank you. All right, so this is our property right in here, and this is a channel directly across the street from us. So, and there is a 19 by 30 inch pipe crossing this road, 19 inch by 30 inch, which is 24 inch equivalent, and that's plenty of volume. So you can never flood the Gulf, right? You can never flood the bay or anything like that. Yeah. So in this particular case, if we concentrate on putting the retention pond along here as we have, and then directed drainage to this channel, all we would have to do is provide water quality. Only 3/4 of an inch, which is, a little bit more than ½ inch. And that's plenty of volume per swift mud.
Right, you just remind me some, it showed the retention pond, so we've gotten away from the underground vaults now to retention ponds?
We're considering either one.
But that would be part of the site plan?
That would be part of the site plan, yes.
Okay.
And the way that the architect has designed this project, it gives us the flexibility to maybe consider open space or open face retention pond.
So Roosevelt, based on what I'm looking at, I'm not so sure that that's completely accurate. Runs pretty much along the 3-foot contour, and you're suggesting that maybe the building base floor elevation, the floor elevation, which would be the ground floor slab elevation,
yes,
would be at maybe about 5 feet.
Somewhere between 5 to 6 feet.
5 or 6 feet?
Yes.
Okay.
Because we
All
want to
right.
make sure when it rains really in a torrential
No,
storm, we don't
I
get water
understand.
inside.
Yeah. Okay, so that is going to give us another 3 feet or so, roughly above the street grade, which I know there's a requirement anyway above floor elevation above street.
Yeah, but one thing I wanted to point out to you is that 3-foot elevation is behind the curb. There's about 1.5 feet, in some areas to even 2 feet drop from the street elevation to that 3 that you see. So the street is not at 3-foot level.
It's at about 4 or 5 feet?
Something like that, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, of course.
Hang on a second. Do any of the commissioners have a question for the engineer?
Is this, do you enter traffic stuff, or is that the planner?
Yes. Pergulis, Mr. Pergulisi will answer that
Okay,
question.
thank you.
Ms. Vincent, anything for Hoosh? Okay. Ms. Kutsarias, Mr. Corliss, do you have any questions for the engineer?
Question that I wasn't real clear about. So the parcel on the closest to my house on Roosevelt would be 3 to 4 feet higher than I'm trying to establish base grade here, where this thing's going to start. And did I hear you say it's going to be 3 or 4 feet higher than Roosevelt?
No, I did not say that. I
Okay.
said probably 2 or 3 feet above elevation 3. We're thinking that the elevation of the lobby would be somewhere between 5 to 6 foot elevation. And the 3-foot contour that you see is like a ditch-like behind the curb. You've been to the site, obviously.
Yes, oh,
right?
yes.
And you see a major drop from the curb to the land.
Okay.
So it appears to be about 2 feet, to my eyes, that there's a drop in there. So I'm sort of thinking, and we have the surveyors out there taking shots, but it appeared to me about 2 feet drop in some areas. So if that's 3 feet behind, so I'm assuming that the elevation of the street is 4.5, something like that. So the floor elevation may be 1 foot higher or 1.5 feet higher than the street.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Corliss. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is that it for, that's all we have as
We
far
have
as?
a planner.
Okay. Thank you. Presentation. Okay. Go ahead.
Quick? Okay. Robert Pergolizzi with Gulf Coast Consulting did the traffic assessment. Was contacted a few months ago to do a traffic assessment for the conditional use, which does not require a detailed study. We did the traffic assessment based on available information from the MPO and, of course, Institute of Transportation Engineers, ITE Trip Generation 11th edition. For a 108-room hotel, we have 863 daily trips, 50 AM peak hour trips, and 64 PM peak hour trips, which Renee had in her presentation. According to the Forward Pinellas 2021 Level of Service Report, the nearest regulated road is Pinellas Avenue, which is controlled by the signal at Dodecanese Boulevard. It carries 14,120 vehicles a day and is reported to operate at level of service D, which is an acceptable level of service. Therefore, ample capacity exists to support this project. In reading through the code, for the conditional use, a detailed traffic analysis is not required. However, staff can require a detailed traffic analysis during site plan review, which they did make one of the conditions of approval when it went to planning and zoning. So, fast forward a few weeks, Mr. Fritzke asked me to be proactive and start working on a detailed traffic analysis for the site plan submittal, assuming that we would be able to get board approval for the conditional use. I went ahead and completed that study in June. Prior to doing that, I contacted your staff They agreed that the appropriate thing to do would be to get PM peak period traffic counts, which are 4 to 6 p.m. weekday, at the intersection where the traffic light is at Dodecanese and Pinellas. We did that. We analyzed it using the computer programs called Synchro. We've got level of service C conditions, peak hour, at the signalized intersection under existing conditions, and we've got level of service C conditions with the project. The project actually has a very minimal impact. About 0.8% of the capacity of the intersection is consumed by the project traffic, and I know that was in your staff report. So to sum up, our report confirmed the findings of the Forward Pinellas level of service report, and the detailed traffic analysis that we did that was submitted, and it's part of your package here tonight, shows that traffic is not a problem at the intersection of Dodecanese and Pinellas Avenue, and Pinellas Avenue would continue to operate at a level of service D with the project impacts. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do any of the commissioners have questions? Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, quick question. Again, I'm not a traffic person, but was there any evaluation of looking out when you're leaving the property onto Hill Street to require a left-hand turn only and no right-hand turn? And this, like during the site or during this initial?
We don't analyze local roads when we do our traffic studies because local roads really don't have a discernible capacity. The closest thing you could do would be to analyze the intersection. Now, Hill Street's one way going down the hill from Hope to...
Is it one way? I don't remember.
It's one
Okay.
way.
Well, hey, that answers my question for you.
Going
Thank
from
you
Hope to Roosevelt, so...
for validating that. No further questions.
Okay.
We're just trying to save some time.
Hey, I'm all for that.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any questions. Let me just see, Ms. Vincent, you're back there. Any questions? Ms. Gutierrez, Mr. Corliss, any questions for the traffic engineer?
I don't know if that has to do with the traffic, but I think it does. Has anybody ever checked the traffic that comes from Hope Street, down Hill Street, and around Roosevelt with all the trucks that we have from the restaurants? And on Dodecanese, all the trucks. In the morning, when the trucks come for the restaurants, they park right on Dodecanese. If there's a car coming the other way, you have to wait either way for the trucks to move. Has anybody ever considered all the trucks that we get in that area?
No. It sounds like it's a restaurant problem.
It's not a restaurant problem, it's a street problem. It's a street problem. So,
And those occur in the morning?
all day long,
Okay.
all day long. Different trucks go to different restaurants. There's for food, there's for garbage, there's everything. And it creates a big problem. So how are they going to be using the street on Hill Street going into the hotels?
Well, Hill Street is one way going down the hill. So, I
Right.
mean, I know there's an access
But the
point.
trucks and everybody else uses them.
There's
If
an
if you don't know, then you don't know.
I don't know. Right.
Ms. Gutierrez is asking the question. I think, I don't want to put, you don't know, you don't have an
I
answer.
have no evaluations or any traffic counts on any of the local streets.
Okay.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you.
Do you want to wrap it up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's been a lot of information presented over the past 4 hours, much of which came from the questions that you all asked very well, but I wanted to hone in on a couple things. What's interesting is many of the comments from some of the commissioners revolved around the expectation that a hotel in this area wouldn't be successful. And I think there was ample evidence presented tonight of not only the likelihood of success, but also the enthusiasm for establishing a hotel in this area. While not a review specifically for conditional uses, compatibility of existing and planned uses in the area is. It's not compatibility with the adjacent property, it's compatibility with the existing and planned uses in the area. These are the sponge docks. This is Tarpon Springs' main golden goose that allows so many people to come here and see all of the things that the residents here enjoy and make Tarpon Springs special. And this hotel seeks to do that same thing. They've chosen a brand that can customize itself to be part of this community and not stand out and be out on the highway. They've chosen a developer, has chosen Tarpon Springs, who is a family-owned business and wants to run a community, family-owned property. The standards of review for the use are with respect to the conformance of the requirements of the code, that it's consistent with the goals and objectives and policies, and that it won't result in significant adverse impacts to the environmental or historical resources, and that it will not adversely affect adjoining property values. The adjoining properties are either vacant or commercial in use, and the same Transect zone has an overnight accommodation, the Greek Orthodox Church Community Center, and one homestead property. The significant impact, there was evidence tonight that there would not be a significant impact on capacity. We've had a lot of options and conditions that have been presented to the applicant over the past 2 months, a lot of discussion with staff that has resulted in the application before you. I want to specifically request first that the board approve the conditional use. But secondly, if the board feels obliged to add conditions in addition to the original staff conditions, that the conditions regarding the restrictive covenant, the limitation on floors, and the restaurant are removed. The restaurant condition, other than continental style food, is difficult to comply with. There's a lot of difficult, different opinions as to what that means, and the bottom line is the expectation is that there will be a bar and small food service area and pantry that will serve the tenants or the overnight guests at the hotel. The restrictive covenant, so the out parcel may not be developed or sold and that the building is not allowed to change use from a hotel, is redundant and punitive, candidly. The code allows for the specific uses. Your code allows for the density averaging. Once that averaging occurs, the available development potential has already been limited. In limiting the number of floors to 4, we've heard a suggestion about maybe make the building bigger or different or flatter or longer. But you've also heard testimony that the flood zone and the required elevation means this building is a 4-story hotel building, similar to the ones that Mr. Salaha presented. It just has to be raised up above the floodplain. So to maximize that and minimize the impact in the community, the developer chose to put the parking on the first floor. This building is going to start at AE 10 no matter what. We would respectfully request that there's not a specific limitation on the floors. With that, we will conclude, and we appreciate your time tonight.
All right, thank you. It's time to go to public comment, and hang on a second. Should we go those in favor first, or does it matter?
It doesn't matter, Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's, who's ever has a comment to make concerning this project, if you'd like to come forward and state your name and address, and you have 4 minutes and we're
Thank
by
you.
our normal rules, then if you need 2 minutes, if you can find somebody that's in attendance that would give up their time, you could go up to 6 minutes. Go ahead.
Anita Protas, 901 Bay Shore Drive. I wasn't going to say anything tonight. I wanted to see what was going to happen. I've been to Dunedin, Safety Harbor. I go to their historical meetings. I go to the county historical meetings, and I want you to know the respect on this couple here is stellar. Dunedin couldn't say enough about them. And Safety Harbor said what they've given us in Dunedin has overflowed into our community and brought hundreds and hundreds of people to our main street. Tarpon Springs and the Sponge Docks for years has wanted a hotel. We've missed out on so many opportunities. Don't miss out on this tonight. Tonight was embarrassing as a citizen of Tarpon Springs. Some of the questions asked were outlandish and embarrassing. You know, we've gotten a bad reputation up here. They're kind enough to say they're not going to open up a restaurant and put in a leg of lamb, lamb shank, spanakopita. They just want to take care of their guests. We have Epiphany coming. People come to Tarpon for our Greek Easters because they're so beautiful, but they have to go out on the highway or to Dunedin or Clearwater to be able to get a room. Your responsibility as fathers of our community is to bring money into Tarpon Springs and make it grow. Think of the free publicity we're going to get from this hotel. We won't have to pay for it because it balances out. Look at the money they're going to be bringing in. Let's not be ignorant tonight and say no. You go to St. Augustine, Vicksburg, Mississippi, New Orleans, hotels up almost flat with historic homes. You go to St. George's and St. Augustine, you see the homes, older, beautiful, historic homes, restaurant right next to it, a hotel right next to it. Let's do something good for Tarpon and bring in this hotel tonight. Call the question and vote for it and support it. Tonight, the question is the hotel, not the color, not the plants that you're going to put around, not what the stucco is, not how it's going to affect everybody. It will affect all of us. Your property values will not go down. I went to the tax office and talked to someone there about historic taxing. They said it will not devaluate property. If you don't believe me, then you get your butt down there and go ask them about it. Do your research. Give our businesses a big boost by bringing in people to Tarpon Springs. We've lost too many opportunities. We're the gateway to Pinellas County, and we're lagging far behind. Wake up and let's do something good. It sounds to me tonight like your mind is made up or you've got something else going.
Good evening. I'm Chris Christopoulos of 1406 Fort Avenue, and I'm a property owner at the Sponge Docks. I'm for anything that is good for the sustainable success of the Sponge Docks. I just want to make sure that we're keeping in mind of why people come to the Sponge Docks. It is for it's about what makes the Sponge Docks unique. Tarpon Springs, Sponge Docks is the main attraction. It isn't any individual gift shop. It isn't any individual attraction. Specifically, it is the Sponge Docks as a whole, and so we want to make sure that we don't lose that. We already have an empty Pappas building that's concerning, that needs to be dealt with, and so I think if we, I'm glad to hear that the applicant is very confident in the future success and the sustainable success of the hotel. So I would then ask, why is it necessary to remove the restrictive covenant that protects the property values and protects us down there? So I would urge you to hold steady to the to what you were advised by the P&Z and not remove such restrictions, because that's what, I think that's what protects us. So there has to be some agreement there, and if they're confident, then they should be able to, then there shouldn't be a problem with maintaining that restrictive covenant to protect the citizens. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, thank you. My name is Mike Bryant. I live at 1301 Sunset Wind Loop, Oldsmar. I'm a business owner on the docks. And from what I heard tonight, they have proven 100% that they should move forward with this project for the better of this city, the docks, downtown. This is your life. You got to do this. And some of the questions that were asked were ridiculous. This is not the forum to ask those questions. One question I do have to ask, should have been asked, is there any taxpayer money involved in this project? None. No, there's none. These good people are putting up their own money, taking the chance, and you're questioning them. You're questioning them. I don't think you can, it's gonna fail. You should put a restaurant in, put a bigger bar. Well, common sense tells you why they can't, because it's not big enough. You gotta have 150 rooms to have a restaurant to make it feasible. And for you to say to the business and the Merchants Association, getting involved, asking questions, were you pressured? How dare you? As a business owner, I'm ashamed.
Tim Kafalis, 205 Leafwood Road. So much was said tonight. I tried to keep orderly notes to discuss things, but it was just impossible the way things bounced around. First of all, we heard financing was in place, yet the attorney for the applicant said that they didn't want the restriction to be used just for a hotel because it would hurt their financing. Both Cambria and the developer said that the financing was in place. Another site was for sale while this site was for sale, and it was already zoned for a hotel. It was up on the other end, and it was for sale. It was publicly for sale, and it sold. And that site is zoned, from what Ms. Vincent said tonight, that's zoned without any conditional uses for a hotel. Why didn't they buy that? Are they going to have a pool, a gym? How many cars are going to be parked in the park, are going to park in the garage? That was never mentioned. I've been to most of the planning and zoning meetings, never heard mention of that. The traffic, I think I heard the man say tonight, that was done on a Monday through Friday, when most of the sponge docks are busy on the weekends. At least when I go through there, it seems to be more busy on the weekends. 2 years ago, we were looking and discussing putting a boutique hotel on the Sunbay site. Now we've expanded to a 100-room hotel. Just going through all my notes. Oh, I keep hearing, 3 meetings I've been to, and I've heard comparing it to the size of the Tarpon Towers. I recall when they were building the Tarpon Towers, I believe they had to buy a fire truck for the city because they didn't have a fire truck that tall. So just that for food for thought. I went to some meetings. We're a former property owner down on Hope Street, but at the time we owned a lot and a house. Went to some of the meetings. One of the suggestions from city staff was they wanted to block off traffic during the day for people to be able to walk on Dodecanese. And then some of the merchants said, well, what about our deliveries? And they'd have to come in the alleys or go behind. And they said, tell them to buy smaller trucks. I don't see that as a feasible thing. Comparing us to Dunedin, Dunedin's about 3 times the size. They have 2 baseball teams there that are there seasonally and during the regular season. And so it's kind of difficult to compare. And while they seem like they're very honorable people and they really do mean well, I just don't think this is the site. Let's see here. I'm going to skip through some of the things because they've been answered. And a big thing is, why do people buy property and then want to change the use and come to the city and want to make the city make it more appealing to them after they bought it. These are things that should be done. I had a house on Hope Street and a lot next door to it. We decided not to expand the house. We needed a bigger house, and we owned the lot next door. We were going to expand into that. We said, no. Why should we do that? It will not look right in the neighborhood to have a 3,000 square foot house in that area. So we sold it and we bought elsewhere because we didn't want to make a mess down there. As far as two buildings, while it might not be a good comparison, the Tarpon Inn has two buildings, so the city's already in the past done that. The Disneyland comment, I really am offended by that. The colors blue and white, as you mentioned, is the flag colors, but we don't consider ourselves the Disneyland, the Greek Disneyland. And that was, to me, that was offensive. Well, we could say things about Dunedin, we could say things, you know, that there, but it's just not appropriate. The idea, we were told early on by Ms. Vincent, I believe, that about the stucco, the shape, the design, and all that. We're hearing tonight now that, no, it's not going to be whatever they show us. It could be something else. The one I saw where it said elevation with two different elevations, I believe the one was the back of it, and it looked like the VA hospital in my hometown in Pennsylvania. And I really don't think we need that kind of a look that's going to back up into Rita and the other house. And, you know, sure, it'd be great just having.
Mr. Kafalis, you're out of time.
time's up.
If you could just wrap it up
Okay,
in a couple of seconds.
We lived on Hope Street, and I saw what Rita was saying. Every morning I had to watch for the trucks to come out of the street off of Roosevelt onto Spruce and then onto Hope. And I had to watch them as they would make the turn to get onto the dock so they wouldn't knock our wall down. And I really think that we're going to have more of that and have more trucks down there and more deliveries and more traffic. And I thank you for the little bit of extra time, and thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Terry Long. I'm a resident. I live on Chesapeake Drive. I have been a resident for 25 plus years in Tarpon Springs, and a lot of the attraction has been the quaintness, the sponge docks, the restaurants. I'm a realtor. I participate in the First Friday events, the Hawaiian nights, tropical nights. There's so much great about Tarpon. I bring a lot of new residents that buy homes here. I have to say I have a lot of concerns about the hotel, not having a hotel, just this particular property. Has anyone talked about the sound barriers? I live directly across the water from where this hotel is going to sit. And the events that go on from Rusty Bellies, the Hawaiian Nights, it's all good. It's done by 11 o'clock at night. But how are you going to control all of those hotel rooms on their balconies? That sound carries across the water like it's unbelievable. Has anyone talked about how that's going to affect the residents? And I'm speaking for everyone on that street. We're all going to be staring at that hotel and hearing all the noise and all the events that go on from that at any time of the night. I'm grateful there's not going to be a restaurant above. I'd love to have a rooftop restaurant, but I don't want to look at that. I mean, I spend a lot of money in taxes and trying to keep my place up and be a part of the Tarpon community, but I'm very concerned about traffic. I mean, I am a resident here, and just to go to a restaurant in Tarpon Springs, there's nowhere to park, and it's off-season, and you have to wait an hour and a half to get into a restaurant. So I'm also concerned about traffic and parking. So I have concerns, though I do agree a nice small hotel would be nice. So, but again, my primary concern is how are you going to keep from that noise being offensive? And I will be looking right at that hotel. And I'm curious to the developer, what? Did you say move?
Let's be kind to everybody tonight. Just, let's be kind.
I'm curious where you guys live.
It's not a question and answer period.
What's that?
Do you live in
No,
Tarpon Springs
I'm
is
sorry,
my
there
concern.
shouldn't be any interaction. If you could just make your comments, maybe I misunderstood. Were you asking a question?
I was asking a question if they live in Tarpon Springs. Are they residents here? The developer?
You couldn't, no, we've closed that part of the hearing. He would be offering additional testimony. We'd have to open it all the way back up
Oh,
again for
okay.
cross-examination and everything.
Okay.
It's just part of the process,
Okay.
but thank you.
All right,
Go-
thank you.
Go ahead, no, finish up what you were saying.
Well, I'm good. I just
Okay.
wanted to get those
Thank you
points
very
out.
much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. Athena Tsardulia, 634 East Orange. I'm also part owner of Tarpon Sponge Incorporated, 735 Dodecanese Boulevard. I've spoken twice before at the two previous P&Z meetings, and I'm just simply going to kind of repeat, I'm sorry, some of my same concerns and add a few things. I personally, although I'm not an expert, but I do not believe the hotel in this iteration, this size, is consistent with the comprehensive or strategic plans. I think you can refer to Dr. Bukvalis' letter to the commission, and she can explain it far better than I can. My family's been in this town since 1908, 114 years, and we've been connected to the sponge industry off and on all those years. The store that we have was started by my father in the Sponge Exchange 40 years ago, for those of you who don't know me. Visitors are drawn to Tarpon Springs because it's wholly unique. Unique in all the world, not just the United States. We've got sponging, working waterfront, Greek culture, lots of great stores, and great restaurants. This hotel, the owners are interested in building here because of all of that, the village atmosphere and so forth. Would I like to see a hotel at the docks? Yes, I think I've stated that. I've actively tried to get one here for years, but this location just does not work. It's impossible, it's preposterous, and it's too big. It just is. This will not work. It will completely change the complexion of the area. And I want to thank all of the commissioners for their pointed, thoughtful questions tonight. I appreciate it. You're asking questions the residents want answered. Thank you. Last week, I was interviewed by Insider TV. The reporter was fascinated by the story of the sponge industry. She went around town, and I believe Mr. Skaroulas is making arrangements for her to be able to do a dive and actually get video footage of sponge harvesting being done underwater. I want to also point out, I believed at the last P&Z meeting, I don't believe that the Planning and Zoning Board approved a 5-story hotel. Yes, I know it's 4 stories with an area. I would love to see a hotel on Pinellas Avenue. This hotel would be great there. It would service downtown and the dock area. I'd love to see it closer to downtown, if there's a lot there. Let's redevelop some other parcels of land. Put it on 19, put it on Live Oak. All of that makes much more sense. I know the land is priced attractively. There's got to be a reason for that. I'm not convinced that it can be built on safely and not impact the already atrocious flooding problem that we have there. So these are my concerns. I think they're valid. I support a hotel in the area, but not this one, not in that location. Thank you.
Thank you. Nothing.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Annette Lakshupar. I live at 817 Gulf Road in Tarpon. My family's been here 6 generations as well. This is home. I think a hotel or motel would be fine in Tarpon, but not at the Sponge Docks either. Like Athena said, Live Oak, 19 with all the car washes, go there. People come to Tarpon, the best beach in Tarpon, the pier. But all reality, people come to go to Clearwater Beach, Tampa, nightlife, Ybor City. They come here for a few days. They're gonna come and eat 1 or 2 meals here and then go elsewhere. When I go visiting Savannah even, yeah, I stay there and I stay there a day, eat, go look at things, and then I go to other towns around it. So it doesn't mean they're gonna stay here in town. It's not gonna be a competition to the people at the Sponge Docks for food, obviously, the way this is gonna set up. It doesn't have any place for a shower, a baptism, a wedding. Some people are thinking it's gonna have a venue. Obviously, it's not. It's gonna be a big eyesore down there. Rita, as family, I know where she lives, grew up in her house, her mother's next door. There's no place for a big place there. I mean, this is a residential place for restaurants, residential. Another place would be the Roach Hotel, Tarpon Inn. Throw that down and build a Mediterranean place, a small, nice, quaint motel. People can walk to the docks, uptown, downtown. We don't have to keep it in Greek town. So, I'm just saying that the traffic is as bad as it is right now, as it is down there. Now we're gonna have more traffic, more spring breakers. We're gonna have a lot of riffraff down there, people that just hang. We're gonna have beggars, we're gonna have more stuff down there. So I'm just saying, take it somewhere else. A hotel we do need here. Thank you, have a good evening.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Hi, we're Bill and Kelly Dennison. We live in Holiday, but we have a business on the Sponge Docks, Antelope Brew, in the Sponge Exchange. Couple points we'd like to make. More people that come to the docks will make the businesses there more successful. We struggle, especially during the early evening and in the nighttime, to make money. There's just not enough people down there. And we believe that if there were people staying down there, we would have the ability to stay open longer and make more money. We've actually had several customers who've been visiting from Dunedin and from Clearwater that come up for the day that say if there was somewhere to stay, they'd love to because it's a beautiful little town. The more money people spend at the hotel and at our businesses, the more money the city will get in occupancy fees and in sales tax and other things that will help improve the city for the residents. Dunedin once was a run-down and unsuccessful town. Now that people can stay there and spend their money, it's a beautiful place. People go there because it is so adorable. And they have large hotels there. People worry about traffic and lack of parking, but hotel guests will drive in, park, and walk to local businesses. And this hotel is keeping the option open for city parking in one of their parcels. That's a win, in our opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. Yes, sir.
Good evening, BJ Wolf, 412 Denise Street, although I might change my residency to here, I think, or something, but I got a saying that I love to use, you know, it's everything before the word but doesn't count. And if tonight we're a drinking game, and the way that the panel here addressed a lot of the questions, it was a lot of, you know, hey, Mike, you're a great guy. I love you, man, but, right? I want a hotel, but. I want this, but. I mean, the covenants that's there is there for a reason. If I heard it right, it can be 4 to 6, and it can be up to 80 feet, right? Why even have that as part of the specs that you can build to? Why even have it so it's conditional? I mean, just say, we can't have a hotel here, you gotta go somewhere else. I mean, it's already there, and it genuinely felt as if the panel were dead set against it, not in my backyard. That was just my feeling. I know at the beginning of this, we actually made sure that everybody that spoke and testified today were accredited, acknowledged by the panel as being experts, right? But every time they spoke, y'all questioned it, whether it was how many people that they can bring here, and unless y'all have better understanding of that knowledge, they're the hotel people. They were accredited by this panel as being the experts. If they tell you it's 30 or 60,000 people, and I thinks, in my mind, I thinks from anybody, doesn't work. You better come with the goods, with the receipts. They have it. I have a business with my wife here in town. I'm open 7 days a week, and all I hear every single time somebody comes in from Sarasota, from St. Augustine, from Tampa, from Dunedin, is, are you really the only place open? Or is there a place to stay around here? And they have to go all the way to Newport Rich, or they have to go way out, and if 19's even open at the Hampton Inn there. And I'm just really struggling to sit here, and I've invested so much. We're coming up on our 1-year anniversary, and we want to be a part of this community. We've loved that the community has welcomed us. The other business owners that have had, put out that hand and said, hey, do you need this? Or they shove people our way, or we shove it their way so that we keep the business going. 60,000 people, are you kidding me? We need these people. I'm not saying we need to be Dunedin, right? We are uniquely Tarpon Springs, but we have to have a way for the people to come here and experience Tarpon the way that we really want to present it. And again, everybody's worried about this height, 1 foot here, 2 foot there. I mean, why have the covenants or the ability to even say 4 to 6, just say up to 6. That's like the most ridiculous spec I've ever heard. You can build it 4 to 6. So you can build it up to 6. That's a spec. I mean, I just don't get it. And when we talk about Cambrias and, the costs associated with building this thing, let alone staffing it, let alone, trying to step outside your comfort zone and be a restaurant person, or, they're offering food. They want to make sure that they're pushing that business back to us. I travel all over the country for my job, and there's not a whole lot of Cambrias or Hamptons that are right next to a historical landmark city. It feels to me like they're trying to be as accommodating as possible. I can tell you the business, at least, I can't speak for everybody, but I can tell you that this is a business owner here. We need the people. We need a way for them to be able to stay here for more than one day. They're here for a night, and they're trying to figure out which restaurant do I go to, which store do I visit. We've got to do something to make sure that this is better for the community, and I sincerely hope that you really take that into account. And it's not just about, is it a high building, or if it's 65 feet, or if it's 75 feet, or if it's 55 feet. We need this for this community to thrive, and I thank you guys very much. It's late, so I just appreciate you letting me have the time to talk.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to ask Mrs. Koutsourais and Mr. Corliss to come forward. We should have asked you to make your statements as a presentation or whatever you would like to do, and then allow Ms. Cole to cross-examine you if she would like to.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
My name is Rita Koutsourais, and I live at 611 Hope Street, and I'm right on the corner of Hope and Hill. I have been in Tarpon Springs for 66 years, and Mayor Vaticiotis knows because his father's shop was right across from my house all those years. And so I know exactly what goes on in Tarpon Springs. Tarpon Springs, we're not a destination city. Tarpon, it's good. They go to Clearwater, tourists come, they go to Clearwater, they want to see the water on the beach, get out of the hotel, go take a swim and go back. And then they take a day and come to Tarpon to see the sponges, the culture, the food, and enjoy a day shopping. And then they go back. And the rest of the people, besides the tourists that go to hotels, are people who have family within the 40, 50-mile radius. And they come to visit their family, and they come to Tarpon Springs for a day and come back the next day maybe. And those are the tourists that we get. Other than, now, if you ask me, do you want a hotel? I would say yes. I'm not saying no. But I don't think we need a hotel of that caliber, that big. Put something, 40, 50 rooms, 2, 3 floors, okay, with a nice swimming pool, a nice terrace with chairs that people can sit down in the evening and have a drink. That's fine. But we don't have that. We don't need that. It's not going to make it. And when that big hotel is not making it, something will happen. They leave, and we stay with Ice Shore. Now, as far as people saying we shouldn't mind it, how many floors there are, if they have to get up every morning and look out the window and don't see the sun because your house is here and they're up there, you will mind it. And as far as the traffic, come around any morning. Not only morning, all day long, and see the trucks and the traffic that goes on Hope Street, on Hill Street, on Roosevelt, and forget about the flooding. And has anybody, I know all of you know, any day that's not even hurricane, today was flooding on the corner of Roosevelt and, what is it? Canal Street. It does that every day. We have flooding on the Dodecanese, on both ends, on Hope Street and Athens Street. And if we have a hurricane, God forbid, the last time we had the no-name store, I know, my house, the water was where that, let's see, the water came where that 5-foot was, all the way down. And there used to be a little 6-7 room hotel on the other side of Roosevelt, right there. And it was demolished because the water was up on top of the windows, and they tore it down. So God forbid we have a hurricane, nobody can get out. That's all I want to say, and please do the best you can, because it's not that we don't want you, it's just you have to kind of conform with the area. And what you have in mind, it's not conforming with the area. Thank you.
Stay right there, Ms. Gutierrez. Just hang on a second. Ms. Cole, do you have anything? Ms. Vincent's not here, I don't think. Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez.
Sure.
Good evening again. My name is John Corliss, and I live at 609 Hope Street in Tarpon Springs. I am an affected party. I'll back up to this motel site, as you all know. I have a business degree, and my professional life has been in real estate residential brokerage for the past 42 years. I've sold many, many homes as a broker. I've bought a few and sold a few along the way. I am an expert. I don't want to brag, but it's just the facts. I can't say that the applicant has provided any experts in residential real estate. What the developer is proposing is a 65-foot wall in back of my house. I bought here thinking I might retire here. In the meantime, I applied for a special use permit to use it as a short-term rental. It's been great during the winter months. Not so great in the summer months. As a matter of fact, I have 0 bookings. And my prices aren't bad for a 3-bedroom, 3-bath house. There is no demand in the summer at the sponge docks. I'm an expert. I am a short-term rental operator. You can't get any closer to this hotel than I am. I would like to ask the permission of whoever to pass out just a flyer. And it shows the may I approach?
Yeah, it's his case, yeah. If you want to give it to him, and we'll pass it down.
Pass them down, sir.
I'm gonna count 1, 2, 3, 4, 8.
I'm going to give one of his cold, too.
And
Do you mind if I just circulate them
Okay.
around? I can't have a slide of my own.
No, please go ahead, Mr. Corliss. Yeah.
He's blowing time. Just have him. He needs to finish his presentation. We're going to be here all night. He needs to finish his presentation.
Mr. Corliss, if you can maybe give those to somebody to hand out for you so we can finish the presentation. Thank you, Annette.
So what this shows is my best take. I mean, the applicant hasn't provided any elevations for us to consider. It's all guesswork. But based on what I know, I superimposed my front house onto the back of the hotel. This is what I'm looking at. And then the other pictures on there are what I see every day looking out my lanai. And then I think there's an aerial view there of the site, which is not that big when you look at the whole picture. They're jamming 108 rooms, there's 106 rooms on a very small parcel. So much so they got to get the parking somewhere else. So I've got this 65-foot wall in my backyard and unbelievable glow from the night lights. They'll never get any rest. It's oppressive. And no matter how many stories the special area plan or the comprehensive plan or the smart code plan allow, if it adversely impacts adjoining property values, it can't be done. Now, we can't go back to that slide that says what the conditional reviews are. I think the gal left that is controlling the slideshow. But the conditional reuse for criteria is specific. It says the use will not adversely impact adjoining property values. Period. It's not, if we like the hotel or if we don't like the hotel. You're here tonight to determine compatibility and identify conflicts. That's your job. And the test is simple. If I were to put the house on the market tomorrow, would it sell for more or less with those adversities disclosed to a buyer? It's unarguable that this would have a devastating effect on my property value. T4A zone is not a use by right. It must be approved. And I want to make it very clear. To approve this motel would be a willful, deliberate disregard of the conditional use review criteria. An obvious violation of Florida Administrative Code, compatibility requirements. And I'm just going to take a minute to read those compatibility requirements to you. Individual projects development shall be reviewed for compatibility with surrounding existing uses and further the intent of the character district within which it is located. Florida Administrative Code, chapter blah, 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 defines compatibility as a condition in which land uses or conditions can coexist in relative proximity to each other in a stable fashion over time, such that no use or condition is unduly negatively impacted directly or indirectly by another use or condition. That is very clear. And if you move forward with this, it's a willful, just ignoring what it says we can and can't do. When reviewing compatibility, the objective shall be to obtain an equal balance between surrounding existing uses and planned uses for the character district. Where there is a conflict in achieving an equal balance between such existing and planned uses, the Florida Code definition of compatibility as stated above shall take precedence. And that precedence is, it shall not unduly negatively impact directly or indirectly by another use or condition. It's obvious. This thing is simple. You cannot approve this. It negatively impacts my property value. No matter how much work and money the developers spend and all their fancy slides, no matter how many people, and believe me, I live down there. I go out to dinner every day, lunch and dinner. I don't cook. I feel the pain. I know how hard they work down there. I have friends down there, and believe me, my heart's with them. I want something. I understand that we can't expect this landowner to just sit on this land forever. I'm in the real estate business. So I'm pro-development if it's done in the right way. But this is a problem, and I'll go to the mat on it with whoever approves this, because it strictly says in the Florida Administrative Code and in your own conditional use requirements that it cannot adversely affect adjoining property values. And I've just told you why it does, and nobody in their right mind would say it wouldn't. So I hope this applicant, the property owner, or some other developer can find a way to think outside of the value engineered box that they're designing and build something that will stand the test of time. Something that will work and Tarpon Springs can be proud of forever. This is not it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corliss. Hang on a second. Mr. Corliss, just stay up there a second. Just stay up there. Ms. Cole, do you have any cross-examination for Mr. Corliss?
Yes, Mayor. Did you create this flyer?
Yes.
Are the pictures scaled in any way?
No. Other than maybe the front, I guessed, I took a picture and superimposed it on the motel.
So there's no scaling of heights or mass or distance?
Just a guess
or...
on the elevation, yes, just a guess.
And you said you live here. Where do you live when you're rented out all winter long?
In Denver.
So this is not your permanent residence?
No, but I bought it with that possibility in mind.
And how many appraisals have you done on your house before and after construction of a hotel behind you?
My house?
Uh-huh.
Well, none.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
No
Got it, Ms. Cole. Ms. Vinson, do you have any cross-examination? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Corliss.
Yes.
Let's continue on with public comments. Are there any other public comments?
I'm David Gouchman, 735 Dodecanese and 769 Dodecanese. I'm also president of the Merchant Association, but I'm talking for myself. I've been there 28 years. There's a lot of things here, so. But first of all, these guys are great. How would you like to have that hotel in Tarpon Springs? It looked pretty nice to me. I don't know if it looked nice to anybody else, but I was pretty impressed. These guys are putting up with a lot. They've changed it 3-4 times already. Asking you telling them, the planning and zoning is telling them, asking them to do things. They're doing it. I'm sure it's costing them a lot of money. They're making an effort to make things look good, make people happy. Truthfully, I think you guys should all go look at this meeting tonight on your TV tomorrow and see how embarrassing some of these questions were. It was really bad. Okay, a lot of talk about a boutique hotel. You know what things cost these days? I'm in business. I have 2 stores down on the docks. Cost a lot of money. Expenses, overhead. Start building a little boutique hotel. The numbers have to amortize right. There's 60,000 people. If you did the numbers right, that's what it comes out to. So you can't question. These are numbers, 80%. It's what it is. Numbers don't lie. To build a boutique hotel probably costs you the same amount of money, and what are you going to have, 30 hotels? Most boutique hotels are old buildings that they convert into a hotel. To do a new thing, it costs millions and millions of dollars, and you won't get your money back. I know we all would like to have a hotel at the Pappas's End. It was 10, 15 years ago, we had the opportunity. The board turned them down then. Why? I'm not going to get into it. They're asking too much money, and maybe this talk about they want to get involved and all that, I don't know if that's going to influence you guys, and maybe that's why it sounds like you're negative as soon as you came to the meeting tonight, because it did, as some other people have mentioned already tonight. Traffic. I'm there 28 years. I stand on the street every day of my life. Unless I'm on vacation, I'm on the docks. Yes, I take vacations, but I'm on the docks. What traffic is everyone talking about? We have traffic at the end of the street in front of the old Pappas's at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon because everyone's leaving the docks because there's no place to stay. If you built this hotel, the traffic might be a little less. Trucks. We used to have a law in Tarpon Springs. I don't know what happened to the signs, but you had to deliver it before 11 o'clock in the morning. I don't know if anybody remembers that, but that was a law for a little while. So you can work with trucks if you want to, okay? You can put some stipulations in. I don't know where the problem with that. Okay. Parking. There's really, during season there's an issue with parking. The other times of the year, if you want to pay $5, you can park. You go to Boston, you go to New York, you have to pay $40, $50. People say $5 parking. Come on, it's minimal if you want to have a day entertainment. Go to Disney World, it costs you $150, and you still have to pay $30, $40 for parking. Come on, there's plenty of parking. Yes, when we have festivals, they park down the street, but how many? What do we put on, 10 festivals a year on the docks? Come on, I don't even think we do that many anymore because it's so aggravating to get things passed in this town. Not so much the approval of the events, but other people just complaining about everything. So, I used to be down by the aquarium. That was my first store 28 years ago. I looked at those empty lots every single day of my life where they're trying to build. They're still empty, and they probably were empty 20, 30 years before me. Is that my 4 minutes already?
Just if you take a few more seconds
Okay.
and finish it up.
I mean, those lots are going to stay empty. They're a beautiful place the way they are right now with grass growing long. Someone has to go out there and cut the grass every 6 months or something like that. I better hurry up, huh? Oh, God. Had an opportunity to boardwalk. I mean, other things, everything's been turned down on the docks. Our city commissioner wanted to build a beautiful boardwalk down there. I know, save the docks, people, save the docks. That's what happened. And the commissioners, and I don't think any of you were on the board back then. No boardwalk down on the docks. No amphitheater we were going to have. We're going to make it more Greek looking. Turn down everything. That's all this town is known for. Turn it down, turn it down. The only thing that's been built is those apartments down by Winn-Dixie. Everything else, you turn down. What a great reputation.
Mr. Gouchman.
Yeah, I got to go.
Well, you can, I'm going to...
Well, thanks, but look at this thing tomorrow on TV and see how embarrassing it is. It's agony.
Thank you. Next, whoever would like to get up at the podium next.
Hello, George Waltz, 1531 Ember Lane, Tarpon Springs. I haven't lived here 60, 70 years, but my whole family brought them all up for the last 32 years here. We own two restaurants. I love my town. The reason that I decided to go ahead and build another place was the fact that it was easy because it was right next door. And I love my town, and I love my patrons who got us through a lot, like the pandemic and whenever it's really slow. And I know that people are saying that the summertime is really slow, but we've probably had the best 3 months that we've had during the summertime. So things are changing, and progress is difficult, okay? And the reason people, I think, there's a fear is because we're not going to change Tarpon Springs. We're not going to become Dunedin, okay? Dunedin's Dunedin. They've signed a deal with the devil, okay? Nothing personal, but they wanted what they got. But we can't put carrots out there for people and say, bring your stuff here. Let's make us better than what we are. And then turn around and take the carrot right out of their mouth because now we want to regulate the shit out of everybody. Excuse me.
It's okay.
Yeah, I know, I'm sitting next to you. 60,000 people, 30,000 more people in this town. You know what's going to force you guys to do a better job? It's going to force us to do a better job. It's going to force the town to do a better job. It's going to force everybody to do more work, and that's scary, okay? Because people are lazy, okay? People are lazy. They don't want to do that little extra bit to get maybe the same or maybe something in the future. We see it with Wine Walk. Nobody wants to deal with 750 people because you can't sit 750 people in your restaurant. But you know what? Monitor it. Give yourself, we give out coupons. You know how many people come back after that one night that you sit there and bust your ass and make beignets for 2,200 people? Okay? It's a lot of work. Okay? I'm not getting any younger, but I'm willing to do the work. These guys have done the work. Thank you very much for thinking of us, okay? For coming to Tarpon Springs, and thank you guys for doing the work. I know how much money it costs just to get reports done, okay? I went to Newport Richey and we're opening another place. And I'm telling you right now, you guys are a godsend, believe it or not, okay? I've never jumped through so many hoops. But we have a duty to all the citizens of Tarpon Springs, and there's 27,000 some odd people of us, okay? And to double that amount of traffic that comes in here on a yearly basis, we'll fix the traffic. We'll make the plates bigger, you know? We'll do whatever we have to do. You guys are gonna have to work harder. We're all gonna have to work harder. Merchants gonna have to work harder. They're gonna have to work hard because it's not an easy thing. Starting a new business in a historical town, it's not easy. But I have faith. I believe as a citizen and a family man who's brought up all his kids here for the past 30 some odd years, and 2 of them come back and start their own business here in Tarpon, which you don't hear that very often either. So they either believe in me or they believe in themselves. Hopefully it's the second. But again, I just want to thank everybody. I appreciate the process, and you know, we need to use this to our benefit and understand that it's not me against you or you against me or whatever. We're all here for the same reason, and it's to make our town better. However that looks, we all need to work together to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, it's Sherry Wendt. I'm Vice President of the Merchant Board. I also own I'm also a merchant, a real estate agent. It's very late. And as a real estate agent, one of the things I wanted to point out before I said anything else is that, and I deal primarily in commercial, and I don't mean it to be disagreeing, but I do think that the gentleman that is worried that maybe his property is going to go down, I totally disagree. and I work with commercial all the time. If this hotel were to go in this location and be as beautiful as it looks like, whether we like it or we don't like it, and people come, which I can imagine that Cambria is willing to jump in on this, and I mean, they were more excited than we were. So that property will triple in value. That the houses around it, somebody will want it for something. So I'm not, I know that if that was my home, but then one of our people that we are worried about, he's renting that out for like a vacation type rental. So we haven't taken his own personal home. I do feel bad if someone's living there, but I also then feel bad about, are we ever going to, in Tarpon, ever since I've been here, it always seems like when something really good might happen, then we take 3 steps back and it doesn't happen. Because we seem to get a coalition that says, well, we don't really want to do something new. We don't really want to try that because it's too big, or it'll make the docks look different. And this is different. But the idea of having something new, different, pretty, and bring people, as a merchant, as a merchant board member, I can only imagine what that might do for some of our merchants who are not making it. They're not making large dollars. They're working every day. A lot of them went home tonight. You said bring people. They mentioned that nobody wants to come last time. Well, a lot of people came tonight, but it just went on for so long that a lot of people just weren't able to stay. And then there's all the other people. They're just hardworking, really nice merchants and business people and restaurant owners. They just don't really come out and get in the fray. But those are all the people that make our town great. If we didn't have anybody open and our restaurants weren't looking great, we wouldn't look as good as we do. I know the Sponge Docks is important, but so is our downtown. And we have a lot of merchants downtown, and they could do better. It could be slow for them. To think that we might be able to get something going to where we would have more people come, more people stay, and maybe they'd even wander downtown would be amazing. I just think when you're putting this thought together, I just hope you think about all the people that it's going to affect. There are more people that didn't show up tonight that are out there talking, and they'll say to you, yes, we really need help. Yes, we really want you to do this. And I'm hoping, I know this is a new group of people. I was hoping there would be new ideas and it won't be disappointing. I'm hoping you guys will think about everybody, all the merchants, all the business people, everybody who's working, all the little guys that don't have time to come tonight, but are going to open their doors up and hope somebody shows up and shops and spends money, comes into their restaurant. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn. Next person, please.
Austin Wood, 3471 Pinehurst Drive. Really new to the area, just opened a business on the river. I really wasn't au fait with the situation here, so I thought I was coming to like support a hotel, but it turns out that everybody supports the hotel. So I think the better thing I can do is maybe give you guys like an outsider's point of view, somebody new to the area. If I was over there listing things that I was looking for in a new hotel, I would almost be here. Family run, local, Cambria is obviously a fantastic brand. I feel like you would write these things down as things you're looking for. So really that's my only point. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else with public comment?
Jason Sardola, 634 East Orange Street. This is only the second time I've ever spoke before the board, and I think Tarpon is, it's a unique, this town is just very unique in a way that it's not like other places along the rest of this county. There's an issue, this hotel, I think it needs to be weighed out very carefully. I was happy to hear a lot of questions that the commissioners were asking, but the Sponge Docks, this area, it's probably one of the most unique places in the state, if not the country. It's like an ecosystem here, a cultural and economic ecosystem that with this hotel, it could really damage that. It could affect it very negatively. I hope the board really weighs this into consideration. We talked about traffic, but nobody talked about traffic on Dodecanese. It was a traffic on Pinellas Avenue. The traffic on Dodecanese would be enormous. Go down there during season, see what it's like. Another thing, and no one brought this up, but if this hotel doesn't work out, what if we have another Sun Bay type scenario? You guys are all familiar with the Sun Bay situation. What if that happens? There's no guarantees here. We can put up all the numbers out there, but there's no certainty that that can work, that it's going to work, or it's going to be as great as these numbers come up. And also, as far as the restrictions go, these can be changed. It's a hotel now. This board leaves, it could become a restaurant, it could become apartments, could become condos. Anything can be changed. You know that. Zoning can be changed. All of that can be changed. My family's lived here for 3 generations, 4 if you count nieces and nephews. Time and time again, we hear, well, Tarpon needs this. Tarpon's got to have this. The Sponge Docks in that area has been, what, a commercial zone for the last 50-some years? It's been around since, what, the early 1900s? The docks have been through, this whole town has been through 2 world wars, a Great Depression, Spanish flu, Cold War, Red Tide, COVID, lockdowns, and guess what? The docks are still coming along, and they did it without a hotel. So the idea that all of a sudden now, if you don't have this hotel, oh my God. We have a unique treasure here. Don't gamble with it. Preserve it. Protect it. You know, we're talking about the whole Greek heritage. I'll leave you with this anecdotal. In 1941, there was a guy named Metaxas. Maybe you remember him, maybe you don't, but in 1941, when Mussolini was going to invade Greece, what did Metaxas say? I'm going to paraphrase it a little bit, but he said, you want me to give up my country in 48 hours? I can't give up my home in 48 hours. The answer is no. And again, no. And I hope this commission here has the strength and the courage of Metaxas and says no to this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sardulius. It's 2:26. We need to talk about extending the hour.
Motion to extend the meeting at 3:15.
Second?
I'm sorry, did you say 3:15?
Need a motion in the form of a motion? Okay. Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Please.
Hi, my name is Preston Stansel. I am a 4th generation Floridian.
My family's been in this area a couple hundred years, and I think it's awesome, and we'd be stupid not to let a hotel come in. I also am assistant manager at the flip-flop shop, and I speak for my bosses as well. It's a great idea. Tarpon would be dumb not to do it.
Thank you.
Hi, Joanne Lane, 2141 Waterview Drive in Holiday. I am listening to a lot of negativity, and that's like the new word for this generation is I don't want negativity, I don't want negativity. And that's what we try to teach our kids is that if that's what you want to do it, try. But tonight I'm just hearing everything that's negative and the way that it used to be. Well, I used to be 17, I'm not now. I mean, everybody used to be this way. I used to have young kids. My kids are adults. Everything changes. And for some reason, it seems like there's a lot of them that don't want to change because that's what they moved here for. Well, that's nice, but it has to maintain. People need to pay their bills. I watch, and I went down twice, 2 full days, and talked to merchants and their employees who said, we need a hotel. We're dying here. We're closing up our stores. We can hardly make it work. I mean, I just saw so many people telling me this. And as far as their biggest concerns were, you know, as far as parking. When I told them, they're coming with their own parking. They're bringing parking. They're not taking away your parking. You know, I tried to say different things about that. And it concerns me that people don't want to have progression. Now, what makes this a unique place in Tarpon Springs? The restaurants, the people, the stores, the gift shops. All that stuff is what makes it Tarpon Springs. So we're not taking away. What we're doing is making them come and stay longer. If they can spend a couple of nights, they don't have to just go to Mama's restaurant. They can go to Mama's and Dimitri's or whatever one. They don't have to have just one shop that they're shopping at. They can shop at several different gift stores because even though they all seem to be alike, they're not alike. But they have more time. And I noticed that when I see a lot of men sitting out on benches and the women are in the store shopping and the kids are bored. But if you had a hotel, guess what? Go on down, have fun. Husband goes back to the room, he's in the AC, the kids are in the pool, and everybody's happy camper. And they don't have to pick just one restaurant or one store or have to drive back to Sarasota or Hudson and Spring Hill and then, well, you know, we didn't really get what we wanted. We have to go again next week. And now with gas prices, who wants to be traveling back and forth? If you can go someplace, stay, and walk the streets and get to see a lot of different things. You got the sponge boats. You got the dolphin tours. You got so many things to offer. And one thing that I haven't heard anybody mention is our beautiful beaches. We have Howard Park. We have Sunset Beach. We have concerts. People get married, and they have no place for for a hotel to house their family and friends, just like the Epiphany. I mean, these people might be staying in everybody else's house, but I'm tired of having company. I would love to have somebody go down there so I can go down there and, have a drink with them, go out to dinner, and swim in the pool. So I'm just saying is we need to move forward. That is what it's about. And we can't just keep staying the way that it is because what's going to happen is it's going to go bye-bye. It's going to vanish because these people put so much effort. I was saying to George, their heart and soul, when they put their money and their time into their restaurants, their stores, their shops, I mean, it's like they're the ones that are making Tarpon Springs great. It's the stores, it's the restaurants, it's the shop owners. And it's not just visitors, but it is not a residential area, which I discussed with a lot of the merchants. It isn't. It is a tourist. That is what it is. It's all tourist. And that's what people come here for. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you. And when you came, they came with all the information. They've done their homework. And a lot of the questions that were asked to them was embarrassing because they didn't come here not knowing the answer. They had the answers, they had the plan before they came here. And that took a lot of research and a lot of work and a lot of hours away from their family so they can help us and make it so that we grow and we stay Tarpon Springs. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments?
Georgiana Francis, 15 Athens Street. First, I'd like to thank Ms. Jacobs and the city manager for fixing the YouTube. The feed went out very early on, so I got some text messages about that. I live on Athens Street, which goes right into Dodecanese. A lot of you know my history, but I want to say it for the record anyways. My father is a property owner at 715 Dodecanese Boulevard. Currently, the tenant store there is called the Opa Store. My Aunt Joyce was here earlier, but she had to go home because this took so long. And she owns the store next door, which is my favorite store. Our tenant is Gloria, which a lot of people here know. A little bit about my history. My great-grandfather was a sponge diver. In reference to what the last speaker referenced about the workers that put their blood and their sweat into these stores, that is because this is the sponge capital of the world. To people like my great-grandfather who is a legacy, who make this town, who made this town the sponge capital of the world. My grandparents were originally tenants of those buildings, and because they were such good tenants, they were sold the property even though there were higher bids by other people. My very first job when I was like about 4 years old was working in the gift store on the sponge docks, and our store is the last store on the main strip before the exchange. At the time, it was called the Mermaid Gift Shop. I've spoken at both of the planning and zoning meetings, and I've made it a point to say, unlike everybody up here and a lot of people over here, that we do not need a hotel at the sponge docks. I did say that it would bring value, and it may. My issue with this hotel has always been the location and the size. 60,000 people? No, that's insane. We cannot sustain that amount of people. Listen, this is my neighborhood. I run by Roosevelt once, if not twice a day. The traffic in our neighborhood cannot withstand this hotel. There is nothing orderly about it. I saw that was a condition, something about being orderly. There is nothing orderly about the traffic at the sponge docks. That is how we live. The traffic analysis is they don't analyze local roads. Well, that's the sponge docks, dude. Like, you can't do a traffic study and not analyze the local roads. Hope, Athens, Cypress, Ada, Reed, Division. This is our town. This is my neighborhood. You cannot do that. You cannot, construction alone, unless you're planning on helicoptering all of the stuff in, it's not happening. And it's not happening on that timeline that you gave for damn sure. Clearly, the city is hell-bent on saying that we need a hotel. And if that is the case, I'm pretty sure everyone saw NASA's James Webb Space Telescope pictures. It was 13 billion light years. It's a huge world out there. Is this our only option? Who's Karen Lemons? Is that somebody here? Is she in charge of economic development? Bring us some more options. Yeah? And lastly, Mr. Mayor, you posted today something about a puzzle that on Facebook, that the decisions of this city, the decisions that this city makes are like pieces to a puzzle. To approve this hotel would be forcing a puzzle piece that does not fit. And I've said that from day one. It's not personal, just not this hotel and not this location. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? IT, do we have any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to talk on this item, please raise your hand to be allowed in.
That's awake.
We will now unmute the next Zoom attendee. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Am I on at this time?
Yes, Peter.
Okay, I hear the feedback. So, Peter Lackas, 514 Ashland Avenue. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak on this. I'd like to point out a few things with regards to some of the issues that are on this particular agenda item that have been neglected to be pointed out. Yes, there were a lot of questions which might have been site plan reviewed, and Ms. Cole did say this is not a site plan, but if you actually look, conditional uses are based on what is conceptually offered, and anything approved going forward have to be similar to the conceptual plans that are indicated. So whatever you've been shown so far as a conceptual plan is what they have to come back with final development. So it's not like they're going to change their plans in that regard. Secondly, the Cambria Hotel, man, I showed a lot of pictures of internal things, but I didn't see anything external. And if you look from pages 6 through approximately 12 or 13, you'll see all big box buildings and nothing that fits into the uniqueness. Lastly, being that I'm short on time and y'all have been here long, I'd like to quote from 209.01, Standards for Review of Conditional Uses. Commissioner Eisner had asked earlier if all the conditions had to be met. Ms. Vincent kind of a roundabout way did sort of confirm that, but I'm going to read here no conditional use other than a conditional use granted in connection with a non-conforming lot application as herein provided shall be recommended for approval or receive a final action of approval unless a positive finding based on substantial competent evidence presented at a public hearing held by the board is made on each of the following standards. And those standards are what's listed on page 13 that you can take a look at to review. Even though it says each here, what that means is all. So you, in your best judgment, have to decide if all of the standards have been met. You've had a lot of testimony from residents and people explaining how the character district will be affected. One of the other aspects of this particular resolution is that it has to fit in with the historical aspect of the community. And this hotel of this size does not fit there. Find another site. Either downsize the hotel to, like it's been mentioned, I know the Five Fish gentleman said it's the same cost, but what would fit there would be a smaller hotel, or they go to the property on the corner, Pinellas and Decanese. But this property does not fit, and I've explained to you why it's important for you to be aware that even though it's not a site plan, what comes back as a site plan is based on what you're approving with what's shown as conceptual site plans. So those are my comments. Thank you for your time. Greatly appreciate your willingness to hear out the public at such a late hour. I know how these circumstances unfold. Thank you. God bless to all of y'all.
Thank you. Is there any other comments, IT?
If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. There are no other raised hands at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobs, I know we have several emails to be read in the record. Please proceed.
Mayor, before I start, the first public comment I have was from a Terry Long at 728 Chesapeake Drive, and that lady did speak at the podium this evening.
Not sure.
So that, they've already spoke. They don't get to speak twice. They get to speak once. And so
Okay.
you then move on to the next one.
Ms. Jacobs, hold on. Who was that? Attorney Long?
Terry Long,
Terry-
728 Chesapeake Drive.
They already
She spoke
Okay.
before
Thank you
Mrs.
very much.
Sardulias.
Go ahead.
The first one I have here is from Tina Bucavalis, 115 Athens Street. Please deny a conditional use permit. An appropriately sized, styled, and located hotel would be a major asset to the Greektown Historic District, but this one is inconsistent with historical character, and approval would set a dangerous precedent. After meeting with Greektown Preservation and Heritage Association, AV Holdings added appropriate facade details, but overall style is that of roadside hotel chains. More troubling, its size increased to 108 rooms, 5 stories. P&Z condition is 4 or less. Incompatible with the predominantly 1 or 2 story district scale. Projected traffic is 900 daily one-way car trips on tiny residential streets already overburdened during tourist season or events, or on Dodecanese and Roosevelt, often crowded and flooded. The hotel is inconsistent with historic element comp plan goal number 1. Identify, preserve, and protect architectural, historical, cultural, and archaeological resources. The strategic plan dictates new development, respects existing fabric with regard to design styles. It repeatedly promotes balancing tourist, resident, and working waterfront needs, but the hotel would have a negative traffic and heritage impacts for residents and waterfront. The hotel does not comply with Land Development Code Condition Section 209.01C. Conditional use is consistent with goals, objectives, and policies of all elements of the city comprehensive plan. D, conditional use will not result in significant adverse impacts to historical resources. The next one I have is from Sarah Hack, 509 Dodecanese Boulevard. As a business owner on the Sponge Docks, I support the proposal of the hotel at the Sponge Docks. The hotel owners have done the research and shown proof that a hotel would be an asset to Tarpon Springs. Next one I have is from Veronica Evangelista Weller, 1563 River Court. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and BOC. It is fair to impose an out-of-place and overbuilt structure that may not meet occupancy or may with time become derelict into the residential area and the working waterfront area. What both town and city are preserving when they seek to protect the working waterfront is a little bit of the authenticity that makes the docks attractive in the first place. The working waterfront is our collective connection to the sea, to the deep sponging tradition, to the work ethic and soul of this place. Hotels become meaningless without the context of our fishing community. To infringe upon our working waterfront would be to betray the cultural context of the city. Authentic culture is what brings the tourists to the Sponge Docks. If maintaining the heritage is as important as I suspect it is, then this proposed generic multi-storied hotel would be a travesty. It's not consistent with the vibe, and it would undetermine the fabric and streetscapes of the historic Sponge Docks. I hope to see the maritime heritage, culture, tradition, and community of the working waterfront be maintained. Please don't cede the working waterfront to overdevelopment. Please consider a high priority protection to our historic Greektown Sponge Docks district, as they are intrinsically connected to the history, character, and beauty of the Tarpon Springs working waterfront. If we don't care enough to preserve historic Greektown, what are we going to value as worth savings? Next one is Maria Ford, 720 Chesapeake Drive. I'm opposed to the construction of a hotel in the middle of a residential area. A 5-story structure does not belong in the midst of a historic community. It will be an eyesore, bring additional traffic to already inadequate roads, overtax an already strained infrastructure, and generally disrupt the community. The next one is from David Ford, 720 Chesapeake Drive. I'm against the hotel in the Sponge Docks. A hotel is okay, but not there. Also, I see Connect Tarpon, there is a questionnaire regarding infill. I'm thinking if the hotel goes through, there'll be medium high-rise apartments on every dot of unused property. If the hotel is allowed, that action will open the floodgates to miscellaneous inappropriate buildings in a peaceful city. If I wanted to live in Clearwater without beaches, I would move to Dunedin. And living on the west side of Tarpon Bayou, I want to see the morning sunrise, not the shadow of an inappropriate 58-foot high building. Also, the hotel owner stated that 60,000 more people will visit Tarpon Springs if built. That's only a 5% increase in already existing visitors. Is that really meaning to the merchants? Thank you for reading, Dave. The next one is from Katie Karastinas, 1102 Marina Drive. As a business owner, 2 businesses directly located at the Sponge Docks for past 13 years, and daughter-in-law of a legacy still active sponge diver, we urge you to vote yes on this project. We see the day-to-day today, we see the ups and downs, and we speak directly to the customers who support our area every single day. We are open 363 days a year, 7 days a week, morning until the late hours, and if anyone knows the need to ensure that our city's local business economy stays afloat and flourishes for years to come, it is us. We need lodging, so we are more than an afternoon destination, so business by these customers can be sprinkled through the city. I appreciate your time and consideration to such an important opportunity for our community. Please vote yes. Next one is from Anesti Karastinas. Yes for a hotel at the Sponge Docks. Next one is Isabel Markham, 225 Shattuck Street. I vote yes to a hotel in Tarpon. Next is from a Katerina, 501 Sanibel Court. Yes, please approve hotel. Next one is from a Tatiana, 581 Village Drive. Yes to hotel. Next is from a Diane Manuel, new hotel, 3228 Bluff Boulevard Holiday. I believe Tarpon Springs would benefit from the construction of a new hotel on the Sponge Docks. Tourism is a huge part of our local economy, and this hotel will entice more people to visit and stay in the area. It would immensely benefit our local businesses and continue to grow our economy, bringing Tarpon more tax money for schools and road and utility improvements. I vote yes for the construction of this hotel. And my last one is from Rhea Sieber, 441 South Spring Boulevard. Dear Board of Commissioners, I have been doing business on the Sponge Dock since 1989, originally with my wholesale business, Coquina Key Resort Wear, and more recently with my 2 retail stores for the past 14 years. One thing I can say is the docks have not changed in all these years. In fact, they have stagnated. Our historic downtown, on the other hand, has had an amazing redevelopment the past 10 years with the help of our city and economic development manager, Karen Lemons. We have many new retail businesses, new restaurants, and breweries. In fact, it is becoming a destination. I don't think anyone wants to change the history of the Sponge Docks, but with a continuous focus of no change, we will become history. Business owners have suffered through COVID and are now dealing with extreme rent increases. We have always been a day destination. Visitors come here for a few hours, then leave. We are a tourist destination without a hotel. We have so much to offer in Tarpon Springs, yet our visitors never see that because they drive back to wherever they're staying and spend their money in those communities instead of Tarpon Springs. This is a quasi-judicial item, and I feel that this developer has gone above and beyond to meet all the requirements for this to pass. This item is a conditional use application and not a site plan application. Please give the developer the opportunity to move forward to the next plan tonight. Thank you, Rhea Sieber. And Mayor and Commission, that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Ms. Cole, do you have any rebuttal? It's okay.
I will be brief. Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things. With respect to the restrictive covenants, it was very interesting to me to hear that the same people who don't think a hotel will succeed apparently want a covenant requiring it to be a hotel in perpetuity. And again, I'll restate what I stated earlier, that there's no logical reason under your code to require. There's a variety of uses permitted on this site. There's a process by which to approve or not approve those uses. The density for a hotel is distinct and different than a density from a residential use, and there are a lot of controls that the city already has. I wanted to clarify again that this is not a change of use. The T4A transect allows this use and contemplates the particular use in the Sponge Docks district at a height of 4 to 6 stories. It simply outlines the requirement of being a conditional use so we could have this process. With respect to the property values, I know there was competing arguments presented. So I feel obliged to indicate that investment begets investment. You heard from dozens of property owners and business owners saying that they are seeking and desiring additional investment in this community to allow for the success and the growth of their property values and their investments as well. Finally, just with respect to the historical guidelines, there are not currently any architectural guidelines in the city with respect to the Greektown Historical District. The applicant has gone above and beyond by meeting with a variety of members of the community, as well as receiving very different guidance as to each one of how these community members view the architectural spirit of the Greektown District, as well as if you watch the P&Z board, each one of those members had a very different view. So the culmination of that is what Mr. Wallace created for this hearing today. So with that, I will sit down and again respectfully request your.
Thank you, Ms. Cole. Okay, so we're going to close the public comment at this point, and we're back to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Eisner's got his light on first, so I'm going to go to him.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to start off by saying I want you to know that I really thank you for coming here and bringing something that could be very good. Excuse me? Your wife brought you, okay.
Oh, no, it's me and my wife, it's not just me.
Well, I'm speaking to both of you. And I want you to know from my heart, from the day I moved down here, I always wanted to have a hotel. As you can hear from what some of the people have said, it's not whether we want a hotel or I want a hotel or not. It's whether it fits or not. And I have an issue with some of the criteria that's in here. I sat on a board, quasi-judicial, for 7 years. I know how to read it very well. This doesn't measure up to a quasi-judicial hearing, regardless of what the ignorant comments I got thrown that I was negative or we were negative. I was a little bit shocked to hear the merchants group speak about how we were closed-minded when we helped them out every first Friday, and in many which ways. So I did want to, I was a little bit shocked to hear that kind of comment. But I did hear Tim Kafalis, Athena, Georgiana, all speak about things that are true. When it comes to this hotel, we need to have a smaller hotel. I would be wholeheartedly agreeing to a smaller hotel. A hotel of this size is not in my purview, so that's where I'm coming from. I don't believe that we're going to have 60,000 people coming. I know you said that. In also a quasi-judicial hearing, we're not, or we shouldn't be listening to financial gains. It's either it fits or it doesn't fit in the criteria. So the people that are sitting there explaining about financial gains, that's something we cannot deal with. I also want to say that if people want to get up to make a point that's different than the commission, they should do that. But to get up and insult somebody is not, and that's not to you, that's to whoever got up to do the insulting, is not becoming of the residents. Everybody up here was respectful to you. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor Lunt.
I both want to thank you and apologize to you for keeping you here to this late hour. It certainly was not our intention. I'd also like to address some of the comments that we got from the audience. there's 5 people up here that all have different backgrounds and different levels of experiences and different viewpoints on Tarpon Springs and where Tarpon Springs needs and et cetera. And hopefully we listen as much as we can to the residents of Tarpon Springs. Just because you don't seem to like our questioning shouldn't give you broach to criticize the way we question. We all have different backgrounds. We all ask specific questions oriented to the way that we think about different projects. And I'm kind of embarrassed that you would get up and tell us that you're embarrassed with your recently elected council. I just don't believe that's right. Now, moving on to the subject at hand. The reason I ask questions is because I'm fact-based. So, T4A has a conditional requirement for a hotel. It's not a guaranteed requirement for a hotel. It's conditional. As a matter of fact, if you look at the T4A specs, the first thing it says is residential. And that's why this particular transect was there, because it's primarily residential and some office use. So, is the use of a hotel compatible in this area? Probably not. There's residents there that are actually going to be affected. Now, whether you agree with that or not is a matter of your viewpoint. But the fact is there are residents there that are going to be affected. And that's a fact. So, is it compatible with the area? Well, obviously, it's primarily a residential and office area. It doesn't meet that as far as compatibility. Personally, I don't believe the traffic impact study did anything but take a look at the intersection of Pinellas Avenue and Dodecanese without any thought at all, and admittedly without any thought at all, to what's going to happen to traffic down Dodecanese, down Hope Street, down Roosevelt, how we treat a one-way street, what happens. I don't think that's something I would have liked to see more work done on. And there was a mention before from one of the co-located property owners. We're putting we're suggesting to put a 106-room hotel with parking, well, mostly parking anyway, on basically 43,000 square foot lot. The other lots aren't going to have a hotel on them. The other lots is going to be a parking lot. The place across the street is going to be nothing. And the reason it's going to be nothing is because when we move the density from that lot to the hotel, there's zero density on that lot. Zero. You know what zero means? It can't even be developed. It's a proper parking lot. And you don't think about that. Maybe you think, oh, it's going to be a parking lot because it is a parking lot. Well, it's going to be an empty field, and it'll be an empty field forever. So, and I understand we have a large contingent of people from the Merchants Association and merchants here tonight, and obviously it's an economic decision for you. You think more people equates more business, more dollars, and I can understand that. But from the residents, it's not so much of an economic thing. It's a quality of life thing. When I go down to that area, am I going to hit too much traffic? Is it going to be able to prevent me from doing things? That's what residents think about, not the merchants. And yeah, that look is not probably the most proper thing either. So anyway, at the end of result for this too, when you're taking a look at your visitors and something like that, we're talking 60,000 visitors per year out of what? 1 million visitors that we get every year? Is it really going to make that significant of a difference to you to not have this hotel in that specific spot? Anyway, I'm through.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Lunt. Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, a lot of great comments tonight. Thank you to the applicant and all the experts that were here speaking. Thank you for the public that came out and spoke tonight. It's always great to see the public involved. Just a quick reminder to the board, this isn't the time to scold public comment. I think you all were there a couple months ago, and you did the same thing to the board for the past couple of years. So I would say respect the public comment that's out there. It's not the time to do that. Getting to the item in question, here is a conditional use. It's not about a site plan. It's about a conditional use. Did they meet the criteria for a conditional use for a hotel in this lot that's across the street next to a permitted use to a hotel, which you're asking for intensity and density to be transferred from, which is normal during development, which can happen. The answer is yes, they met the criteria. Is there concerns of site plan and other things along those lines? Yeah, sure. There's concerns about it. There's concerns about height. There's concerns about barriers of walls and screening and buffers and things along those lines, but that's all figured out in the site plan process. Did the Planning and Zoning Board approve it 5-0? They did. At the end of the day, it comes down to, did they meet the criteria? Yes, we're not approving a site plan tonight in its full entirety. I think a lot of the questions that were asked tonight and a lot of concerns would fall into the site plan. Do we value or question the business if it's going to be successful or not? No, that's not part of the criteria. That shouldn't be in the evaluation process as a whole. It's really just a compatibility and do they meet the criteria. Going down to it, I would support it tonight. I would make a motion to approve it tonight with multiple conditions that were proposed by staff and the Planning and Zoning Board. I would update number 3 to be from the Planning and Zoning Board to be some type of barrier, if it's wall, fence, or trees on the east side of the property. I do understand number 4, moving number 4 from the applicant. Also number 5 and number 7. And number 6 from the Planning and Zoning Board, I would say something along the lines of what they have in there, and if that would also, that would be more congruent and of similar design along the top part of the building and reduce the use of stucco significantly. And then also just add in an additional condition with talking about buffering the building with trees. The height is the biggest area that I have issues with. We're given some examples, and I really don't feel well with the height being over in the low 50s myself. There is more than just the Greektown neighborhood that is going to be affected. There's the west side of Tarpon Springs that's being affected also. So you're talking about the other side of the river. You're talking about different parts of the river that will be able to see this. When you see Tarpon Tower, you see Tarpon Tower throughout the whole city a lot of times. And so that's a concern that I have with the height of it. So if this were to move forward, I would feel more comfortable with it being capped somewhere in the low 50s and then spread across the property if possible, or I would leave it up to the architect to come up with the plan. I'm not an expert in that area, but that's just a concern that I have. We also have to remember the loudest individuals in the city doesn't mean it's the majority of the people in the city too. We're making our decisions. We have to get based off facts where we're at tonight, and I think the facts are pretty clear tonight, and we need to move forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Carr. Commissioner Kulyas.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank our Planning and Zoning Department. They didn't give a recommendation. They presented the facts. The applicant came up here, presented their case. Everybody presented their case. The board was able to be receptive. And I know we need hotels here. I understand what hotels do. To be able to create a nightlife, to be able to keep restaurants open late at night, to be able to have, stay here a couple nights, just like you do in Greece in certain areas. I completely get it. And I would ask the Fritzy family, thank you for giving a chance to invest with us. That third model looked really good. It looked sharp. I liked it. But I would ask, if you do have this passion to invest in our city, be patient, please. We have a couple things we need to shore up. We're solidifying, and for the future of the city, for generations to come, we have to look out for everybody. I ran a campaign on preserving small town charm, limiting vertical density, and preserving the Tarpon Springs way of life, the quality of life. And I'm not going to be a commissioner who approves a building the same height as a Tarpon Tower and a spot that needs conditions for approval. There are certain conditions that must be met to allow the project in the T4A area. The criteria was not met. And if we allowed this, we will set a precedent by allowing the approval of this project to the nearby T4A area will then have and then those who want to apply in that area will have a greater standing for a hotel. The same standing and precedent will be set in the SDC area along the water, the working waterfront. This whole area will now, under conditional use, be the lodging area of the sponge docks without a vision plan to confirm. I will not be a commissioner who starts the domino effect to have 4 6-story hotels in that West End without completing a strategic plan, a comp plan, a vision plan, resiliency plan to our sponge docks and that stormwater drainage system. And, you know, the merchants, I understand your frustration, but please be patient with us. We are a board that is shoring up plans and strategies that should have been done 20 years ago. You know, and I would ask the same questions 1,000 times again. I represent the residents of Tarpon Springs just as much as I represent the business owners, and I am a business owner. I completely understand. And the merchants, you can't have it both ways. When we started talking about a hotel here that was inviting for a bar or a restaurant, we heard negative stuff, but that's not right. If a hotel's gonna come in here and change the outline of our town for the residents, well, it's gotta be able to compete too. And it should be able to compete if needed with nearby merchants too. That's capitalism. So, and we've also heard, you know, from some of the merchants, but we didn't hear them say, think about the residents in town. So please be patient. Just know that the future of Tarpon Springs is opening up. The good news is hotels are coming to Tarpon Springs. We know the potential of our town. We know it's untapped. We know what it can be. But until we get some things done right, I'm not going to allow conditional uses in spots that are going to trigger a domino effect. So I appreciate everybody coming out here. Everybody has a right to give their opinions and their mind. And, you know, we got to take care of our town first. So if this was a building that was being built directly just in that T5C area, it'd be a whole different situation we'd be looking at. But we're actually asking for a conditional use in a spot that doesn't necessarily allow it. That's why you're asking for those conditions to be met. So I want to thank everybody for being here tonight, but know we are working towards the future of Tarpon Springs for everyone in Tarpon Springs. And we're not that far out from hotels and you know, looking at them and permitted by right areas and not having to, you know, stamp the first one that comes through. And they did a great job. And I don't think that's the end of Mr. Fritzie and his family. I know they're passionate people about the industry and they see the potential in our town. But if everyone can please give us time as a board, a little bit of time, about a year or so while we get some things worked out, I'm telling you we'll have a clear understanding for this town and for everyone involved. Thank you.
Can I get thank you, Commissioner Kuyas. Can I get a motion and a second to extend the time to 3:30, please?
Motion to extend the meeting to 3:30.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
No.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticiotis?
Yes. Commissioner Eisner, you had a couple of comments.
I needed to clarify Commissioner Carr's comment that what we were doing here is what was done in the past, and that is not true. So I was not interested in hearing him saying that. And that's what I wanted to go on.
Okay. I want to thank everybody here. Mr. Frisch, especially you and your wife and your entire team. I was really hoping for a much different turnout. This thing that we went through with trying to develop a hotel is kind of perplexing because of the issue and the importance of it to Tarpon Springs, why we chose to take a conditional use approach. And I understand there was a short time period for due diligence and that so forth, but it's a challenge to do that, especially in a highly volatile and just based strictly on emotions, an emotional area like the sponge docks. The development agreement would have been where you and your wife would have come to City Hall and expressed an interest in a hotel. You would have negotiated, gotten approval from the city manager, from the commission to negotiate. Things could have been laid out as far as what the city would be looking for. Then you go shopping for a hotel chain, whether it's the Hilton Choice, I think it was, the Suites, Home Suites 2, or the Choice Cambria. And I know you went through a lot of drills, and I know a lot of expense with the architects and things, but that could have all come later. The development agreement would have been mostly just talking and kind of creating an envelope for the hotel so everybody would understand, and it would have, in my opinion, been a lot smoother. I still want to thank you for coming, and I'm hoping, maybe based on what I'm telling you, maybe there's some chance that you might want to give it another shot. As a matter of fact, I was hoping that would be the case if Cambria would have expressed a positive answer to perhaps splitting the hotel into two buildings. I understand. Everyone wants a hotel. That's a given. And Ms. Gutierrez I've been saying that. Would anybody have a problem with 20-room hotel? No. 30-room hotel? No. 50-room hotel? Probably not. But when you start getting up into the 80s and the 100s and you start looking at the size of what's going on and where it's going to be located, then you start asking questions. If everybody wants a hotel, is a 500-room hotel at the Sponge Docks going to be okay? I know a lot of the people that would want a hotel, that wanted a hotel here tonight. If they would have said it was a 500 room hotel, they would have thought we were crazy. So size does make a difference. And in my visioning of everything, there were some boutique-style, smaller hotels that were shown that was, okay, well, this would fit in the Sponge Docks. But, you know, the way I was looking at it, would that little boutique hotel fit on US 19? The answer is no. Would it fit in the Sponge Docks? Probably. Would this hotel that was proposed tonight fit on US 19? Probably a lot better than it does at the Sponge Docks. So to me, that was kind of a rational way of looking at it. The conditional use in terms of compatibility, it's just as I said, 20, 30, 50, no problem. When you get over 100, 500 in a 4-block tourist district, that's basically what we've got, 1 block from on Athens Street, a 4-block tourist district, and we're going to put a 250-foot long hotel, 50, 60 feet high, depending on what the finished grade is. It doesn't work for me. And especially since we just went through the strategic planning process where everybody was talking about preservation, character, hometown feel, and that sort of thing. So it's either we're going to stick to what our aspirations are for Tarpon Springs, or we're just going to cherry pick projects as they come along, and if it doesn't fit what we really want that we've put on paper, that'll be okay. That's not the way this thing is supposed to work. Ms. Wendt, I very much appreciate your comment about new ideas. We do a lot of things the same old, and we're not going to get ahead. And that also means kind of looking at the Sponge Docks. It's long overdue, creating a character district for the Sponge Docks. This thing was, we talked about the special area plan tonight in terms of the hotel height, this 4 to 6 stories. And you get a little opinion from Ms. Vincent, and I think she says it right. It could probably stand some updating, just like our comprehensive plan is being updated right now. That hasn't been updated for many, many years. And we've used the comprehensive plan to decide whether we're going, an outdated plan for the most part, to decide on a project, whether it fits in Tarpon Springs. Times have changed. For me personally, just for the record, the restaurant discussion, the bar is not a factor for me. At this point, the architectural style is not a factor for me. What is a factor for me is the compatibility of the size and the height of your hotel as it fits in this 4-block area. And so, we have a conditional use as a hotel, but I also think that that conditional use, as far as compatibility, is tied to size as well. So I very much encourage you, if you think that there's any way that maybe we could save the idea of a hotel at the Sponge Docks, to approach the city manager and get a little more information, or maybe Ms. Vincent, Ms. Cole especially, you're an expert in this area, and get a little better idea of what a development agreement is about, and maybe there'll be a little light at the end of the tunnel on that thing. I've heard 4, I'm not sure, Commissioner Carr, whether he was in favor. As far as the conditions go, there's 11 conditions that was a combination of the staff and the planning and zoning. If this would have gone forward, I'm not sure how many more conditions there would have been. I understand Ms. Cole's comments on a couple of them, they just, I'm not going to say they didn't make sense. I just didn't understand the applicability of those things and where we are right now on this project. So, does anyone else have any comments on the commission? No? So we've got a resolution for conditional use. What we need to do is have a motion in the affirmative, and that if you don't want it, you vote no. If you do want to approve it, you vote yes.
Mayor, I make a motion.
Go ahead and make your motion.
Make a motion to approve application for conditional use with the conditions from staff 1 through 4, with the following conditions from the Planning and Zoning Board 1, 2, 3, 6, with an adjustment of making the top more congruent with similar design, reduced stucco significantly on the building itself.
Second.
I forgot one additional. The max of the building would be 50 feet from a condition, and then also buffering the building with trees. Those are additional.
Second it.
You still second that? Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
No.
Commissioner Eisner?
No.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
No.
Mayor Vaticius?
No. That's it at 3:21. We're going to go to board and staff comments. Does any staff have any comments? Major Trill? No. No? No's pretty popular tonight. Commissioner, City Attorney Trask?
No, sir.
City Manager?
No, sir.
Ms. Jacobs?
No comments.
Okay. Vice Mayor Lunt?
Other than thanking people for hanging into this late hour, I'm kind of embarrassed that we're still here, but.
Commissioner Carr?
No comments.
Commissioner Eisner?
I'll remain silent.
All right, well,
That'll be
I want to
his
thank
message.
everybody for being here, and I really got nothing else to say. Motion adjourned, meeting adjourned at 3:21.